Hello and welcome to week 4 of MRL as we're getting ready for the upcoming games this week for Menace. Now, we've had an incredible set of games last week and we're looking for even more tight-knit ones this week. We do have some insane matchups. We have Arrows Iridium versus Millennium, Black Viper versus, I believe it is Menace, Crystal Grove and Crimson Eclipse, and Get Lost versus Apollo. Now, I am thoroughly excited to go ahead and get this on going for you guys. We're going to go ahead and have a quick solo cast for our games as we are preparing to go ahead and make sure that we have everything on set up. Now you'll notice that we have Arrows Iridium here with, of course, Nevin, Matto, Ravenloft, Kogo, White Rabbit, and Red Luna. You might recognize a lot of these players from last week being at the top of the bracket. They honestly have some of the more meta picks, except for Matto over on the Thor. Now, I want to go ahead and point out it is very, very important to be looking at some of these newer characters as they kind of go and open up the game. It allows for more flexibility and honestly new strategies for each player. So I'm looking for Koga to go ahead and be picking over on that Daredevil. At Ravenloft, of course, looking for those huge flanks that we saw last week on Hela and Namor. And we have, of course, Red Luna, White Rabbit holding it down on the strategists. I'm thoroughly excited for this first game as it should be one of our most tight-knit. And Millennium with our, of course, Vanguards on Teabag, Lemon, Cyrex, Weeb, Wastaken, Somer, Agony, and Seyo. Now, of course, looking over, we'll kind of see that actually the DPS lineup and even the tanks thoroughly benefit from the picks like Gambit. So I'm assuming that this is going to get picked up by Millennium. It is a key strategist throughout the series and as far as the game progresses in general, giving a lot of flexibility to teams, allowing them to cleanse significant ults like Angela's Groot's, as well as many other displacements. It is key to note, though, it doesn't work on things like Exile, right, with Hulk and stuff. So I'm curious to see if anyone has picked that up as well. Looking over at the standings for our week, you can see that Arrows Iridium has not lost a map. We have not lost a match, but has lost a map, rather. They are 6-0 at the moment, so it is up to the rest of the bracket to be looking to go ahead and take a game from them. Menace tying right on up afterwards with a 5-1. Black Viper 4-2 along with Apollo. Get Lost hitting at 3-3 and really breaking across the lower bracket of our groups with the Millennium, Crystal Grove, and Crimson Eclipse. I'm really looking forward to seeing Crimson Eclipse try to fight tooth and nail for their first victory. We'll go ahead and make sure that we're going right into our next game real quick as we are preparing on over. I'm excited to go ahead and see if any different team lineups are explored, and we are honestly going to go ahead and jump right on in quite soon. That being said, I would like to point out that we have a few different combinations that I've noticed in things like solo queue and in things like competitive, a little bit more in scrims. I want to see Magic and Gambit so bad. It opens up the lineup as well when you have things like Strange, which are a core pick into most teams when you want to be playing around Portal. Honestly, it also forces the enemy team to actually kind of ban the team up because it gives you such a free kill, especially on a meta where you have triple supports. So having such fast damage and such a clear-cut one-shot combo allows for teams to kind of push forward. That's why you're also seeing a lot of picks like Hawkeye, which gives the opportunity for teams to kind of push on forward on Convoy and Convergence maps, getting an instant headshot that allows them to go ahead and push the cart forward. I'm really hoping that we can go to see a little bit more of flexibility from our DPS. Unfortunately, last week, I want to say the most picked hero was actually the one that didn't do the best, in my opinion. If you kind of look over and remember that a lot of them, it was Bucky. Bucky has fallen out of favor, in my opinion, especially with all of the Gambit exploration, allowing you to go ahead and cleanse his mark that he applies with his ult and really get those agains and Kraken impacts going and affecting the enemy team, which is really funny when you think about it, because Loki is so meta right now too, along with the Gambit combination. We are going to head right into our next game shortly, I believe. Give me 1 second. 11 out of 12 players are in the lobby. We are making sure that we have our last one shortly thereafter. Alrighty, now we're going to have some of the greatest games we'll be seeing tonight, as it seems like these games are going to be live as well. We're waiting on some technical difficulties in the back, but it should always go ahead and clear itself up shortly thereafter. I'd love to go ahead and see the chat's different polls on what they think is going to go ahead and be the swing team, who's actually going to go ahead and take this match for us. Now, personally, I would like to go ahead and note that there are a huge amount of pools of different DPS and Vanguards at the moment that you can play, but there are some huge disparities when it comes to the amount of strategists that are viable at the moment, depending on which ones you do ban out. The key ones that you're going to be looking for are going to be Invis, Gambit, presumably Luna on top of this as well. Just because you want a key ulti that can go ahead and help each team. Of course, Flake is always nice. Shortly, we will be going ahead and getting our co-host right on in as well. Now, if there is any questions in the chat, I'm happy to go ahead and ask for anything that we do presume to go ahead and see for today's games. I will honestly go ahead and let you know that I am fully expecting a lot of Star-Lord, a lot of Gambit combination. We also have the underutilized, I would say, Cap, and I want to see Thing. At the moment, we have not really seen too many triple tank lineups, but I do think that it gives a lot of viability, especially when you have such a tanky front line and even DPS at the moment that go ahead and build so much time. Mr. Fantastic has gotten significant buffs, allowing him to go ahead and hold the cart for a significant amount of time. This includes being on par with Captain America, with Venom, and so forth. The buffs, if those of you don't have any correlation on what that is exactly, whenever Mr. Fantastic goes into his inflated stance, he actually can go ahead and use his shift or his refrigerator stance to go ahead and block damage and not come out of his buff stance. Otherwise, he also gets the ability to heal himself every time he goes in and out, I believe, of the stances. And of course, now I'm here joined by Tang Ace, my co-host. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I joined a bit last minute.
Totally fine. I appreciate the co-cast, and honestly, it's going to be very exciting today. So I'm very appreciative to have another set of eyes on these games.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see the games today.
Of course. Now, we're going to be going and heading out in quite soon, as we do have just one other player trying to snag on in there. Do you have any particular presumptions with either bans and or picks? Is there anything in the meta that you believe is maybe underutilized that you want to go ahead and see today?
I mean, there's a lot of things that I think are not used enough. But I'm still expecting to see a lot of standard drafting, as always.
Okay. I'm honestly quite excited. Do you think that this season has changed the stances of what core role is important? Is it significantly on the strategist? Is it more so on the DPS to be getting those final hits? Seeing that we're going to have most of these people with huge health bars. Is it on the tanks to go and give multiple space? Obviously, it's a team-placed game, but we can go ahead and say that there's certain ultimates that I would kind of argue are more key.
Definitely. I think the appearance of Gambit changes the dynamic quite a bit for the strategist side of things. But to me, tanks are still the main focus of the meta. But they've been banned a lot less nowadays.
Okay.
So there's like a lot more room for them to kind of abuse the strong picks, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's kind of hard to kind of see some of the utilization that you're gonna get from some of these picks, right? I want to just throw back to early on. People were kind of dissing Groot really early, not really understanding the wall mechanics exactly, being able to now cut off heals, right, to go ahead and break those LOS for the enemy healers, right? Now with the change, making it so that he can't even get CC'd while he's now near his big wall. Things like Cap being able to give 30% ult charge. It's kind of hard to really fathom in a team-based game, especially when you're trying to go back and forth with ults. I'm actually quite curious what your thought processes are on some of the tank changes. Do you believe any one of the lower end tanks have moved forward, or is it just the main tanks have just solidified their stance?
I think right now the tank balancing has become pretty balanced overall. There's still like some very strong picks like Magneto as always, but the lower priority tanks have kind of closed the gap, the strength gap with like the top of the line, if that makes sense. But they tend to be more situational. Like Think is really good right now, but it's also a bit situational. Penny is absolutely amazing. She's been seeing a lot of play overall this season. So yeah, definitely changes a lot of things in the tank department.
Absolutely. And we're only gonna see more changes when we have things like supposedly the incoming Vanguard of Rogue being able to go ahead and develop the game a little bit. There's a lot of theory on what she could possibly do, but hopefully this even develops the meta just a little bit more. I do want to see a little bit of underplayed heroes. I would love to see a little bit more dive. I know we just come out of a meta of dive, but playing poke and just bunkering it's not fun to watch, man. It's just not.
Dive is very fun, but it also has its issues,
Absolutely.
I think it can become very stale very quickly if you only have dive in the meta.
Absolutely. And I think that that's what they were trying to do with their changes that they do have at the moment. However, I would argue that some of the older characters that are really synonymous with Die, like things like Black Panther and other things, have been a little bit left to the wayside. So I'd love to go ahead and see them try to bring those characters a bit more to fruition. I know everyone hates the Spider-Man going into the back line, getting a free double pick on the supports, and then it's just over. So I do want to see, however, some love to these characters.
I think it's a bit harder for characters like Panther or Spidey to shine in competitive because they have to commit to whatever they're doing, right? You can't just poke, you can't just go in and out and being still useful after going out. Unlike characters like Psylocke or Star-Lord that have been seeing a lot of play, they're just less committed to whatever they're doing. The one character I would really like to see on stage is Magic.
Absolutely.
Because she can actually weave in and out of fights, but because of the skill ceiling that the character has, she's not played much, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And I want to say that skill ceiling has only ever been expanded as we kind of explore things like we said with the Gambit ult attached to her, right? Really giving her the maneuverability to even move her spin to like a higher depth, right? She can just jump and spin at you. But we're going right into our game. So Let's see, as we get our first two teams matched up, we have Arrows Iridium versus Millennium. Ooh, as we're kind of going ahead and seeing what map is being picked first, it is Celestial Husk. Ooh, a tried and true, I wouldn't say favorite, but definitely one that we all are familiar with at this point. The rumored, if you touch first, you're going to win the map. As we hover.
That's disliked a lot, in scrims at least. It's been disliked a lot, and funnily enough, very often it's the first map that's picked. Randomly.
I don't know what the odds are exactly, but I would have to agree with you. The amount of times I've seen this map in general is insane. As both teams are looking at it, they're actually banning Daredevil and Emma. Emma, the tried and true Vanguard since her release, and Daredevil being a menace in the backline, being able to go ahead and, in fact, two-shot most supports, if not really play just that super obnoxious dive, as we were talking about earlier. Ooh, and they defend the the Magneto. Yep, standard.
As I said, unfortunately.
Yep. Magneto with those changes, allowing him to go ahead and give a shield to himself and still another person, really changes the game as they actually go ahead and defend Invis on the opposing side. It's important to note that these bans are actually for both sides, so neither team can go ahead and pick Emma, neither team can go ahead and pick Daredevil, while both can go ahead and play Mag and Invis. It is important to note that they're probably going to try to pick Gambit, so I wonder if it's going to force it on either side. They actually go ahead and ban Rocket, interestingly enough.
I think Rocket has been banned quite a lot lately, especially because his team-ups with Star-Lord and Penny are very strong. But you know, it's kind of under the radar a lot, because, you know, we kind of used to think a lot of Invis, a lot of Luna still. Loki got buffed, but Raccoon is still there, still exists, and it's still very strong.
Yeah. And it's actually interesting to note. I was going to say that it's weird that they would ban Rocket when they themselves have the ability to play Phoenix, but then in retaliation, they ban Phoenix on top of it. Still tried and true, a DPS that can go ahead and give significant damage, especially in small corridors. That micro stun, very annoying for people that want to walk up and go ahead and ult. And they actually go ahead and defend the Star-Lord as well. So we can know that the Rocket was a key ban here, because they were definitely looking for it.
Yes, I think a lot of people would think, oh, Phoenix is a good counter to Rocket, but the reality is that's not true. Rocket charges his ulti a lot faster, and if you're using the Phoenix ulti to destroy the Rocket ult, right, it's very expected. Like, you know, the enemy team, they're throwing Rocket ulti, they already know you're gonna have Phoenix ulti, they're gonna be ready to destroy it, and they also know that you won't have it for anything else. It's a very bait counter, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Oh, and of course, I was going to say, they actually defended the Hela, forcing the enemy team to go ahead and ban Namor. They don't want to have to deal with the team up. So it is a free ban, and Hela can honestly just play by herself anyway. She doesn't really need the team up. Ooh, wait, Matto with the Lord BP. Hold up. Are we going to see some sort of forced dive here? We have the Star-Lord as well. Ooh.
This seems very divey.
Yeah,
this seems very weird.
Interesting.
This lineup seems very unbalanced. Like,
so
the route was double dive DPS seems.
So they're looking to go triple DPS. Okay, he swaps off to Mag. All right, assumingly. Okay. He just wanted to go ahead and flex for us, of course. Wanted to show his BP lord, and that's totally fine.
We do have Warlock Mantis on the other side.
Oh, yep. It is interesting to note they're actually going triple heal on Millennium with the singular DPS on Hela.
And they're not playing Mag. Surprisingly,
they aren't.
They decided to play Strange, not Mag. That's a key difference in this game.
I wonder if that's a vulnerability for Millennium, or did they just not like playing Mag? Is that a particular reason? My only approximation, for this actual game would be that they need a little bit more damage, seeing as they do have Hela. They're a little bit lacking it on the end because of Adam and stuff like that. But
yeah, I think maybe Strange bit more suited to the comp because, as you said, they're lacking damage. Plus, they have the Mantis boost. I think it's more valuable on a strange than the Knight.
Absolutely. As we're looking at Ravenloft going ahead and diving into the back line, trying to go ahead and get that free E, looking over to go ahead and build his ult up as much as possible. Actually gets picked over on the Arrows' side. Koga's trying to go ahead and be as aggressive as possible, looking to go ahead and get that Kraken impact, having it at 50%. Millennium has not been able to go ahead and touch, as Arrows has already secured themselves point and 8%. They're trying to trade back and forth, presumably breaking over on these walls, having a bit of a harder time as well as they give themselves the healing wall team up. Nesman doing a great job of blocking the corridors for Millennium to go ahead and walk on in. It is giving them quite a bit of a hard time to kind of force any of these issues on the walls. Looking on forward, Ravenloft, 75%. We're actually able to go ahead and trade support ults. Looking for an aggressive sleep. Agony cannot find it. We're copying over on the Loki as well. Karmic Revival over and up. Nesman looking for that key ulti as he dives onto the backline and gets everyone with Karmic Revival. Oh my god, and the Kraken impact again and again. Oh, he gets the entire side of Millennium. Koga able to go ahead and lock it down.
This is not looking good for Millennium.
Oh, now they've only actually had to use 2 ults.
They don't really have a big ult advantage. And already lost 60%.
It's going to be a difficult climb for them as they need quite a few wins, and not only just to go ahead and force onto the map, but they go ahead and get it on Arrows. A Teabag able to go ahead and do so and cut the LOS from the heels, looking for his other ult on the backline, and hits it on both supports, but able to go ahead and match up the lamp from Loki. Drops on down. Legendary, unfortunately not able to go ahead and grab anyone as he grabs the health pack. Ravenloft looking, only gets the clone. Agony looking best as possible to go ahead. I'm sorry, not Agony, Sia looking over to go ahead and heal on his team. Ooh, the Goddess of Death was not able to get any value as Millennium is still trying to go ahead and capture the point. Overtime is sparked. Does not seem like they're going to go ahead and have much going on, as Arrows does have the invisible boundary going ahead and procced. There's no support ultimate on Millennium's side. They've already go ahead and picked Adam. They've picked Loki. Adam won't walk back as We Was Taken is forced out.
Coming up.
Oh, Nesman. Nesman looking for it again. But he's being forced to pay attention to the enemy Groot. Tree on tree violence. Ravenloft. Able to go ahead and proc the lamp and actually stops them from touching. Wow, and they're able to go ahead and secure a free first point for Arrows.
It was pretty one-sided so far. I think maybe on Millennium's side they need to adjust a bit. The comp might be a bit too slow with the lack of damage. I don't think it's super suited to play triple support against Groot. It's just very hard.
Yeah, it's important to note that it's difficult not only because you're playing into Nesman's group, but Teabag's group. Of course, you're not going to go ahead and put any shade over to your own, tank, but the LOS that's cut off from the walls is quite disorienting when you need to reposition permanently, and you're cutting your own line of sight for your team. So I would agree with you. Otherwise, they would have to go ahead and play for different angles as they actually go ahead and swap off to another DPS. They're actually going ahead and match the Bucky. Oh, no, I say that and then you go over to Moonlight.
Well, so they're targeting the Loki pick, I guess.
Yep.
I'm not sure I like this Moon Knight against Starlord Bucky.
I would agree with you, but I think that there's also the tried and true Groot Moon Knight combo on either side at this moment. I think they're trying to look for the best ways to go ahead and build up ultimates. That's something that they did have trouble with on this side. Ravenloft looking over for a flank as he's poking. He is close to Legendary. Actually goes again and gets a pick over on Was Taken. Continues going in as Koga looks to go ahead and get his ult off, but unfortunately hits no one. A huge ult from Nesman as he goes ahead and gets the entire backline. And Legendary going off from Ravenloft as he continues to hit everyone on Millennium, and Mistaken just barely makes it back to go ahead and see his entire team dead before him.
Heroes may have invested maybe a bit too many ultis. I think that the legendary was a bit unnecessary. The fight was already over at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if that's going to go ahead and be something that punishes them. Millennium looking to go ahead and walk on forward. They actually have 4 ults on the way. Strange really looking for that Eye of Agamotto, but unfortunately can't do so, and is in fact picked. Millennium down a Vanguard as they're trying to go ahead and walk forward. Their shield tank especially having a difficult time as it's going over 35% now still to arrows. Mistaken, trying to walk up. They're able to go ahead and drop Khonshu. Find 2 over on arrows. They still have their ults to go ahead and match, but unfortunately Koga and Red Luna were picked. They go ahead and drop the invisible boundary, both as well as Loki goes ahead and copies. Meteor M being charged up, drops and hits no one as he goes ahead and shields himself to go ahead and buy time for his team. Lemon still looking. He's looking. Can't quite find it.
You can't just walk like that, fly up.
Now they're trying to go ahead and hold it, but Teabag is picked as well. They have not been able to coordinate their ults significantly. They've only been able to go and get pick after pick, but not being able to go ahead and capture the point as it continues going almost 80% for arrows.
This point is very, very hard to play once you lose it, because it's very easy to ult and stall forever, and the fights tend to kind of drag on and on for no reason. As we've seen this round, is what happened.
Oh, they're trying to TP. Lemon, can he touch? Overtime sparked. Over as Nesman is holding down the point. Does not have ulti. Has used it, in fact, a little bit ago. Man, as Lemon continues trying to build a space for his team. Moon Knight almost picked off in the air. Star-Lord all the way back. Koga with ult, looking to get Kraken impact and free. Oh, I say that, but then goes and picked up in the middle of the air. Unfortunately, Arrow still looking to go ahead and secure this second point. Millennium fighting and captures the point, showing life for their team as they're able to go ahead and fight back, but almost getting picked.
Oh, they should not. Yeah. They shouldn't go too far. Right now, they really want to charge ultimates and keep up the advantage.
They almost have the same amount of ults on either side. Millennium actually has a few more. They need to go ahead and be a bit more aggressive. They look for Agamotto and Meteor M. Meteor M actually uses it and hits Moon Knight in the middle of the air. Oh, man. And unfortunately has taken him out. Millennium really trying to hold it down. They only have 2 left as both go ahead and get traded. Lemon swaps over to Venom, trying to go ahead and retouch. Overtime sparks yet again as Arrows has been able to go ahead and secure the point. Venom touches. Sparks his E, gets pulled off. Legendary kills him and unfortunately takes his life as Arrows is able to go ahead and take game 1.
Yeah, it was very one-sided from the start. I think maybe the drafting was a bit unbalanced here. You know, the fact that one team has mag and the other doesn't is really something to note. Mag being still the strongest tank in the game. Those ultis have been pretty big so far.
Yup. It's important to say that Mata was able to hit that huge ult on Jabbo, but also gives a bit of a disconnect for Hela, right? Being able to go ahead and eat part of her ult, actually throw it on back, gets free charges on it, if not a waste on her ult, actually is able to go ahead and pick her out as well. We're actually going to go ahead and get ready for our game 2. But what would you like to see other than the mag change? We could also see the mag ban.
Yeah, I would want to see a mag ban, honestly. You know, they didn't seem confident into playing mag, so at this point they should probably just first ban it. Then, you know, everything's possible. Everything's possible.
Right. Now, it's important to say, like, you can ban Mag, right? Of course, he's the tried and true main tank at the moment. but they did ban Gambit, who gives yourselves a bit of a different win condition. I wouldn't say that Mag is a win condition, but he is something that can protect your win con each time, right? So it's a matter of whether they believe they can go ahead and get past that wall that is Magneto, or do they want to go ahead and deal with that new trump card that is Gambit?
I don't know. I think Mag just has so much impact. Yeah, he's not a carry, that's for sure, but he enables your carries to do whatever they want. He has one of the best ultimates in the game, so his impact is just enormous. And I think if you leave Mag open, unless you have an actual plan against it, you also have to play Mag.
Fair enough. Now, it's important to know it's a bit of a different take on this next match, as we do have, of course, it's not going to be domination. We're going to go ahead and either have convoy or convergence. This could be a different take. Some teams are a bit better on certain maps, of course, on certain different game styles as well. I would like to say that when we do have Strange, it's important to know that you can go ahead and portal onto these points quite well. Domination, of course, if you're already winning and you can go back and forth on it, I feel like he loses a little bit of value on that, but being as that you can cut such a big distance, maybe they can find a little bit more value on this. I do agree with you that Mag is the perfect ban for them. However, I do want to note that the Groot was giving them difficulty, so maybe a swap off to themselves, giving them either a Punisher that can go ahead and clear that out, or even playing for better flanks would be something that I would go ahead and note for them.
This is why I didn't like the Moon Knight pick. Yes, you have the, the tried and true Moon Groot combo, but the other side, playing Bucky. Bucky's better at destroying walls. He has a grab. It's just a lot more utility than Moon Knight, and you can still combo the ultimates.
As we're getting into game number 2, ooh, we actually go ahead and ban the Groot. Okay, so they don't want to have to deal with killing the walls in general. It seems like they might even still go with that triple support comp. They go ahead and ban Emma on the opposing side, keeping it the same. Makes sense. They actually go ahead and protect Daredevil this time. Interesting to note. It does give him a bit more flexibility on Convoy and Convergence maps, right? He has so much more to play around. And he is a very, very scary demon. Oh. And
yeah, the Groot ban makes sense if you want to play triple support. Groot has been very, very strong against triple support comps overall. Oh, the banning Invis now.
Now, the Invis ban, I almost wonder. I mean, she is the #1, I would say, support if we don't count Gambit at the moment. But this does seem like a ban that they're doing specifically for Angela. She is the #1 Angela counter when it comes to supports. It is super hard to play into her. That's why they actually go ahead and defend Bucky as well. Both of these DPS, both Daredevil and Bucky, have a good time into Angela.
Yeah, I think maybe the Groot ban is a bit weird if they're also gonna ban Invis. If you're banning Invis, it enables a Wolverine pick a lot more, which is, a bit of a nightmare for Groot players.
Wait, and they actually go ahead and defend Fantastic.
Oh,
now,
I like this.
That's such an interesting defend, and I'm wondering why they would do so. Maybe they know something that we don't. Obviously, Mr. Fantastic, as we noted, has been changed quite a bit. But was it ever something that would have been banned over from Arrow's side?
So, the thing with Fantastic is very underestimated. He's a character that, is notorious for being useless. But the truth is, Fantastic does one thing really well, and that is disrupting the enemy team, right? Is very disruptive as a character, and if you add that to Angela, was also very disruptive. It could actually pop off.
Ooh, interesting. So they're actually going. They're trolling us a little bit with these swaps. I'm not sure.
I think the problem would be if they go with 2 tanks and a Mr. Fantastic, is they would lack a bit of damage, maybe.
Yeah.
Usually you're replacing a tank to play Fantastic.
Yeah, I I don't know. Maybe they scout each other to go ahead and have that fantastic. That is such an interesting defend. Not to diss the pick at all. I actually think that he's at the best point he's ever been. But it's just a wild out of left. I
don't think it's that wild. I think fantastic is gonna be very strong into DD, right? It's also possible to restrict Angela quite a lot. You know, with all this EC and utility you have.
Interesting. We'll kind of go ahead and see if Jabo can go ahead and pop off with this pick, as we do get a pause. A quick tactical pause, of course. And actually interesting to note that Mr. Fantastic was actually hovered and locked in by Wastaken, and then Jabo asked for it. So I don't know if they can both play it, but it seems like Millennium has been putting some time into that. Now, do you believe that that is the answer to something like Daredevil and Black Panther? I mean, they didn't see the Black Panther coming. They don't know that Angela is as well, but Angela is often picked on this map and was saved on the opposite end, so they can assume that it's going to happen.
I think they're expecting some sort of dive, considering, you know, the bans and save, right? So I do think it's the answer to the dive.
Oh, as we see it, and Jabo actually swapped. We don't actually get to see Mr. Fantastic at all. As he swaps over to Bucky, they're trying to go ahead and walk on forward as he charges his hook. Does not find it. They're trying to go ahead and get their pick over onto Mad Koga, looking quite low, but is able to go ahead and get healed back up. Teabag trying to go ahead and touch the point as Angela's in the back line, half HP onto both of the DPS that she's looking on for, but unfortunately is picked herself. Millennium down one already, trying to hold 40 seconds on the clock, having gone by already. Teabag holding it down, able to go ahead and shield himself perpetually. Mato doing the same, having a hard time to kind of go ahead and lock down this point, trading back and forth. Lamp fused. Red Luna gets picked as well as 3 fall on Millennium. Oh no, and they do have both their tanks up. Nesman able to go ahead and kite over to the back, trying to desperately get healed as they continue dropping back and forth, DPS and healer. Still no progression for arrows.
That's much better.
I don't think Moon Knight is a, you know, a very valuable pick in that situation. It's a bit too fragile, right?
I do believe that when he gets picked again. Yes, I would say that they're almost substituting Angela for the group, trying to find some cheese pick with the Moon Knight as they go again, trying to trade. Mato has ult. When we have the Royal Flourish, go ahead and use. They're trying to go ahead and trade back. Ravenloft goes up in the air and is able to go ahead and get one on Teabags. Looking to go ahead and get another on the enemy Gambits. As they're glowing on up, arrows able to go ahead and hold down their point as Star-Lord is able to go ahead and get picked himself. Koga looking to redeem himself. Matt Murdock trying to go ahead and make sure that he shows exactly why he is the lawyer to go ahead and be defending this point. Arrows has their ult as well, looking to go ahead and match it up. Gambit and Daredevil trying to go ahead and shoot down the backline.
This again feels a bit one-sided. The draft is just...
Koga is able to go ahead and dash into the backline, able to go ahead and get his ult, letting the devil out. Ravenloft able to secure 2 off of this Nesman as well, completely wiping Millennium. They're needing desperately to go ahead and find an answer. Possibly a different avenue.
They keep swapping to try and find the answer, but they can't find it.
Right now, it seems like they have been able to get a few picks, but have never been able to go ahead and actually secure the point. They need to go ahead and be targeting the same character as they do get a pick over onto Star-Lord. They're looking to go ahead and get the Daredevil as well, possibly get Koga, but he's able to get healed up. Ravenloft can go ahead and fly back. Meteor M being channeled as he looks up into the air and does smack down. I believe it was defended by Angela. Angela looking for Heaven's Retribution. And Ravenloft is able to go ahead and trade, getting Jabo. Goes up with his ult, but it is picked immediately by Nesman. Falls down with Heaven's Retribution. Picks 2. able to go ahead and find on net as Nesman defends the point yet again. 15 seconds left. They are desperately looking. No one has swapped to Strange. As I say that, as Teabag looks on over to do so, Nesman looking to cancel the Strange portal and is able to do so, saving the game and making sure to lock it right here. Ooh, wait. Wasn't able to do it in time? How did that work? We should be able to go ahead and cancel.
The thing is, even if you displace Strange, as long as you're not, stunning him, it doesn't cancel the TP.
Wow, they're able to actually go ahead and do it anyway.
Strange was displaced, but it was not. It was not CC'd, right? He only got displaced.
Dang, and Iridium is able to go ahead and hold it 0-0. Now it is desperately on Millennium. Noting, they need to change it up. They've been playing a lot of dive over on Iridium's side. Guys, Penny is open, though we have Rocket banned, but we banned it ourselves. Is there any other anti-dive that we can do? Interesting to know, they could go triple tank themselves. They need to be going something probably like Thing to stop these guys from going in too. It's a hard time. They're trying to be very aggressive. Wastaken doesn't have any sort of damage boost other than the Gambit, but it's only been able to go ahead and give them 1 or 2 picks, but never more than that.
It's I think there's a certain lack of coordination on Millennium side, and that the comp has been kind of all over the place, trying to find an answer, find something that works, but they're not able to find it, and we're still not seeing Fantastic. I'm disappointed. I wanted to see some Fantastic gaming.
Yep, they did tease us with that, and it's actually kind of funny to realize that both teams are still playing the Gambit, not Gambit, I'm sorry, the Loki. Loki with the Loki Gambit combo, which makes sense. You want to give both your damage boost onto your DPS, but the Loki going on over... Oh, they swap on to their own side. Okay, cool. They had Jeff for the speed boost. Red Luna swapping over to Gambit. Matto trying to walk on up. They don't really have a lot of stress on their mind. They just need to go ahead and touch and cap for a little bit as they're trying to trade back. Free team up. Oh, and they get a pick on Lemon. Instantly. Oh, and they kidnap the Magneto, instantly proccing lamps, forcing himself to go ahead and bubble. Koga on half HP, gets healed up. Red Luna almost getting traded. And they're down both supports on Millennium. One on Arrow's side as they try to go ahead and get it. They almost have the point already. Only needing a smidge of percentage left. They have 3 minutes left on the clock as they kidnap, and he doesn't get it. No, it's just the clone. Ravenloft trying to go ahead and dash back and forth into the back line. Agony desperately trying to go ahead and heal his team. Does not have lamp, does not have ult. Wants to get that copy so they can trade something for their team. Angela getting Gambit ulti, keeping Magneto off of the point. Able to go ahead and help Koga to get those kills instantly onto the back line. One after another and fall. Arrows taking a clean victory 2-0 from Millennium.
Yeah, I'm fairly disappointed not seeing a Fantastic.
It could have been something crazy, and honestly,
they should have tried.
I agree with you. They were swapping enough that they wanted to go ahead and experiment with different picks. I feel like after the first game, you want to go something a little less standard. It seemed like Arrows have been used to standard, and is really only going to be taken out of comfort when you give them characters that they don't too often see. At the moment, unfortunately, the victory was over to Arrows. Unfortunately for Millennium, they had a pop-off performance. Everyone over on Arrows' side did a phenomenal job, with Ravenloft having 16 finals, Nesman on tank having 11 as well. Presumably, partly with the Angela pick, right? Being able to go ahead and knock people off and just a huge amount of damage on the burst, but still, it was a super, super clean game from them.
Yeah, it was very clean on Arrow's side, and it feels like, it feels like Millennium drafted into their own game, right? Like, they want to play Angela, but Arrows, they're like, oh, fine, we like that.
You know, it didn't really give them anything to kind of match up to. I was interested to note that it just really didn't go a melee DPS is something that I've kind of pointed out to a lot of teams. Yes, melee DPS isn't typically something that you see too often, but Daredevil really breaks that boundary, right? Being able to be so mobility heavy. I think that's why things like Star-Lord and Psylocke are so open, as you noted earlier, right? They're having huge mobility, being able to go ahead and give huge ults for their team. But they haven't put time into things like the magic that we were wanting to see. Now, we do have Black Viper and Menace on next match, who are closer, I believe, in the standings. Let me go ahead and double check. Alrighty. And yes, I do believe so. Now, I'm quite excited for these games, and honestly, towards the later end of the night, I'm actually really looking forward to the Crystal and Crimson Eclipse. Crystal Grove and Crimson Eclipse are on the lower sides of the bracket, but Crimson Eclipse is desperately looking for that first victory, while Crystal Rose is looking to deny them and get their second. As we can kind of know that Menace is on the second standing of the leaderboard, only having lost one game. Black Viper right beneath them, looking to go ahead and break off and away from Apollo, so it'd be amazing for them to go ahead and secure a victory versus Menace and really just tie on up that leaderboard. Let's see, we have Hannibal, Mr. ZDX, Andrew Lincoln, Walkers, Leon himself, and Shades. Is there any particular hero here that you want to see, or you think that we will see a bunch of here tonight?
I mean, I would expect Mac to still be dominant in every lineup, right? Then, you know, you have like the standard, you know, Bucky, Psylocke, Star-Lord around, played a lot. So I wish to see something else, to be honest, but I'm not expecting it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, at the moment, it's interesting to note that they do have the rocket hover for Shades, but that has been banned both times now that we've seen. Ooh, hold up. Now, this is a team with some spice. Bazzy, Plasma, Crash, Bio, Machinima, Slime, and Ocam looking to go ahead and show a bit of dive on their lineup. Honestly, the Thing, Magic, really, really spicy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, especially because I know Ocam really well. I was his coach for quite some time. So
okay. Interesting. So it's funny, we're gonna have some bit of insight on this player specifically.
Yeah, maybe.
Nice. Now, do you know, have they been putting any extra time on Gambit in particular, or are they just...
I have no idea. It's been some time. I'm not his coach anymore, right? But I understand what kind of player he is and how he plays. So
all right.
I'm a bit excited for this.
Nice. As we're preparing ourselves for game number 2, Menace versus Black Viper. Nice. Okay. Wow. Even hovering the Lord Gambit, we put quite a bit of time over on Black Viper. I can see Rock and Eric already flexing on the enemy. You know, through draft, of course, as we have Daredevil and then no ban.
We call it the Aura ban.
The Aura ban. Yeah. Listen.
Yeah.
We don't ban anything, man. You don't know what we're playing. Okay. They ban Daredevil, which is completely fair. I'm not sure if there's been a prime answer to that character quite yet, as they do pick Bucky for defense. The hero that's been around since season 0, really just being able to go ahead and pop off since then. Angela, the newest tank, giving a lot of displacement, is no real surprise. The Invis ban, though.
I mean, that's also not very surprising, right? Invis has been a prior pick for quite some time now. Especially when you're playing Angela, when you're playing like any sort of character that has a kidnap ability, right?
Right. They actually go ban the Star-Lord too. They don't want to go ahead and match on something that dive DPS along with the Angela. Oh, either saves. What is Black Viper looking? They actually want to secure the Gambit. Okay. They don't want to be anything, taken away from their side. The newest support in the game really gives them a lot of one-shot potential on quite a few different characters at this point to consistently be able to stop them. And Psylocke, a hero that has seen nothing but buffs as of late, being able to overkill certain supports. Certain changes have been made, giving them a little bit more HP, but Gambit alone speeding her up in her ulti, not only moving in it, but also how fast she hits. Jeff Band trying to go ahead and presumably stop the Angela ults. A lot of people have used that in comparison to kind of just eat her up, and then we're banning the Hela. Okay.
Yeah, no Hela debuff. Not allowed.
Yep. They didn't forget about it, even with the Psylocke pick, though. I don't know that they would have gone Namor Hela, even if they had already...
Not necessarily with Nemo, but I'm thinking this Venom over it. And that's also quite big.
Yes. Alright, we've got the Phoenix and the Venom with the Angela. So this is already looking like a super damage heavy comp. Planning to go ahead and play on Wakanda Falls.
I'm wondering what the support lineup is going to look like. Probably a Gambit, I would assume.
This is going to be our first game where we actually go ahead and see Emma through. Emma being a tank that doesn't very often get to be played, but is honestly still up there. And in fact counters both Angela and Venom. So maybe they've forgotten it on Menace's side, or they just don't care. Really trying to go ahead and debate whether, I guess, the cleanse on Gambit is enough to be dealing with her.
I think Emma is typically overestimated as a character. Yeah, she counters melee champions, but she also got nerfed over and over again to the point where, it's not as easy as it was to really restrict Aussies with a grab.
As they're matching on over into the middle, we have both Angelas looking at each other. Bazzi trying to go ahead and keep them off the point as they try to go ahead and secure it first over on Menace. They're doing a good job of doing so as they have the enemy Angela in their backline. Walker trying to go ahead and walk down the enemy Psylocke, but is unable to do so as Black Viper's Magneto falls. Mr. ZDX looking not to do so as well, but almost gets stunned, is getting healed up, and falls eventually. Black Viper having been down to Menace, able to go ahead and shove them off the point and able to secure the first touch. Anti-heal being placed over onto the backline. Gambit able to go ahead and get his ult real soon. The Royal Flush going to go ahead and use as they walk on in for Black Viper, trying to desperately find a pick, and they do so on the enemy Gambit. And Kraken Impact is going ahead and sparked, and Song Inferno in replacement, trying to go ahead and find some sort of retaliatory action. Leon himself falls, and Andrew Lincoln looks for another reset, but can't do so. Black Viper has dropped one, but is able to go ahead and secure the point.
No, I'm wondering how well they can hold this point while playing Mantis Gambit, which is a very offensive-heavy lineup as far as support goes.
It is definitely something you don't typically see. Angelo looking for a quick pick on Mag, almost does it, but he's able to go ahead and float on back onto the point. The cut of the butterfly is going over into the back line. Doesn't find exactly one, but almost picks the Magneto. Black Viper looking to hold the point and still match with Menace. As we get a copy of the Royal Flush from Loki. Slime looking to go ahead and give Menace that breathing room that they need, but unfortunately isn't able to do so as Menace pushes them off the point, losing 4 on Black Viper's side.
Okay, they swapped the Mantis now.
Yep, they noticed how
I
awkward
think,
it was themselves.
Yeah, I think it was a bit awkward. Not enough healing.
Now, they've lost a good percentage. It is going 60%. They actually only really need to win 2 fights over on Menace's side at the moment. Black Viper looking to have their position stamped right here on this first map. Lincoln looking to go in on the back line, actually gets the first pick over on Phoenix, finds another with his team onto the enemy Gambit, goes Kraken Impact, has 1, 2, can he get a third? Not enough, as Angela is able to go ahead and live just barely so that he doesn't get that reset, but they still are able to go ahead and secure themselves the point and get that 50%. They need to go ahead and defend it with only Magneto ult really contesting them on the other side.
Unfortunately, then they now have a huge ulti disadvantage, right? It may be hard to keep that point to the end.
Now, Ensong Inferno and the Butterfly is able to go up as Bio Machinima finds 3 in the backline. They're able to go ahead and retaliate 2, but not enough for them, as it seems Menace is able to go ahead and secure the point. They need to go ahead and look for Portal. Walker swaps portaling, but gets canceled by the Hex. Right click. Phoenix able to go ahead and get that such a crucial stop and gets point number 1 for the first round.
They really played it spectacularly, right? They played into the timing of, oh, enemy Loki doesn't have ult yet, right? So we're gonna take the fight before he charges his ult back up, right? Well, we have the advantage. So that was really well played from Menace.
Just looking at the ult economy from either side, we actually have both support ults on Menace's side, and Plasma with the setup. Bazzi actually goes and swaps to Strange with the 2 opposing ults on the enemy side. It's important to note the actual healing disparity here, just a smidge, but it's because that they were able to hold the point so much, especially too when you have to think about that they're playing Angela, so the healing numbers are going to be lower because you're often not really hitting her. She's often playing 4 health packs herself.
I don't think it's about healing. I think it's about the damage done. Because you
sure.
can't heal if there is no damage on your team, right?
Absolutely.
There is a huge damage difference between both teams, so that would explain the healing discrepancy.
Absolutely. And you'll notice as well that actually they're running the same support backline at the moment. So it's going to be about whether they can find some cheese to start. They're actually looking to portal in behind Black Viper, but don't do so in time. They're actually able to go ahead and make it on the other side of the portal. Able to go ahead and copy the Gambit ult and are giving it to their team. Menace has not fallen at all, and in fact is able to go ahead and try to retaliate with their own Gambit ult and copy. Plasma looking for some sort of pick, but is very low, as he does have Heaven's Retribution. We're going up with the Kraken Impact and is able to go ahead and find 1. We're going to go ahead and use it again onto the Loki clones. Able to go ahead and get a reset, immediately continually doing so, and hitting Loki over again and again. Able to get the point for his team, Andrew Lincoln, securing 20%.
That was beautifully played from him. Really clutched that fight.
Now Andrew trying to hold the point, build his ult back up again. The crucial ultimate that can go ahead and secure this round for his team. They've been up already 1. So there's no real pressure unless they are able to go ahead and keep this. As you'll notice, we're at 40%. Psylocke over into the background. Bio Machinima able to go ahead and ult, but his entire team falls as well. Walker able to go ahead and get a huge ult in retaliation. Back and forth, this team, with each pick, are able to go ahead and just get a smit more value, as Menace has been able to go ahead and, unfortunately, not cap the point this round.
This is completely opposite from last round. A bit surprising to see. I think maybe the ult economy is a bit not on point.
Unfortunately, I think
They're
a bit
not
more
managing to find
value.
any value out of the ultis.
Heaven's Retribution, able to go in one bot line. They use Lamp and able to go and shoot down her ult right away. As Magneto is being engaged on Ensong Inferno up, and they're trying a combination with the Meteor M, which doesn't seem to have gone off or missed. they are able to go ahead and pick onto Andrew Lincoln to have fallen over on Viper. They're desperately trying to go ahead and get this point over for themselves as it continues going and procs overtime. Leon himself having ulti, and they're able to go ahead and hit Meteor M on Gambit mid-air. This is swiping twice for 2 for 2 in 2 different games now, as Loki is trying to go ahead and get his free copy. They've finally been able to go ahead and put their stance on this game. Menace 10%.
It's gonna be a difficult battle holding the point now.
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple ults on either side, but really they only need 1 win over on Black Viper to go ahead and get.
Yeah, Black Viper has all the time they want, right? So they can just
no
charge
pressure.
the ultis without any
As
pressure.
Heaven's Retribution used it right onto Bucky. They've killed 2. The entire team from Black Viper, other than Rocking Eric, who is just waiting for his team so he can go ahead and give them that buff. Menace been able to go ahead and buy themselves some time at 45% now. They need about 2 more wins, 2 more different fights, and I believe a portal. 3 ults over on Menace. Biomachinima has been huge on the Psylocke. Going back and forth. Ensong Inferno, Slime, copies, and actually copies the Magneto. I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but is able to go ahead and get some Meteor M and actually falls. Oh, that's completely unfortunate. I believe he was trying to go ahead and get that second support ulti, but wasn't able to go ahead and do so. So that means that they have swabbed on in for Black Viper. They need someone to go ahead and touch for Menace to secure it, and they do. They have 1 on cart, and they fall before the portal can come on through. And actually, that portal is now going to be on cooldown for next map.
Maybe
Wow.
Menace should have played for next round instead of really trying to win it. You know, they can afford to lose a point and put themselves in a better situation for the last round.
Absolutely. There's an
But
argument
now
for that.
They are actually at a disadvantage. And that's a bit unfortunate.
They could have held their ults maybe and really just not walked up, just given them the point and tried to have more ults on this next round. Domination has specifically always been a bit harder for the team that doesn't typically get to touch it at first. But that does not mean that it is impossible. They've been doing a good job, Hex and Bazzi, trying to give their ult combination to the enemy, but it has been met with shields and bubbles. I think a handful have actually missed as well. Now, this map is a bit more open. They've actually swapped off of the Angela, and Plasma has gone to the Cap. Give his team a bit more defense, a bit more utility in his ult.
I like to see it. Like I think since Angela, got released, a lot of people started playing Angela, and Cap kind of disappeared entirely.
5 looking to go ahead and try to play the point for his team. Trying to desperately walk down the stairs. Plasma looking to go ahead and dive the backline as Cap does. Trying to go ahead and force the flanker out of Psylocke. Now, we almost get a pick over on Loki, and in fact do. They've killed 2 over on Black Viper, both supports and Magneto falls. Andrew Lincoln trying to go ahead and save his life, barely doing so, and is able to get away scot-free. But they've able to go and get the point for Menace. 20% already, as they're sitting on almost every ult. Black Viper as well, but might need to use a couple just to walk on in. Andrew Lincoln trying to get a pick over on Loki, and does with the help of the Angela. They're going again, trying to trade ults. Biomachinima ain't able to go ahead and find anything as Phoenix does fall off. Meteor M missed on both sides. Oof. As they're trying to go ahead and walk to the point, Black Viper able to go ahead and actually wrestle this back and give us a game 49-2.
It's a very good outcome for them. They only used the ultis and managed to retake it.
Yep,
They still have ult
3.
advantage.
Oh, wait,
Which is
he
gonna be-
actually got a pick over on Leon himself.
Oh,
Cap
this is
able to
bad
ult. Now they're dropping over and trying to give some space. Now, Black Viper's already been able to go ahead and secure the point. They've killed another without even using Insong Inferno, trying to trade back and forth onto Angela. Angela trying to build as much percentage as possible for their team, but now it's already more than half for Menace. They weren't actually able to hold the point for long enough, and now Black Viper needs to go ahead and use some of those ults that they were saving from before just to walk in yet again. Rocking Eric trying to go ahead and build it. Leon himself goes ahead and copies the Gambit, trying to give the Royal Flourish to his entire team so they can go ahead and walk on in. Hex going up with the Exxon Inferno and nukes 2. And being able to get both of the DPS and without their ults being used. Rocking Eric still desperately trying to go ahead and give himself that ult. Looking to give his team, but 2 have already fallen. 5Q trying to build space for his team as well. Menace doing a great job of keeping down the enemy team. Black Viper not really having many angles to go ahead and touch. We're actually having to find 2 ults just to go ahead and do so. But Bio Machinima able to go and find 2. Walker another. Oh. Walker was able to go ahead and stop 4 of them from touching. Huge ults on back end. Psylocke on Psylocke violence. Unfortunately, now Black Viper has wrestled this back. They have 40% on the clock. Overtime hasn't been proc though.
I think Black Viper, they tend to give up too much space for no reason. Like, see, they're already walking backwards, giving a lot of space when they still have the advantage.
Bucky trying to go ahead and get something cracked and Impact down on 1. They've already lost their Psylocke. Oh, Bio Machinima looking for another ult. Hadn't done so, but I don't believe there was a pick involved. Walker having died. Now swaps over to Strange, trying to TP back. Gambit has died. Lincoln looking to not get picked himself, but very low. Bio Machinima has fallen, as well as Rocking Eric. Andrew, Lincoln again. Now, finally falls as Magneto on the enemy side has done the same. Phoenix being traded. Cap ulting to try to buy some time and deal some ultimate charge for his team. We're at 86, 88, 90. Trying to go ahead and overtime for either end. This is the closest one as possible. Gambit ulting over on Menace's side. We almost have Ocom with another ult as well. Rocking Eric retaliates. Leon himself also ults. Okama has got picked. And Song Inferno goes up. 99 to 99. Oh, it's 99 to 98. I'm sorry. As it go back and forth, 2 on point for either end. They're desperately trying to do it. Cap jumping around Plasma. Value point. And Black Viper is able to go ahead and get game 1.
Okam dying the moment he got his ult was really the end of this. It's unfortunate.
Now, it's a matter of going to the drawing board and giving them some time to build up a different answer to what Black Viper has been doing. They did have a rather close game, but it might have just been using their ults in specific fights. Bio Machinima was able to go ahead and get a bunch of damage in. Walker was doing the same. As you can see that they have very similar in final hits and even in damage, but unfortunately it was just a matter of like what kills gave them leeway to the actual point and gave them percentage at the end of the day. Let's see.
I think the next game is gonna be, you know, Eddie wants to win, right?
Absolutely.
This one was so close, so.
Yeah, I think it's very much up there. I think Black Viper can easily go ahead and lock it down for another game, but just to say that Menace can go ahead and do so the same. It seems like both teams definitely have the skill needed to go ahead and win these games. It's just a matter of what fights are more valuable, and you know, at the end of the day, there's only going to be one victor.
Yeah, always one.
Yeah.
One has to lose, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's always how it's got to be. So we're going to see if Menace can go ahead and continue to be menacing towards Black Viper, or if Black Viper can just lock it down and get that clean 2-0. Let's see.
I really hope we're going to game 3.
Me too. Absolutely. There's no better thing to see than just pure good Marvel Rivals. that being said, there were some key differences in the DPS as far as like some of them were playing. Andrew Lincoln really sitting on that Bucky, Hex wanting to go back and forth with their Ensong Inferno combination along with the Meteor M combo they were trying to go ahead and do. Though it just wasn't enough, especially towards the end there. Noting that, yes, either team was really, quite even. Just looking over at the stats, but it's just about the end of the day playing for the win, right? And maybe it was just the strategic no ban that really gave Black Viper that victory.
It's the aura, you know.
Yeah.
The mental pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, there's going to be an argument to be said there. If you don't really ban or don't pick anything, what information are you really giving to the enemy, right? And you can maybe
this is something I used to do a lot, right? When I was drafting as a coach, on MSC ban, right? Because you're also banning and saving for the enemy team, technically. Very often I found that the second save was really unnecessary, right? Like the team. My team, they were very flexible, and every time I was like, just ban whatever, I don't care, like, don't ban. Because you're not giving any info if you don't ban or if you don't save, right? So I'll save whatever. It became a bit of an inside joke at some point. Save whatever.
Yep. And honestly, it can be said that might frankly change. It's interesting to note, but that's such a huge difference, especially for like competitive versus like solo queue. The huge difference, especially with the amount of characters that you're being added into the game. It's interesting to know if that does change, whether it's in the competitive scene or in solo queue at all. As we get more and more heroes, are we going to get more and more bans? Are we going to get added saves into the competitive scene, or even in just solo queue in general? Honestly, I'd like to see saves in solo queue. That'd be awesome. But
I think that's not happening.
I think that'd be awesome. Just saying, come on. Listen, there's always going to be that one guy on your team that's a one trick, okay? There is always going to be that one guy, okay? So, listen, just give us one save, because otherwise it's unplayable. I'm looking at you, Day.
What I hope for is that they change the MSC ban format to that of Ignite. Because I think the Ignite ban format is a lot more interesting.
Absolutely. I agree with you, and I'm really excited to go ahead and see the competitive circuit being unfolded by NetEase hopefully soon. We'll see.
Hopefully soon. I've been waiting.
I'll actually, for those of you that are willing to go ahead and feed into my theory here, I actually think that they're going to do it at the New Year's drop. That's why they did the Times Square thing. They're going to want everyone to kind of be in there, and then they're going to debut whatever information they want to do on that big screen. That's my theory. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I'm really waiting for you.
Listen, I'm there.
I need to know. I need to know.
Absolutely.
I'm out of a job right now.
I
need to find work.
I understand, as right now we're trying to get in the most competitive games as possible, especially for our MRL. Now, as we note, we have our third game coming up soon. We have Crystal Grove and Crimson Eclipse. Now, this third game is going to be a doozy. As we noted, it was quite even on this last game as well, right on after. But, guys, Crimson Eclipse looking for that first victory. Crystal Grove looking for their second. Menace and Viper looking, quite close as well. So these whole games are just a doozy.
Yeah,
Even
this has been really cool to watch so far.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think I picked your brain a little bit on the last game, but also about the picks that were kind of coming into fruition. Of course, Magic is something that you noted that you wanted to go ahead and see. Is there anything other than the DPS that you want a little bit of change? Is there somebody that you think that is super underrated at the moment?
I would think Thor, always.
Thor, really?
Always.
Interesting. Okay.
I think he's like one of the most broken picks in the game right now, because he keeps getting buffed all the time, and still no one's played him. No one's playing Thor. I don't know. It's like people are allergic to playing the Tender God. Really.
Yeah.
Really strong pick. I encourage people to just try and see how it goes.
Okay.
So I would be really excited to see the Tender picked in those games.
Now, is this something that you typically like to go ahead and you want to see him standard, or do you want to only go ahead and see him with the Angela team up?
Even by himself, I think is really strong. I think he's a character that you can build your team around.
Okay.
And I think it's something that he needs, and people are not, wanting to do that, and that's why he feels weak. Because you're not building for Thor. Thor is a carry tank kind of pick, right? And you need to enable him, and to do so, you need to have other characters that can support him, really. But a lot of teams, don't realize that, so they just think, yeah, Thor doesn't do anything, right?
Sure. It's a bit hard to encapsulate, especially when you have a character that gives you like a aura, right? His field, being able to stop the dashes or the grounding of certain characters, right? Like, of course, Angela, other dashing characters and whatnot. But of course, he does a bunch of damage, as you know, and his ult is honestly quite good, especially if you can angle it, really well.
Yeah, his ult has become really reliable now.
Yeah.
It was absolutely useless. Back in season 0, it was just I'm ulting and I'm dead kind of situation. But it got buffed over and over. Like every season, Thor is getting buffed to the point that the pick is really strong and still not played.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just overshadowed by Angela, overshadowed by Cap. But he has that niche of dealing damage for a tank.
Interesting. I mean, it's... So I guess the thing that I would go ahead and put out there as an opinion when it comes to Thor in general, especially when we have all these tanks that are kind of a bit more utility heavy and aren't necessarily... like shield tanks, right? They're not the Strange, they're not the quote-unquote Cap, I guess, and the Magneto. But it's important to note that Wolverine got buffed, right? He actually does a good amount of damage, especially when you're playing in a meta right now where everybody has a bunch of HP. I wonder if anyone is really going to go back to the melee DPS, other than Daredevil, that we did see. So...
I think Wolverine is really worth it right now, as you've said. But Wolverine has this one issue of being very abusable by the enemy team. It's like if you can deal with Wolverine, then it becomes irrelevant, right? So it's always a bit risky to pick Volvi, really. And he has long cooldowns. That's also very abusable.
Just double checking to make sure that we are all set, and we should be getting into our next round now. Seems like, as we noted, it was quite a close game, so we're still getting into it. It's still just as close, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the next one, honestly.
Whoa, back and forth. Maybe we've got that Mr. Fantastic pick finally.
Oh, that's not gonna happen. I'm not getting baited the second time, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not buying it now.
Right. Well, we'll see. There is quite a few combinations actually with that character that I'm looking for someone to do. I won't mention it because I don't want to see it myself in game. But hey, listen, there is some spiciness that you can definitely do with Mr. Fantastic. I
know. I know very well.
The slot.
I haven't waited the recent buffs to experiment with Mr. Fantastic, right?
Yeah. Yep. It's okay, guys. He's bad.
He's very bad. Don't let them know.
Yep. I mean, I've always been in this position anyway. I was the first person, at least for a while, that I would really say that Angela was really good. Everyone thought that Angela was terrible. And she like did no damage. What is this character doing? Flying, inting, like not just trading her life.
Yo, she is flying and inting, like, no problem.
But it's like, oh wait, she's so annoying. Oh, she's just like
she is very
tankier, like Wolverine. Oh, she can cancel a bajillion ults. Oh, she can keep me off the point.
She has actually good damage. She actually has good damage.
Yeah, like. So it's just interesting to know. I think that is something that I purely love about Marvel Rivals, is the idea that we can go ahead and just have such a flexible game. You're not really locked into the character that you decide to choose for that round, and in fact you can go ahead and copying over on strategies as we're going right into our next round. I'm sorry, it's a replay. Apologies.
That's highlights.
Jeez, I got baited myself, guys. I was like, wait a second, hold up.
We have some issues.
It's all right, no problem. As we do go ahead and remember to see that time where Koga was able to go ahead and get as many resets as possible for arrows onto Millennium. That was quite a series, unfortunately, as Millennium could not go ahead and get a point, but arrows was able to go ahead and show their dominance. Alrighty. So it does seem like we are getting ready over for our next match as we're getting down that front code. I am going ahead and looking over from the perspective of Red Luna, as we can kind of note the huge play that Mata was able to go ahead and do by giving that Meteor M over into the sky. It really was just a matter of differences between two different mag players. It's also able to note that one of them did start on mag. Initially, there's quite a bit of swaps over on Millennium side as they were finding the perfect moments for them to go ahead and push arrows in, but unfortunately, it just did not come together. And we're looking forward to this next match to be just as close, if not closer. Still waiting on for that.
I would assume that the next game is going to be just as close as the first one.
I'm really wanting to go ahead and see some sort of changes, as I kind of said, like a little bit of extra spice. It's really hard to encapsulate as someone who's never played a competitive game or in a competitive setting, but it's completely different when you're playing comp versus solo queue. The combinations that you're more reliable to go ahead and secure, the coordination you're allowed to go ahead and have, and just ultimately the ability for them to go ahead and move on forward. It is quite surprising that they're able to go ahead and do so.
Yeah.
So effectively, especially when they have so many new players in the game. Yeah. And by new players, I mean like new heroes, not new to Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, if you need me to swap, no problem. No fucking problem at all. You know, I'm mostly here, you know. Unfortunately, then they now have a huge ulti disadvantage, right? So it may be hard to keep that point to the end.
Now ends on Inferno, and the butterfly is able to go up as Bio Machinima finds 3 in the back line. They're able to go ahead and retaliate. They're able to go ahead and retaliate 2, but not enough for them, as it seems Menace is able to go ahead and secure the point. They need to go ahead and look for Portal. Walker swaps. portaling, but gets canceled by the Hex. Right click. Phoenix able to go ahead and retaliate with their own Gambit ult and copy. Plasma looking for some sort of pick, but is very low as he does have Heaven's Retribution. We're going up with the Kraken Impact and is able to go ahead and find one. We're going to go ahead and use it again onto the Loki clones. Able to go ahead and get a reset, immediately continually doing so. And round for his team. They've been up already 1. So there's no real pressure unless they are able to go ahead and keep this. As you'll notice, we're at 40%. Psylocke over into the background. Bio Machinima able to go ahead and ult, but his entire team falls as well. Doesn't seem to have gone off or missed. They are able to go ahead and pick onto Andrew Lincoln to have fallen over on Viper. They're desperately trying to go ahead and get this point over for themselves as it continues going and procs overtime. Leon himself having ulti, and they're able to go ahead and hit Meteor M on Gambit. Magneto, I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but is able to go ahead and get some Meteor M and actually falls. Oh, that's completely unfortunate. I believe he was trying to go ahead and get that second support ulti, but wasn't able to go ahead and do so. So that means that they have swapped on in for Black Viper. They need someone to go ahead and touch for Menace to secure it, and they do. Down the stairs, Plasma looking to go ahead and dive the backline as Cap does. Trying to go ahead and force the flanker out of Psylocke. Now, we almost get a pick over on Loki, and in fact do. They've killed 2 over on Black Viper. Both supports and Magneto falls. Andrew Lincoln trying to go ahead and save his life. Because with the help of the Angela, they're going again, trying to trade ults. Bio Machinima ain't able to go ahead and find anything as Phoenix does fall off. Meteor and missed on both sides. Oof. As they're trying to go ahead and walk to the point. Black Viper looking to give his team, but 2 have already fallen. 5Q trying to build space for his team as well. Menace doing a great job of keeping down the enemy team. Black Viper not really having many angles to go ahead and touch. We're actually having to find 2 ults just to go ahead and do so. But Bio Machinima Okama has got picked. And Song Inferno goes up. 99 to 99. Oh, it's 99-98, I'm sorry, as it go back and forth, 2 on point for either end. They're desperately trying to do it. Cap jumping around Plasma, batting point. And portals, looking for an aggressive sleep. Agony cannot find it. We're copying over on the Loki as well. Karmic Revival, over and up. Nesman looking for that key ulti as he dives onto the backline and gets everyone with Karmic Revival. Oh my god, and the Kraken Impact again and again. Forced to pay attention to the enemy Groot. Tree on tree violence. Ravenloft. Able to go ahead and proc the lamp and actually stops them from touching. Wow, and they're able to go ahead and secure a free first point for Arrow. True. Groot Moon Knight combo on either side at this moment. I think they're trying to look for the best ways to go ahead and build up ultimates. That's something that they did have trouble with on this side. Ravenloft looking over for a flank as he's poking. He is close to Legendary. Actually goes again and gets a pick over on Wastaken. Continues.
You can't just walk like that, fly up.
Now they're trying to go ahead and hold it, but Teabag is picked as well. They have not been able to coordinate their ults significantly. They've only been able to go and get pick after pick, but not being able to go ahead and capture the point. As it
right now, they really want to charge ultimates and keep up the advantage.
They almost have the same amount of ults on either side. Millennium actually has a few more. They need to go ahead and be a bit more aggressive. They look for Agamotto and Meteor M. Meteor M actually uses it! Go ahead and use. They're trying to go ahead and trade back. Ravenloft goes up in the air and is able to go ahead and get one on Teabags. Looking to go ahead and get another on the enemy Gambits. As they're glowing on up. Arrows able to go ahead and hold down their point as Star-Lord is able to go ahead and get picked himself.
Feels a bit one-sided.
Again,
the draft is just...
Koga is able to go ahead and dash into the backline, able to go ahead and get his ult, letting the devil out. Ravenloft able to secure 2 off of this Nesman as well, completely wiping Millennium. They're needing desperately to go ahead and find an amp into the air, and does smack down. I believe it was defended by Angela. Angela looking for Heaven's Retribution, And Ravenloft is able to go ahead and trade, getting Jabbo. Goes up with his ult, but is picked immediately by Nesman. Falls down with Heaven's Retribution. Picks 2. Able to go ahead and find on net. Able to do so, saving the game and making sure to lock it right here. Ooh, wait. Wasn't able to do it in time? How did that work? We should be able to go ahead and cancel.
The thing is, even if you displace Strange, as long as you're not, stunning him, it doesn't cancel.
Does not have ult. Wants to get that copy so they can trade something for their team. Angela getting Gambit ulti, keeping Magneto off of the point. Able to go ahead and help Koga to get those kills instantly onto the backline. One after another. The cut of the butterfly is going over into the backline. Doesn't find exactly one, but almost picks the Magneto. Black Viper looking to hold the point and still match with Menace. As we get a copy of the Royal Flush from Loki. Slime looking to go ahead and give Menace that breathing room that they need. At the moment, Black Viper looking to have their position stamped right here on this first map. Lincoln looking to go ahead and on the back line, actually gets the first pick over on Phoenix, finds another with his team onto the enemy Gambit, goes Kraken Impact, has 1, 2, can he get a third?
Unfortunately, then they now have a huge ulti disadvantage, right? It may be hard to keep that point to the end.
Now, Ensong Inferno and the Butterfly is able to go up as Bio Machinima finds 3 in the backline. They're able to go ahead and retaliate. They're able to go ahead and retaliate 2, but not enough for them as it seems Menace is able to go ahead and secure the point. They need to go ahead and look for Portal. Walker swaps portaling, but gets canceled by the Hex. Right click. Phoenix able to go ahead and retaliate with their own Gambit ult and copy. Plasma looking for some sort of pick, but is very low as he does have Heaven's Retribution. We're going up with the Kraken Impact and is able to go ahead and find one. We're going to go ahead and use it again onto the Loki clones. Able to go ahead and get a reset, immediately continually doing so. And round for his team. They've been up already 1. So there's no real pressure unless they are able to go ahead and keep this. As you'll notice, we're at 40%. Psylocke over into the background. Bio Machinima able to go ahead and ult, but his entire team falls as well. Doesn't seem to have gone off or missed. They are able to go ahead and pick onto Andrew Lincoln to have fallen over on Viper. They're desperately trying to go ahead and get this point over for themselves as it continues going and procs overtime. Leon himself having ulti, and they're able to go ahead and hit Meteor M on Gambit. Magneto, I'm not sure if that was on purpose or not, but is able to go ahead and get some Meteor M and actually falls. Oh, that's completely unfortunate. I believe he was trying to go ahead and get that second support ulti, but wasn't able to go ahead and do so. So that means that they have swapped on in for Black Viper. They need someone to go ahead and touch for Menace to secure it, and they do. Down the stairs, Plasma looking to go ahead and dive the backline as Cap does. Trying to go ahead and force the flanker out of Psylocke. Now, we almost get a pick over on Loki, and in fact do. They've killed 2 over on Black Viper, both supports and Magneto falls. Andrew Lincoln trying to go ahead and save his life. Because with the help of the Angela, they're going again, trying to trade ults. Bio Machinima ain't able to go ahead and find anything as Phoenix does fall off. Meteor and missed on both sides. Oof. As they're trying to go ahead and walk to the point. Black Viper looking to give his team, but 2 have already fallen. 5Q trying to build space for his team as well. Menace doing a great job of keeping down the enemy team. Black Viper not really having many angles to go ahead and touch. We're actually having to find 2 ults just to go ahead and do so. But Bio Machinima Okama has got picked. And Zong Inferno goes up. 99 to 99. Oh, it's 99 to 98, I'm sorry. As it go back and forth, 2 on point for either end. They're desperately trying to do it. Cap jumping around Plasma. Value point. And portals. Looking for an aggressive sleep. Agony cannot find it. We're copying over on the low. And we're back for the MRL with our next game happening shortly as we're waiting on for our next round. I am joined with Mao Mao. It is, of course, me, Nightmare, ready over for our games. Now, Mao Mao, what are you excited for today to go ahead and say?
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm pretty excited for, if you guys haven't caught the announcements yet, Blazing Bloom is confirmed for the playoffs. I know we're covering D1 today, but if you guys have been with me so far, you guys might know my little bias towards Blazing Bloom, especially with how much they've shown me their Penny Angela gameplay. You know, I'm just in love with it. But for today's matches, though, in D1, I am pretty excited to get into the rest of the series between Black Viper and Menace. It's a close one, isn't it?
Yeah, so we actually just had one of the closest matches today. Black Viper versus Menace was quite something to go ahead and watch. It's interesting to note they're actually going ahead and banning the Angela and Gambit on either end and defending the Daredevil and Invis.
Yeah, pretty, I guess, for as far as what we do know from each of these teams, pretty standard stuff on the side of Menace and Black Viper. I mean, Menace has been known to really, I wouldn't say they have necessarily like consistent all 5 picks every time, but again, just in the general shape of what they do like to keep and ban. Yeah, they do like their dives. They do not like the healers, clearly today at least, but yeah, again, very, I guess, up to par for them. But on the side of Black Viper, they will take out that Psylocke. I don't know about today. I don't know about today, Nightmare. But what can you say about the Psylocke bans today? That's usually a normal thing going on.
Absolutely. It is something that we've kind of been seeing back and forth. Actually, Bio Machinima was actually able to get quite a few really good ults, especially with the Gambit combination. But it's actually super important to note, guys, that this is game 3. We saw Black Viper versus Menace's first round, where Black Viper did take it. Unfortunately, we could not see the second game. It did bug out for us, but Menace was able to go ahead and clutch that second round victory. So that's what we're going right here into round number 3.
Yeah, so really interestingly enough, it's going to be all 3 healers just gone on the side of Menace. Yeah, no. What are your thoughts on that much? I always think that going for one role is it's a little too much freedom for the other 2 roles, but also at the same time you're really restricting the strategists right now. I mean, yeah, no, Nightmare, what do you think about that?
It's honestly interesting that you note this, because yes, they banned a lot of supports, but what they didn't ban was Gambit, which changes the meta quite a bit. Honestly, it opens up the floor for people like Leon himself on the Loki, right? The Loki copy on the Gambit is quite common, able to go ahead and give you a bit more of aggression.
Nightmare, if I may stop you really quick, the first ban on Menace's side was Gambit. Just to let you know.
I missed it.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. I know we don't get everything 100%. You're all good, man. Just wanted to let you know before you went on that, because you were making good points. If they did not ban Gambit, you're so right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually missed that first one. My apologies, guys. But they did go ahead and have actually a triple support, triple tank lineup. Black Viper is looking to go ahead and play goats here as they are trying to hold Menace off from really getting anything going.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting spawn hold here, as what we are normally seeing throughout this season especially is a lot of that Penny. Penny's so strong right now, but Penny's just not going to make an appearance. It's going to be by way of Captain America, who's getting just shredded right now. Hannibal really just get out of there. And then Rocking Eric and Leon himself also just struggling in the back right now. But again, back to the tanks, you have Emma, you have Magneto, and you have Captain America. You have a lot of just well shored up damage in Emma and Magneto, but with Captain America, again, there is that annoyance that just overall, like, hey, we can just spawn hold you here because you're not going to be able to hit me. So by all means, we're just there. It's up to Menace right here to really try to break through, and as I say that, they happen to do so with Bazzi taking one and then Crash finishing another on Black Viper. Black Viper now on the back foot, 0 healers on the board right now. Andrew Lincoln goes down as well. Black Viper 1 by 1. That's going to be a decent push for Menace right here as it's on Black Viper to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can kind of see, actually, every ult is being lined up for Menace. They didn't really have to use much to go ahead and walk out on this spawn hold from Black Viper. They do have the one-shot combination with the damage boost potential that they can go ahead and give onto the Venom. And, of course, he has the anti-heal. They actually force Portal quite early on as Hannibal tries to go ahead and touch the cart, jumping over onto Mag, who also gets choked and immediately forcing the ulti from Mantis. They're going back and forth, and Mantis on the enemy side of is also retaliating. We have Meteor M, Eternal Bond, and Legendary as Biomachina goes up, trying to go ahead and force out Lamps. Every team is just ult dumping, trying to go ahead and get this first point to stop, as we have the Eye of Agamotto hitting one, trying to go ahead and get Daredevil, who gets bubbled immediately as well. Loki looks to go ahead and get the copy on the invisible boundary, trying to go ahead and save his team for Black Viper. Desperately, they're trying to go ahead and secure this point as Menace has used up a decent amount of time, but still wants to go ahead and get that first point. Cap able to go ahead and get onto the backline as Hannibal is now half HP, looking for his team, trying to go ahead and make sure that they waste as much time as possible, seeing as they've already had to go ahead and use the portal. Andrew Lincoln having go ahead and swapped and actually gives himself portal for his team, trying to go ahead and force the issue. Now a minute and 20 as they try to go and secure this. They have actually go ahead and swapped onto Punisher for Biomachinima, as they have lost yet another. They have Storm as well to go ahead and give that classic team up, but he falls trying to go ahead and give that final push.
Amazing soul resurgence on the side of Menace right there. Naz 20 pulling that out, and by all means not really going to convert into a total take right here, but again, it was enough to elongate that fight. Now we're just watching Menace just slowly just again pull back just a little bit. They're trying to cut their losses, because right here, as you can see, they do want, there it is, Eternal Bond right next to a Meteor M. That's gonna get blocked actually by Rocking Eric's Invisible Woman shield, and Psionic Seduction goes out for Black Viper. Psionic Seduction not gonna convert too much. Eye of Agamotto comes up right next, and so many ults right now. That's gonna be an Invisible Boundary as well on the side of Black Viper, and that's going to be enough for them to wipe Menace right there. Really good stuff from Black Viper. Menace, again, as I said before, they were trying to save everybody and get into the next push, but Black Viper just ready for it, wiping them.
Absolutely, and we have Venom actually going ahead and touch, trying to go ahead and spark that overtime. Does have ult to let him buy as much time as possible, looking to go ahead and do so. They do mitigate some of this as they heal themselves with the Invisible Woman ult. A Crash trying to go ahead and look to get his ulti going as well. They've already forced Lamps, looking to do so now, trying to go ahead and secure this point for Menace as he does so on top of the Invisible Woman, able to go ahead and get that pick, and 3 soon fall as Hannibal and Emma soon follow. Walker trying to go ahead and walk back to the base, unfortunately does so in a casket as everyone falls for Black Viper, and eventually giving the point over to Menace.
Good ult right there by Crash to start that entire debacle for Black Viper. I mean, as you said, as you called, they did force out the Lamps pretty early, which really just led to a very easy just Omega Hurricane from Crash to take out, I believe that was Rocking Eric on the IW. And then just from there on, Menace really just coming together as a team overall and just pushing that point. And as we see right here, they're trying to make their way across the corner. I really think it's interesting on this map, whenever you get to this point, you're either already set up on this little turn around the broken building, and as I say that, Hannibal's going to find one on Menace. They are going to maybe come to a halt right here as the Invisible Boundary is about to come down. There is a Psionic Seduction that is going to go up, and it's much further into Menace's backline, but it's not going to convert into too much, as Menace was ready for that. They take out 3 on the side of Black Viper, but a Kraken Impact is going to go out for Andrew Lincoln, who's not going to hit anybody again. Bazzi going to take that nice little shield and just deny him him a kill right there. And Biomachinima just going crazy right now. Finally getting 2 more kills, and then Menace just backing up even further. Or my fault, Black Viper backing up even further as Menace keeps marching this down. Invisible Boundary goes up. Leon himself, excellent Invisible Boundary. So then the Meteor M, but then the Meteor M, in order to try to counter that, is not going to hit. But Leon himself was outside the Invisible Boundary, is going to get taken out. There goes the cancel, and Andrew Lincoln also down. Rocking Eric also down. Black Viper 1 by 1 each time. This wasn't a wipe. This was more just a real trickle that Menace was playing really well.
Yep. And Menace was able to go ahead and continuously stagger Black Viper one at a time, able to go ahead and actually get quite a bit of space, honestly, on the second point, and able to just win one fight over it and eventually just go ahead and secure it. Now with under 2 minutes left on the clock, Black Viper looking to go ahead and defend it. Walker with Ensong Inferno, Hannibal alt with Meteor M looking to go ahead and do that double combo. Ensong Inferno, it goes up and actually finds one on Crash, looking to go ahead and be sneaky on the Daredevil. Still trying to go ahead and build as much time reduction as possible. Biomachinima looking for that flank. Mr. ZDX trying to hold it down with the Emma, and in fact they go ahead and find Walker up on the side. Invisible Boundary go ahead and force Meteor M up as well, trying to go ahead and stop any of Biomachinima's flank. Crash looking and lets the devil out as he tries to go ahead and dive the backline. Kraken Impact is surely available for them on Andrew Lincoln. Andrew Lincoln holding it, looking for an opportunity to go ahead and try to build some time for his team. 50 seconds left on the clock as Crash still was not able to go ahead and do so and find the backline as he goes on to Rocking Eric along with Plasma's ult and able to go ahead and find 3 in the back. Andrew Lincoln still has Kraken Impact and unfortunately hits the top of it and isn't able to go ahead and touch the cart. Menace able to go ahead and secure it with 35 seconds left.
35 seconds and a full push. That is a good position for Menace to be in right now. This is definitely something that can go into overtime for either team. But by all means, again, Menace knows exactly where they got to stop them, and it's at any point before that third point.
Yup, and it does seem we're going to go ahead and need just a bit of a workaround. They did commit to that GOAT style for quite a bit, even when they portaled back with the Strange. So I wonder if they're going to go ahead and try just a bit more of an aggressive attempt at this. Obviously, they're not playing offense at the moment, but I do think that this just frame of mind will be better for Black Viper's side. Menace looking to go ahead and pretty much stay to the same idea as Black Viper, but in fact they're incorporating the penny, as you did note before, so they are actually going to go ahead do some different.
Oh, that's actually going to be a very quick swap over to Groot, I believe, right? So I mean, either way, you're still getting a very big area that can be covered, and just a lot of damage that can go out if you're just not paying attention within those team fights. Same can be said about Penny as well. So by all means, you know, you just replace the abilities a tiny bit, but again, overall effect is going to still be there for AoE, and again, just catching people off guard with those walls. But that is also to be said to be true for the side of Menace, as they have to go against Hannibal's Groot right now. But Biomachina, right, just saying whatever, man, just gonna take 2 out by himself, or just gonna finish 2 out right there for the side of Menace. And Black Viper just gonna stumble their way out of this spawn currently. Trez is trying to find a way to not get instantly killed by Biomachina, and Biomachina is right there. Biomachina, my apologies, but I was probably saying Machinima the entire time, but Biomachina just finding these kills, going crazy, and finding the damage. A lot of good stuff from this GOATS comp, especially again the changes from the DPS over to now tank and healer, and then they're really just holding it down right now, not only for their team but just against Black Viper, who's struggling right now, honestly, not really being able to do too much beyond getting picked off one by one, just coming out of the spot.
Interesting to note that they're actually running triple DPS now to try to go ahead and break this hold. They're desperate to go ahead and give those buffs over to the Bucky. I say that as he goes into
Oh
cart.
my god.
He Kraken impact that immediately is matched with an opposing Groot ult to the face. His entire team immediately grabbed as well and wiped. Black Viper actually gets 5 down.
My goodness. That was looking like it was going to be a very spicy little Kraken impact. I believe we saw the reset there, which could have led to a lot more, but by God, Bazzy, great fucking ult right there just to say no. Forget everything that you were thinking about. Kraken impact don't matter. Kraken, more and more, I don't know what the opposite of an impact is. Kraken deflect. That's pretty much what happened there. But regardless, Bazzy, excellent counter right there. And again, Black Viper still struggling to break the spawn hold right now. And again, Bazzy with the walls. They do have the Storm out there to maybe try and mess with the fact that they don't have a dedicated hit scan DPS, but by all means, Walker's with the final judgment though. That's going to take one out, and this could turn into something huge right here, but there's just so much healing going on the side of Menace. Nobody else is going to go down besides Crash, who was just caught out for a second, and there's a Strangling Prison right next to an Omega Hurricane, and by God, Black Viper finally found it. They found exactly the kills they needed right here, and that's going to be a wipe on Menace, as it's just going to be a Crash actually trying to TP back onto the point right here, or just right outside of it, looking around that ambulance truck right there, and then the rest of Menace is going to hop right back out. Right now, there's going to be 2 on the point. They are getting their healing, and it's going to be a little war of attrition for Menace versus Black Viper right now, as Black Viper does lose the Punisher in Walkers, but then Biomachina again finding the right picks at the right time, and I just want to take note of this. For some reason, I've noticed so far in the spawn hold, every time that Biomachina has found a final hit, it is the right final hit on the right person that just for some reason forces Black Viper to back up in whatever situation they're in. But as I say that, my apologies to Black Viper. I didn't mean to get y'all riled up, because they're going in as hard as they can right now. Walker's finishing off that Ensong Inferno hit over there. But that Ensong Inferno hit is going to be very short-lived, as Black Viper falls one by one. Leon himself, and now rocking Eric
they're
down
not able to touch
as well. My God, huge hold from Menace.
Oof. Yes, and honestly, they really tried there to go ahead and break it. They even had the Jeff NATO option. They went triple DPS. They tried to go ahead and get resets with Bucky. They tried to go ahead and give a damage boost over to Punisher. It was just not working every time that they were trying to go ahead and move on forward. Emma was really doing a great job of marking the enemy Storm, making it so that she would always have to go back into the base. Honestly, the defense from Biomachina, as you did point out, was great with their placement of the Loki. Able to go ahead and actually give a lot of supporting damage to their team as well. Of course, able to damage boost himself, right, with the team up that he does get with Mantis, and Mantis themselves giving damage boost to the rest of the team. On top of that, they just did not have enough momentum to kind of continue to stay on the cart, and that at the end of the day is just gives us what we have here with Menace losing the game. Black Viper being able to go ahead and secure it.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate for Black Viper there. As you were mentioning, they just tried so many things, and none of them really worked. Or at least, and if they worked, it was maybe just one fight or part of a fight, but overall, just the war, again, a war of attrition just goes to Menace. They were holding it down really well, and then the excellent, mind you, there was a really excellent just comeback from the entire team through the Strange port, which really just threw a wrench into the momentum that Black Viper tried to get with the combos of ults there with, I believe it was Omega Hurricane, Strangling Prison, etc., right? So they used so many things there, and then they got ported on, and then, you know, Menace was able to just play that out without ults for a second, and then, you know, there she wrote.
Yep. It does seem like we're actually going to go ahead and finally get that replay code for the second match to kind of see how Menace was able to go ahead and get that second victory on over and build us the ability to get to that game 3, that crazy game. So let's go on, see how they do it.
Oh, just hopping straight into ban keeps a selection right now.
Yep,
and yeah, it's gonna be first ban Gambit again on the side of Menace. So maybe that's what was a precursor to the final round right there, where they again banned out Gambit just to start out.
Yep, and they did go ahead and continue doing those same bans across each of the maps. Interesting to note that Black Viper was actually defending their the pick for group over and over again, trying to go ahead and get those big strangling prisons, as we did see. And honestly, there was quite a few in this whole series, so I couldn't see how that would have been the case. They actually go ahead and ban the Jeff, maybe assuming that the Jeff NATO was going to be such a big issue, or even just, again, as I noted before, the Angela ult, how it's often very commonly met with the Jeff ult on top of it.
I will say, was the 3 support ban a thing in the first game as well for Menace? It seems to be their plan of attack almost.
I want to say it was not, or at least it was not the set of bans. I'm trying to quite remember, but I do not believe so. Though this is a strat, and at the moment it seemed like it did go ahead and work. We're going to looking at Leon himself, actually blocking in that triple support comp, possibly.
Just a couple flashes, you know. Maybe we're getting a little bamboozled, but as everyone locks in, it looks like there isn't going to be triple support. We are going to get a Groot on the side of Black Viper. The Angela is interesting to me. Maybe my mindset's a little skewed now because of how I've seen Angel played into a Penny. But by all means, it's going to be a swap over to Emma, which makes a lot more sense actually in terms of just holding up this first point right here.
Oh, and it's honestly, I think this is our first Rocket game. We're about to actually go ahead and see it. He does have Red Speak, and Rocking Eric is able to go ahead and secure that over. Bazzi onto our Captain America, trying to go ahead and build space for Menace, walking on over to the point. Ooh, did someone just get hooked? It does seem so, but able to go ahead and get out as Walker. I'm sorry, not Walker. Bio was able to go ahead and wash out. Andrew already at 30% on the Bucky, as Plasma tries to go ahead and get an opening for Menace, pulling them on forward, looking for that kidnap to try to give them the first point. Slime in the first spot.
Yeah, just trying to take positions right now on on the side of Menace. Black Viper seems to have their spots, but actually Walker steps out a little too far, and Biomachina says no. Go back to your spot, and Biomachina, that was the start of the roll right there. They're going to find another final hit right there, and Slime doing everything they can to support the oncoming onslaught of attacks from their own team, and that's going to be it for Menace on Black Viper. They are going to just take the point cleanly, I'm pretty sure, right here. There's almost no way for them to come back unless this port is going to be it, and they do all come in through all at once, and that's going to be 0 kills on the side of Menace. Now they have a couple bodies back onto the point, and it's just 1 tick away. They just need one person to step off for 1 second right now, and Biomachina gonna get a double right there with through the Dance of the Butterflies and a dash, and there's going to be Rocking Eric in the back just being a little rat, quite literally, but it's not gonna be enough as the chase down from Biomachina is gonna be right there, and the rest of Menace says, "I'ma also see you too." Black Viper fallen and finally gonna give up that the convoy.
Nope. Menace actually has 3 ults on this push still. only had to use half of their team's ults trying to get that first point. Viper sitting on nothing while they try to go ahead and build up the Angela ulti, build himself some sort of momentum. Actually able to go ahead and land the freeze over on Leon himself as they try to find some engagement. Hannibal looking to just go ahead and back and forth, trying to build some sort of support ult for his team, make sure to get eyes on him. Biomachinima looking into the back line, purposely just trying to go ahead and do the same as Plasma is able to go ahead and knock off Hannibal off the map, and then Mr. ZDX also falls. 2 have fallen now, 3, 4. Black Viper really just falling apart here as Menace is trying to go ahead and get that second point with under 4 minutes on the clock, and now 5 just to go ahead and lock down third.
I haven't said this about Menace yet, but I'm starting to maybe realize that these guys are a little bit of a late starters because by all means it was a close game 1 apparently, but from what I've seen from game 3 and so far in this game 2, Menace just figured out Black Viper, figured something out in Black Viper to where any resistance they meet, almost next team fight Menace responds, or they already have the response ready before they need a next team fight. And as I say that, Biomachina gonna put the dance of the butterflies, but that dance, nobody's gonna return the invite, and he's just gonna find nobody so far. And there goes a little copy of the CYA, I believe. Yes, that CYA is gonna go up. Rocking Eric gonna pull back up Mr. ZDX through the BRB. Walker's getting 2 through the Dance of the Butterflies, and Hannibal finishing off a third right there. Bazzi is going to, however, take out Andrew Lincoln, but that's not going to be too much on the side of Menace in terms of momentum. They are slowly falling one by one. The survivors and stragglers slowly just backing off, and my goodness, Bazzi, I don't know what that was, whether that was on purpose or not, but that was definitely a reset of sorts into that pit.
Absolutely. They still only really... They have 3 minutes and left on the clock. They have plenty of time. They are just trying to go ahead and find a way in as they've been piecing apart Black Viper. Black Viper is looking to go ahead and use their Psionic Seduction onto the back line, able to go ahead and use Hannibal's ult as well as the Freedom Charge into the back, trying to build some space for their team. Menace actually has 1 fall. Bucky unable to go ahead and meet his best friend in the front line. Biomachinima trying to go ahead and find an angle as well. Interesting to note that they continuously are finding those angles versus the enemy silo because they have Flake, but die right there with their ult up. Andrew Lincoln looking to go ahead and try to build space for his team. With 3 minutes left on the clock, he still has Kraken Impact looking for a sort of reset, but unfortunately does not have it. They're just waiting back and forth here, really trying to play around the hole on the right side, giving Angela the moment that she needs. Able to go and use Heaven's Retribution into the backline, using Kraken Impact as well, landing on so many, and then dropping the Cutterfly as well. Everyone falling on Black Viper as they drop every ult on Menace's side. Slime desperately trying to go ahead and use the Fate of Both Worlds up to go ahead and defend his team. They've gotten so much space.
Yeah, no, it was almost looking like a decent hold there for Black Viper. Honestly, it was a pretty good hold. They were fighting on that staircase for a little bit, but Menace finally breaking through. As we see a Fate of Both Worlds on the side of Black Viper go out, it's not going to save Andrew Lincoln, unfortunately. But there is also no ults up currently going up online. Hannibal's the closest one currently. And that's not... Oh, I take that back. There is going to be... They are undefeatable, Menace, right now. As they are going to probably win this team fight right here through the side of that Mantis ult. So the Soul Resurgence going to give them a little bit of a buff and all the healing that they need. So much pressure, so much damage. Menace only needing 1 ult. And that's going to be it for them, 3-0. And again, similar to how, and almost foreshadowing, if you will, they are up 3-0. Again, only needing to just stop them at any point before that 3rd point.
Oh, they even have a nice little bank of time as well, having a minute 35 left on the clock. So there's not so much pressure. They can just go ahead and just play to their heart's content and really just try to run down that clock as best as possible. The pressure really being over on Black Viper here. They're looking to go ahead and try to find some sort of answer as they're looking over at their comp. We're noticing pretty much similar drafts to just last round. They've not really changed much as Mr. ZDX actually goes back onto the Angela. No group gameplay this time. We're going to go ahead and just try to play for the pressure and the damage amplification that we can go ahead and get from Rocking Eric and really build that space on over to kind of give them the point versus Metis. We'll see.
Yeah, no, it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, again, they do have the damage boost from Rocking Eric, but I believe Black Viper did give up their... that was Rocking Eric on the... I'm sorry, my short-term memory loss is showing right now. That was Rocking Eric on the Rocket before in the round prior, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, yeah, they do not lose too much again in terms of that damage boost because they did. CYA was really, again, the main source of that, but now they do have Rocking Eric. And then I do believe Mantis's own DPS output is definitely greater than Rocket, so that might help shore up on the damage right there. And as we're seeing right now, though, to that effect, Black Viper was pushing Menace off, but Menace finding the picks they need right there. That's going to be two. That's Andrew Lincoln and Walker's. Both of their DPSs are now down. Black Viper now on the back foot. Mr. ZDX down first. Hannibal getting whittled down. That shield is looking very dangerous, but it's going to be Leon himself going down instead. And Hannibal just probably walking towards the spawn right now as Andrew Lincoln tries to apply that pressure to push back this Menace team who's trying to choke them back into their spawn.
Menace sitting on almost every ult as they go ahead and use the two DPS ultis with Ensong Inferno and the Fly of the Butterfly, but we do have the CYA on top with Ocam trying to go ahead and give the buff to his team. We have Slime as well trying to go ahead and get a copy, it seems, but as he's trying to be as aggressive as possible. We have a retaliation from Black Viper as they try to go ahead and walk in with their own ultis, trying to go ahead and find a pick. In fact, they find 5 on Menace, and Kraken Impact to go ahead and use, but I believe misses. Now, they do have the opportunity to go ahead and secure the point, and they do with 4.5 minutes left.
I will question Andrew Lincoln's usage of the Kraken Impact there. I don't think it was necessary to finish out that fight. They definitely could use 4 ults going into this next fight. That would give them the slight edge up on the ult economy at the least. Just looking at the numbers, right? You would rather have 4 ults over 3. And again, you do have so many just damaging ults on that side that were currently up. If you had a Kraken Impact to finish it all off and help it get its reset, it definitely would be just a better situation than, again, just not really converting too much. But as I say that, Menace, my goodness, Plasma just all the way in there, starting everything as the Angela. Usually, you just see the Angela switch into... I'm saying, again, my fault. I'm saying this as a common player, not a comp player, but you usually see the Angela just go in there with the axes and die, but Plasma, not like any other Angela out there, just starting the fights right now. And as I say that again, just putting the pokes and putting the annoyance on them, but gonna get whittled down, actually. No, none of the healers on Menace were able to, or on Black Viper were able to, or I apologize, yeah, on Menace were able to get to Plasma, and Black Viper is actually gonna go down one by one. That is gonna be the catalyst for this team fight, and Menace is actually gonna come away with the Elim difference right here and send a lot of Black Viper just running back to their spawn right now. Case in point, Hannibal finding their way right in front for the healers.
We do have Bio looking for great flanks over on the right side of the spawn for Black Viper. They're having a really hard time walking on in. I say that as they go ahead and drop Walker's Butterfly and the Venom ulti as well on top and actually secure 5 with the combination. Bio Machinima trying to go and build his ult up, try to build some time for his team as well. They still have plenty to kind of walk on over as they're trying to go ahead and guide Ratatasker up the hill. Rocking Eric sitting patiently with their ult. We have both of the defensive ults for Black Viper. They're desperately trying to go ahead and secure this. They go ahead and pop ults as we have the Eternal Bond used as well from Okam. Trying to go ahead and make sure they lock down this point. 2 minutes surely going to go ahead and go down just a smidge on this clock. Now, a Bio Machinima looking for that pick over on the side as he dashes up into the air. Go ahead and force the Luna's Fate of Both Worlds. And now they have a beautiful opportunity to be a bit more aggressive. Andrew Lincoln really trying to build something for his team, but unfortunately is having to get pushed back from the opposing ult. Meteor M looking to go ahead and move over and is actually hits Okam right before they touch the ground and between the Magneto shield. That was crazy good snipe. They have a minute left on the clock, minute and a half, as Andrew Lincoln does get picked again, and so does Hannibal. They're looking to go ahead and need a beautiful combination to kind of walk on forward, but this builds plenty of time for Heaven's Retribution to go ahead and use in retaliation. Menace really putting the work in onto Black Viper.
Menace with a really good stop right there. Black Viper is still holding on to 2 ults. Andrew Lincoln honestly holding on to that ult from the previous fight. It felt like they were just holding on for the right moment for all of Menace to burn their defensive ults in order to just get the free Kraken hits, or Kraken impact hits. But that's not going to really come into fruition as Andrew Lincoln does get taken out pretty early into that last team fight. And again, they are just holding on to these now 2 ults. It was supposed to be 3, but Hannibal switches over to that Strange right now. And that Strange putting up as much shields as possible. Leon himself trying to find some cover, but it's not going to be enough as Bio Machina finds the flank and right on the top of him finds the kill. There is a copy from the side of Menace, and it is going to be Eternal Bond. That is going to give them enough support and enough healing to just be aggressive and finish off the rest of Black Viper right there. Walkers finding Plasma just sitting in front of their spawn. And that's going to be a very quick one. I'm a little confused.
They're able to go ahead and touch barely. They have the Eye of Agamotto. Hannibal looking to go ahead and build something for his team here. Able to go ahead and ulti in the backline. He actually hits one, I believe. Walker able to go ahead and trade onto Slime to have fallen for Menace as there's no one else able to go ahead and touch, and as you said, it does end very quickly.
1, 2, 3.
Unfortunately,
now,
just could not get their footing in this game.
Is Plasma in chat by chance? Can we ask what was going on there in front of the spawn? Just kind of held right click and did nothing else. But I mean, by all means, good job on the rest of Menace to help shore up and then still stop the rest of it. If that was a delay tech or whatnot, by all means.
The Angela was waiting to cancel the TP.
Oh, yeah, no, by all means, yeah, no, delay tech that just didn't come out. So. Completely fair. They did get caught out, so good on Black Viper for finding that, but it just wasn't enough for the final fight. And that is going to be the second game of the Black Viper versus Menace set right there. If you did miss game 3, Menace did take the set. And that last game was just a little review, not a preview, of how Menace really took the overall set.
You're right. And we're actually going ahead and prepare ourselves for the third game. We actually have Crystal Grove versus Crimson. Now, this is going to be just as tight, I would like to think, as the Black Viper and Menace game, just in a different retrospect. These two teams are on the lower end of the leaderboard, but that does not mean that these games were not close at all between each of them. Crimson Eclipse really looking for that first solid victory. They want to go ahead and get a map win and really convert it over to an entire win. And then Crystal Grove just really looking to go ahead and, build up their own lead, especially across the team above them, which I did miss, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Millennium, I believe. Now, we do see our teams here.
Oh, I apologize. You can keep going, Nightmare.
So the thing is that we do notice on either team, these are their favorite heroes. We do have Zur, Nintendo, PC, Cams, Skell, and Short. Though PC's hero of Black Panther is really underplayed at the moment, especially with so many healings, triple support comms, so many different ways to go ahead and give utility for their team. So I'm curious to know if they actually have picked up any of the current melee DPS that are really looking to devastate the game.
Yeah, no. I mean, by all means, if these hero profiles are definitely updated, by all means, yeah. No, I'm interested to see what they will take into this new meta, so on and so forth. But as far as I do know from Crystal Grove, as you were saying, none of the games on the bottom half of this leaderboard, they may have lost a lot of games, but none of them are ever close. They do have, each team has enough to win. And by all means, all it takes is just 1 or 2, 3, 4 good fights, and that's all it is. But moving on to Crimson Eclipse really quick, I will mention Butu, Ungodly Pria, Silenty, Shalevro, Karambo, and Kamalek are going to be running for them. And again, if you guys have been following this league for a little bit, you might know Shalevro's name. They do love the Kraken impact, and they do make a lot of plays with it. So that is someone to look out for. Again, these games are really close. It just comes down to 1 or 2 fights. On the side of Crimson Eclipse, if Shalevro can really pop off and be the sole final hitter, or just the soul of their engage, they will possibly find their win right here. But that is to be seen.
Yep, as we're loading on into our first game between Crystal Grove and Crimson Eclipse. Let's go ahead into the draft phase. As we kind of go ahead and note, they do ban the Hela, pretty standard. They don't want to go ahead and deal with the team up. You know, that with Namor, it's pretty annoying, especially if you're going to go ahead and play any dive, which we did see one of these players go ahead and really hover on earlier with on PC, who's actually hovering Phoenix now. Desperate to go ahead and have a different DPS. Unfortunately, it's not melee though. We do have Invis Woman ban, which we did see quite a bit of. I wonder if they're going to do the similar strategy we just saw last game and banning 3 supports.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting if we see a lot of teams banning 3 supports out. By all means, that is the sign of the times, but also, you know, it's just change. It's just change, and even as a caster, you know, it's a little weird to see change in real time.
Absolutely, and we actually do see the defense for Shalevro's Bucky. Important to know that this is open for both teams. So Shalevro just says, hey, I've got a better Bucky. I'm gonna show you right here this game. Phoenix ban as well for PC. Oof.
So maybe we might not see. Well, we've seen this before with 1 tank and 2 DPS bans, but maybe we might not see the full support ban here on the side of Crimson Eclipse. They might go full 3 DPSs. Maybe just try to keep the pokers off of Shalevro, it looks like so far.
Ooh, so they're banning Venom as well. He is a S tier off tank, right? Since that change to go ahead and give him the anti-heal benefit. They actually go ahead and save the Gambit, so we will be seeing some Gambit gameplay today. I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and ban Mag, because I mean, he's the #1 tank. He does get a free team up with Gambit. Honestly, does a huge amount of damage themselves. I don't know if you really want to be going in and deal with it either, especially when you're going to be bubbling the enemy Angela, right? So then she's a lot less punishable. But they save Emma in retaliation towards the Angela. We're going to see what their ban is. I really expect the Mag, personally.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I expect that much too. As you said, free team up, so much damage. I mean, even if they are forced off of the Gambit for whatever reason, even though they kept it, you know, so much. There's just so much going on for him, util wise and damage pressure wise as well. That again, just really good tank. I feel like In general, though, Mag is just one of those tanks, just one of those characters in this game, much like Bucky almost, where it's really hard to make them like truly bad.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with the change that you're able to go ahead and give him, just the 2 shields alone makes him
Oh yeah,
insane.
huge.
Super huge change. Before you had to forego your own defense to save a teammate or vice versa, and now you don't need to.
Yeah, it makes resource management all that much easier.
Yep. As we're looking over both teams, we're actually seeing an Adam Warlock, so they're looking to go ahead and do some triple strategist karmic revival shenanigans over on Crystal Grove, while they actually have silent on the
30 seconds
Wolverine.
before you attack. Get ready.
So honestly, this is quite interesting. We've not seen Wolverine yet. It honestly is a really strong pick right now. It's obviously been buffed in the patch, but incredibly good into Angela. So good. Very hard for her to kind of drop you. You can follow her pretty easily. She very much loves being out in the open and not being able to get CC'd.
3,
So this is going to be a match for the ages.
all you need to do is count.
By all means, yeah, no, I agree with the Wolf pick. However, it is pretty interesting that the Phoenix does get banned out, because I do think that lifesteal on the Wolf from the team up is just so strong. And it just allows for that much more pressure. But by all means, yeah, no, just a huge tank shredder, as we know him as even beginners know him as, you know, the tank shredder. So hopefully going to be the answer to the Angela here, as you said.
Yep, Silent really looking trying to go around the pick. Misses the first grab as they're trying to be really aggressive onto the Angela. Has actually forced their passive on Silent. They're playing for the point. They are going back and forth on an Emma and Emma violence, as we do have one eventually fall. 2 have fallen now for Crystal Grove on PC. Oh, eventually 3, as Loki does fall as well. Crimson Eclipse, I apologize, is able to go ahead and lock down the first point, 6%. Ooh, Shalevro, nice pick over, and gets a really cheeky one. Almost has ult for Kraken Impact. Really leaning on this pick for themselves, wanting to make sure that they get that first win for Crimson Eclipse. We do have Mr. RSV really trying to get a good flank angle with their ult, right? Really trying to bait people over to hit them as they try to go ahead and find a better angle on their backline. You'll notice Azur really looking for a kidnap potential for their team, building an opportunity for them to be up front. Ooh, as we get somebody kidnapped forward, we have Scalos actually giving ult. Oh, Kraken Impact hits 1, 2. Oh, doesn't get the other reset as well, but we have I Am Legendary on PCS trying to go ahead and buy some time for his team to do the actual point. Unfortunately, hasn't had a chance to go ahead and lock it down yet. Still 55% for Crimson. We have both Emmas looking at each other while we have Psionic Seduction really being used, but unfortunately hits no one. Still, plenty of time has been put onto the clock. Percentage 67% for Crimson Eclipse as they do finally lose it.
Yeah, gonna be really good ult, by the way, from Crimson Eclipse. Ults, if you will, from Crimson Eclipse. As Shalevro was looking to make a big splash right there with the Kraken Impact, but just immediately taken out after the first pick. That is going to be a huge momentum stopper for Crimson Eclipse, at least for that team fight. And there is going to be a Raging Royal Flush that comes out yet again from Lane Crystal Grove. And it's going to be a lot of damage coming out right now. Zera, Nintendo, PC Sacred, everybody eating right now. And that's going to be 3, 4 for Crystal Grove on Crimson Eclipse.
So they've actually used 3 ults here to go ahead and buy some time. But it's important to note we're going to have plenty more ults on Crimson Eclipse, and soon they're going to have the TP potential as well. They currently only really have 50%. They're actually looking for it. They're going to go and take it right now, try to find a better angle. We have the Strangling Prison up and looking for that perfect juicy ulti for their team. Actually, huge wall, allowing them to go ahead and kidnap onto the Emma. But she does get raised back up as we get a huge jump in. Strangling Prison onto 3, but only really gets the Loki. We do have the Mantis ult in retaliation as well. Going back and forth, 73%. We have PC going to go up with I Am Legendary soon. Right here with the Gambit ult as the Raging Royal Flush does buff them as they try to go ahead and get not 1, 2, 3 back and forth with their ults. Able to go ahead and use their right click to go ahead and get those free reloads. Really just doing the damage for their team. Crystal Grove been able to go ahead and fight tooth and nail for this point, and honestly, it seems like secure it as they're trying to go ahead and get the portal with Shalevro, who has to forego his DPS now for this swap. They're trying to go again and get their team on over, but even Silent is asleep in the corner very silently. Now, as we do have Skeleros trying to go ahead and give his team some health, hold this point. Only one left on it. 2, Strange in the back, trying to go and buy some time for Crimson Eclipse. They're getting hard pushed in, and unfortunately for them, lose it. Crystal Grove able to go ahead and clutch up point 1.
Excellent stuff from Crystal Grove right there. Crimson Eclipse putting up the fight, but as soon as they lost that point, Crystal Grove just dominated, holding on to it for the rest of the round right there.
Yep, it seems like that was a bit of a miscommunication, I would like to think. A lot of us were just trying to swap out what was happening in the team, I would like to say, when it comes as far as Crimson Eclipse was going. I did like that they tried to port and tried a different avenue. I want them to just walk a bit differently than through main. We do have a Hulk switch, which is quite interesting. Honestly, I think a bit bad into the 2 tanks for Crystal Grove, but maybe the changes on their shield is enough.
Haven't seen a whole lot of Hulk play, at least myself, so far casting throughout this league. But the Hulk play we have seen throughout this league, you know, they know how to maximize their movement. They know how to do their... basically just know how to play Hulk way better than I could ever think about it. And, you know, I'm just really excited to see a little bit of... Well, my apologies. That Hulk was just a flash, and I just noticed it too, right? Oh, man, that was a bait. I was excited for a second there, but Crystal Grove is going to pop off, actually, very quickly into this fight, walking up the hill, and then just taking out Crimson Eclipse one by one. And that's going to be Alexa Sanchez on the side right there.
And that's honestly
just falling down.
That's honestly the benefit, right, of running not only triple support but also running Loki Gambit. You're able to go ahead and push the initiative onto the enemy multiple times in a row. You even have a bit of healing on it, right? But you're not only buffing yourself, you're buffing everyone. Even just the jumps alone are misrepresented, I would like to think. So just the aggression they're able to go ahead and secure buys them 25% just using the Loki ult. They still have Gambit now to go ahead and use it in succession. Camille is trying to go ahead and buy some time for his team while they go ahead and use Silent ult, Omega Hurricane in the back, and they're able to go ahead and get one. They're going to use another as I Am Legendary almost gets hit with Meteor M in the face, but is able to go ahead and dodge it quite well. Does get Psionic Seduction. Back and forth, each team is losing member after member. War is all they see as they try to go ahead and get the point back, and Crimson Eclipse shows life.
My goodness, amazing stuff from Crimson Eclipse. Gotta mention, both teams practically use all their ults right there, or all ults stored right there. Crystal Grove is going to come back with a Soul Resurgence that might be able to turn the tide for them, but Karambo right now, as PC Sacred comes down, Karambo is coming up on that fate of both worlds, and so that does mean that Crimson Eclipse and Lane Crystal Grove do both have a do not die button currently. But, you know, I mean, as we're seeing right here, they're just grouping right back up. And they're going to take the port, actually. This is going to be a very quick hit right now from Crystal Grove. They are coming from the side Nintendo, trying to apply that pressure right on the point, just trying to do whatever they can to be annoying and, again, build up that little beam that is going to be charging up right now. As it is, there it is. Karambo pulls out the fate of both worlds, switching a little bit but mainly healing right now, flashing the damage from time to time, and it's not going to really convert into too much. There is going to be 2, 3, there it is, all 4, 5 actually. So many from Crimson Eclipse, and all of Crimson Eclipse actually gonna fall right there in that team fight. Crystal Grove gonna walk away with it. The Soul Resurgence, just enough to, I guess, to start that fight. Crimson Eclipse probably thinking they were free to just use this Fate of Both Worlds right after, but it is going to be the death of them, quite literally.
Oh, as they try to find a better avenue in, they do have quite a few ults. Camille looking to go ahead and start that up again with the way that they won it the first time, trying to cleanse it for his team. Does cleanse the Angela ulti, actually gives the buff to the Omega Hurricane, who's trying to build something up in the backline. Is able to go ahead and find 3 as Shaleva finds another. Crimson Eclipse is able to go ahead and wipe Crystal Grove one by one as they try to go ahead and get the point back. They have 70%. It's only one fight for either team. They can take the TP, they can go ahead and port, but right now it is purely about ults. We have Skeleros with the Raging Royal Flush waiting for his team to go ahead and walk on in. We don't have any support ults on Crimson Eclipse as they're looking to go ahead and take the port and ult. Oh, Skeleros holding it, and he ultis. Raging Royal Flush looking to go ahead and get it. Psionic Seduction onto the supports.
Oh, that's
they're able to
huge.
get one TP's out. Able to go ahead and trickle them out of the actual point, forcing the enemy team to scatter and actually retake. Crystal Grove have 90% and are looking at I Am Legendary to go ahead and scan out anyone else that might try to go ahead and touch the point. Is there even enough for the TP? I think not. And it's over.
Oh, that
Crystal Grove gets worst point.
Yeah, no missed Angela TP cancels here. It's just going to be a really unfortunate running out of time right there for Crimson Eclipse. Crystal Grove taking that one in a rather close one, but if you look at the scoreboard, it just looks decisive, but it wasn't. Honestly, the fight's just going all the way to the end there. Crimson Eclipse putting up the fight, but Crystal Grove just finding exactly what they needed whenever they had the point. And especially on that last retake, my goodness. What a push from only 5 of them down there, and then they're still going to take that point. Excellent showing.
Absolutely. Honestly, I'm quite ecstatic to kind of see such good gameplay from them. They're doing a really good job here. The important thing to note, it was triple support versus double, but it was just a matter of like what they were using. They were obviously communicating when it came to when they were kind of going ahead and engaging, using the Loki copy right away to go ahead and make sure that they got a cheeky 25%er, forcing the enemy to have to go and use their own ults just to walk in. And then, yes, when they do lose it, they've already gotten 44% or so. So you've used your ults now to kind of combat us. By the time that we come back to you and we use only a couple, well, now, no matter how much you've gained, I'm going to be able to get it back. And just because they had a small advantage, they're able to go ahead and leak it out. Now, I want to go ahead and just note that we are going right into the next one right now. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. This is going to be Crimson Eclipse's map pick. If I am not messing up the league rules again, it is loser's pick, right? So Crimson Eclipse is going to choose this, and it's going to be Midtown Convoy. We see a lot of Midtown, honestly, in comp play in general. So, you know, we're usually going to be expecting at least some form of the spawn hold, but it's just going to be a question as to what Crystal Grove wants to do to hold them in there. But it looks like PC Sacred is actually hovering that Daredevil, but who knows what that's going to be after these picks and bans. Yep,
we do have PC Sacred, as you said, and also silently looking at the Daredevil. I would love to go ahead and see some Daredevil play. I'm wondering what we're going to go ahead and defend. I expect them to maybe defend the Daredevil since they went ahead and banned the Psylocke. We do have the save on Angela, which honestly is quite common at this point with the Prime Invis being banned as well. So nothing too crazy. And as I said that, there is a Daredevil save, so we would definitely will be seeing it from both ends, I'm imagining. It's going to be an exciting one, for sure. We're going to see who is the real cook in Hell's Kitchen.
If I am Crystal Grove, I'm looking at what this next ban is, and probably still picking, please take Shalevro out on this next ban. That's just me.
Was able to get a lot. But
that's just me, but by all means, yeah, Shalevro was in a lot of positions to get some scary multi-kills, and honestly did get a lot of picks themselves, but again, if Shalevro is allowed to pop, that could mean a dub right there for Crimson Eclipse, but it's not going to be a ban against him. It's going to be a ban on that Venom, as you said, S tier off tank, as you mentioned before, S tier off tank and anti-heal and just so much damage to put out and just so much annoyance and mobility as well. Honestly, it's like the Angela, but just a different flavor of mobility and annoyance. I will say they did skew which mobility tanks they can use right now. You are only looking at, I believe it's Angela and Captain America that are running around like that now.
Honestly, so we do have Crimson Eclipse do save that Shalevro's Bucky. I'm almost curious, what if they just didn't save that and actually force the enemy to last ban Shalevro's Bucky? I mean, I'm assuming they have another character that they would love to play. We do even have the Daredevil open now. I'm not sure if they do play that. But they end up going ahead and ban the Loki. They don't want to have to deal with another triple support comp.
Yeah, by all means, I don't blame them. That Loki was giving them trouble. The versatility on the copy of the ults was just so prevalent. The amount of Raging Royal Flushes that would just come out because, I believe that was on the side of Crimson Eclipse too, where it was just a bunch of Raging Royal Flushes just from the Loki into the Gambit. But again, Crimson Eclipse not running that triple support. They would rather not see a bunch of copies of the other two supports on the side of Crystal Grove. Really good stuff. But Hela being the final pick right here for Crystal Grove is interesting. They I guess they just don't care about the dive, really, or they just want to also prevent Crimson Eclipse from stopping their dive. Again, huge poke champ, as well as just able to just, if you can aim, you could just stop any diver. You just got to hit them.
Yo, absolutely. And of course, you can think of like the Namor team up also giving a huge AoE anti-heal, assuming that they were going to go ahead and do that. Just because they go ahead and save Daredevil doesn't mean that they're going to run Daredevil, which is a different kind of bait in itself. You can kind of use the whole mind game there. But Crimson Eclipse is really looking to have a bit of a interesting comp. They're looking at a Jeff NATO combination along with the group Moon Knight to really try to give them that push forward with a damage boost in two different ways with the Storm and the Mantis. And we do have the tried and true Emma, while Crystal Grove is looking for a bit more an offensive / mid-rangey group. We're having the Daredevil and the Bucky looking to go ahead and flank on PC. Looking to try to jump on PC Sacred with the Luna, but unfortunately he does get frozen, isn't able to go ahead and time the reflect. Karambo holds that dive quite well, and now they're able to go ahead and turn the corner pretty easily as Wind's Faith goes ahead and finds Silence over in the corner. They're able to go ahead and push the cart a good distance, but they do get kidnapped with the Angela onto the Groot. Crimson Eclipse already down one Vanguard as they're trying to go ahead and push up forward, but Daredevil making sure that it is a very difficult task for the supports to look anywhere else but in their face. PC Sacred making sure that they back up.
Yeah, PC Sacred applying some excellent pressure right now. You first think about the idea of divers on defense, and you might immediately just shrug it off as well. Maybe pick somebody that can actually shore up and play defense. But again, he's just taking up space, finding the right angles, and just being so annoying to the backline of Crimson Eclipse. And case in point, that's going to be the Captain America going down, because by all means, there's PC Sacred in the back annoying both of the healers, and so many ults right now. That's the CYA right into Psionic Seduction, but the CYA, it's going to go down. So, and there's going to actually be Wind's Faith who pulls out the Kraken Impact. It doesn't look like it's going to connect onto anything or convert. And Shalevro's actually going to, oh my goodness, what a hook right there. Just from, it seemed like only a pixel looking back onto Shalevro from our point of view, and he finds it, but the fate of both worlds is going to go out on both sides, and the fate of both worlds is actually hanging in the balance right now as Crimson Eclipse is finding the kills that they need to tip the scales.
And silently looking to be a little bit loud in the backline, screaming to all lungs that he's letting the devil out right onto the unfortunate Rigby, who does get a bit pushed there. It is a bit easier for them to go ahead and push up now that they have this huge space. They do have the Freedom Charge kind of going over and helping the team on the cart, building their ults as well. Actually quite fast. We have Shalevro having Kraken Impact in just a moment, trying to go ahead and make sure that Crimson Eclipse holds. They do have 1 minute left on the clock, but they were able to go ahead and, correct me if I'm wrong, they touched. It's right there on the corner.
Oh my goodness, Kraken Impact 1-2. That's gonna
And
be
he gets
3.
a 3!
Is
And
it
that's
gonna happen
4.
one more time? That's 4. And that's
Again
5.
and again,
Oh
and able to
my
go ahead and
goodness,
secure
a
the
penta
point
for that
3.
man.
Wow, and you called it. They should have banned his Bucky.
Yeah, Shalevro, as I said, if you allow Shalevro to pop, he can make those huge Kraken impacts. By, again, Crimson Eclipse, Shalevro is a huge part of that engage. By no means is he hard carrying them, but again, you see his name so many times on that kill feed because he is so aware of who to attack first and what to do to try and get that highlight clip going for him. And by all means, that is, again, really good on Crimson Eclipse to just support it. Silent T barely making it out, or my fault, that's going to be BRB. That's why it looked like he barely made it up, but it was going to get taken out, and it looks like he's melting just so quickly again. Right now, Alexis Sanchez just sitting up front, trying to provide some of that blocking, and it's going to actually block a little bit of that Psionic Seduction. CYA does come out from the side of Kamalek on Crimson Eclipse, and there is a Strangling Prison just being waited on Alexis Sanchez, and there is a Fate of Both Worlds that's going to come out before that. No Strangling Prison as to just not waste that opportunity, but Alexis Sanchez is just going to go down very shortly after Shalevro, and Carambo also following suit.
They were able to go ahead and reconvert this little corner into a hold for themselves. Crystal Grove has swapped over of BC Sacred to the Punisher, kind of dealing with those Alexis Sanchez's walls just a bit better. Not only that, but they do get buffed pretty decently with the Rocket. As I say that, Short does get immediately picked. Oh, Skeleros immediately picked as well. And one after another, Crystal Grove, unfortunately, is just getting caught out with their pants down, while Silently is just screaming to all heavens in their backline. Skeleros looking to go ahead and TP, swapping, potentially, but it's told no, I believe. Does not want them to go and do it. Let's fight for the next point. They did not have time anyway to go ahead and TP, so it was a good call on them. 2:40 minutes left on the clock with 4 ults on Crimson Eclipse's side, really trying to go ahead and get any stragglers, and they do. They find 2 more on Crystal Grove, Zur and Short, just a little late on the return over to their base.
That's going to be huge for them. That's going to add a couple extra seconds and definitely some extra meters right there onto this push. But actually, it's going to be PC Sacred on the turret already, whittling down what they can, but going to get taken out of that turret. Turret just not being welcomed into this fight right now. And there's Mr. RSV actually just getting taken down right there by Skillicious and the rest of the crew. That was a huge takeout right now. That's going to be 1 shield down and just only that mere 600 health. What's it called? Emma shield gonna be in the way of the Final Judgment, as the Final Judgment does find somebody, but Silent T goes down right after. Crystal Grove holding this corner a decent amount. Strangling Prison goes out on the side of Crimson Eclipse, actually, and that's not gonna find anybody. If anything, that's just going to delay the inevitable. As Crimson Eclipse goes down, they're gonna have to lick their wounds and regroup.
They actually have also swapped over Wind's Faith to the Phoenix, who is making it really, really difficult for them to go ahead and walk up. Not only is all of their damage AoE, but also it's going to be able to go ahead and stun people like the Groot, trying to walk up to get those big ults, and able to go ahead and destroy those rocket ults, if at all possible. We almost have 6 ults on Crystal Grove, really looking to go ahead and hold this up, as we have Silent really looking for another opportunity. Seduction really happening, but only ever charming 1. Oh, almost 3 now. Close, but couldn't get it. Kraken Impact being turned on the other side, as we do have CYA, Fate of Both Worlds, and Punisher ult going off all at once in tandem, trying to go ahead and make sure to drop the entire team from Crimson Eclipse. And they do so with about 35 now seconds left on the clock. Have another CYA with Camille trying to go ahead and dash over and get a good spot for his team, but can't do so. 30 seconds and counting. Can they get to the cart soon? And look with their ults, they do have Camille and Silent MR with the Let the Devil Out, potentially going to go ahead and combo with his team. We don't have any support ults over on Crystal Grove side, so they have to be very, very defensive and position as best as possible. They're trying to go aggressive. Phoenix ult being used down, but they actually shoot the Phoenix ult before she can go ahead and touch the COI. So now they actually have plenty of damage boost. There's a waste in Wind's Faith ult. They're actually going to be as aggressive as they want to, and they're looking to do so. They actually go ahead and trade it over on Scalaro. They actually have a Groot as well down. They have back and forth. Emma's traded as well. They're able to touch the cart. Crimson Eclipse is inching forward, but they're matched with Short's ulti of the CYA. We do have the shotgun ult being swapped over, trying to go ahead and push the Magneto ult. Punisher really being in their faces. PC Sacred is giving everything he can to make sure that these team members can go ahead and hold the cart. Portals on through. Alexis Sanchez buying time for their team, making sure they touch. Overtime has been procced, plenty of it. And then they've got 2 players still going to be in a respawn. Silent looking to come back. He's got ult too. Does he make it through the portal before it goes away? I believe so. Yes, he does. Can he get his ult off? It's right here. Shalevro looking to go ahead and get I Am Legendary 2. Trading back and forth. Every ult defensive as possible, offensive as possible. Making sure that they can go ahead and buy their time. 1, 2, 3, 4. No one follows until finally Punisher does. Mint looking to hold the point. They have so little time left on the cart. Can someone touch? Zerb try to build as much time as possible. Almost has ult, but doesn't build it enough. Mint has Freedom Charge, holding it up for his team. Really trying to build them up as best as possible and make sure that they can go ahead and give a big shellacking to Crimson Eclipse, but Crimson Eclipse does not deter. And in fact, Alexis is able to go ahead and Eye of Agamotto, use it threatening as possible, helps the entire team push the enemies off the cart, and gets the 3rd point.
Current score is 0.
My goodness, what a fight. What a fight from Crystal Grove, honestly. They were holding on to that corner for quite some time. They did have a little bit of time left on the clock, and they did hold them as long as they could, but Crimson Eclipse coming away with the full push. That's going to be enough. And again, as I've been saying this entire time, when you got a full push, you know exactly where you got to stop them. And that's literally anywhere before there.
Yup. Honestly, they were having a really huge amount of momentum. I think that the swaps were okay from Crystal Grove, just a little bit too late. They gave up too much time on that second corner and really just had so much to go up against, holding off on that one turn, as you mentioned earlier. But now they're looking to kind of swap it over. PC Sacred back on the Daredevil. Really believes that this is it, that he can go ahead and pop off for his team in the succession with having the Flake, having the Res Beacon from Rocket. It's going to give him a lot of opportunities to jump into the backline. We do have, though, the GOATs in Retaliation, the triple strategist, triple tank lineup over for Crimson.
And we'd love to see that Groot. Again, a very, very, very strong spawn hold character that's going to just really hold it down for them on the side of Crimson Eclipse. And that's going to be Shalevro, actually. Again, I really love how versatile players are in this entire league. there's just so many people who can just switch to the goats at a moment's notice, and there's so many people that can switch over to the healer side of the goats at a moment's notice, and then or swap with some of their teammates. So by all means, you know, really interesting stuff, but I seem to have maybe cursed that Crimson Eclipse not really showing me a little too much of my praises that I'm singing right now, as PC Sacred literally runs them down as the Daredevil.
Now, this was quite interesting. It was unfortunate for Crystal Grove as they had their group picked immediately and then they were instantly down one, able to go ahead and be aggressed on. The real problem with the GOATS lineup is once you have someone fall, like, you can continuously go for it. And because they have triple heals, unless you've been fighting for some time now, you're not going to have some ults, but the other team will. And if you know, we do have Daredevil, who is a pretty fast DPS when it comes to going to get those hits in. We have him as well being a distraction for people like Phoenix, who are able to go ahead and freely pop fire from the top. So right now we have both offensive ults and even 2 tank ultis going on for Crystal Grove. They have plenty of time on the clock as they try to hold on this corner. Shalevro really trying to go ahead and build something for his team here as he's swapped on back. We do have PC Sacred, looks to go ahead and let the double out. Does get defensed against with everything that Adam can drop, but gets one shot by the Wind's Faith ult combination. Able to go ahead and hit 5, I believe, with that. Wow, it does not even get to use Karmic Revival. Gets to secure the point. They all have to go ahead and TP back, and they have 4.5 minutes left on the clock. They still have 2 ults. Almost 3.
Excellent. Oh my god. What a combo. PC Sacred, first of all, excellent stuff on Crystal Grove's healers to keep PC Sacred just up and about, to just stay in the ult and stay in that crowd of Crimson Eclipse, just Crimson Eclipse bodies that just was chunking them so hard, and then Wind's Faith finding the opportunity and the right time to get as many as possible with the Ensong Inferno. Amazing stuff, but Mr. RSV on this fight, though, going to start things off. BRB for Skillicious, though, so it's not going to really amount to too much right now, at least in the immediate turn of things. And there's Shalevro back on the Winter Soldier, going to pull out Kraken Impact, but it's just going to hit people that are in that Fate of Both Worlds. Wind's Faith finding Shalevro, and it's going to be Silent-T that's going to take the BRB, but Kamalek finding 2 right there. And there's actually Kamalek right now pushing on the side with that little Jeff beam and the Jeff spit. My goodness, what a good way to find some picks right there, especially with one of your DPS down.
Oh, they were actually able to lock it down. They were able to go ahead and re-secure the foothold, even though Shalevro did get picked. It was a great ult from Camille to go ahead and get 2 and almost 3 with that, in fact, off the edge there. Barely not able to go ahead and get the rocket as Wind's Faith trying to go ahead and build the momentum again with the Ensong Inferno. They can go ahead and combo with PC Secret as they did before. Looking to go ahead and do so as the entire enemy team on Crimson Eclipse is just too bunched up together. They're eating every single explosion as much as they want. Oh, but Alex Sanchez able to just walk up and find 3. Strangled Prison does not have a joke in the world, just able to go ahead and give them the bark to the face. Wow. 3 for 1 ult.
My god. Yeah, what a huge ult right there. The first wall was already set up, and then the second one just right after the Strangling Prison. So many vines just whipping around at them, just an immediate kill. I love the damage on Groot. There is some setup, and there is a little bit of skill and mind games you got to play to get it, and Alexis Sanchez showing us exactly what it takes to be making those plays again on him.
Absolutely, and we do have a trade back and forth, huge team fight as we're trying to go ahead and get both support ults. We do have Short's ult already down, Psionic Seduction as well. PC Sacred actually swapped over to Wolverine, trying to go ahead and find something, but they haven't gone yet. They got a huge kidnap, but Karmic's arrival is right there matching it. They've killed the Atom. They have a Meteor M going on up. They almost kill Mr. RSV, but instead forces the actual ult from Skeleros. we have a game in our hands, and we do have PC Sacred trying to go in back again. Has ult real soon, trying to go ahead and make sure that he can find it onto the group. Really's pushed him out of his zone, able to do so without getting the ult. Free pick over on them, and is able to go ahead and push. Crystal Grove has life in them as Crimson Eclipse is really trying to go ahead and touch. They have almost a minute left, and they find a pick. They're able to go ahead and TP, able to touch as well, but I think he just got kidnapped by the Wolverine and dies instantly. Another dead. Kirambo, I'm sorry, dies silently too. Alexis is trying to go ahead and build as much time as they can for their team to be wasted. 2 minutes, a little bit under, I'm sorry, is going to be soon. A little bit left on the clock. Wins Faith, able to clutch it for the team.
My goodness, my goodness. Crystal Grove finding the answers they need each and every team fight, honestly. And I do want to make a quick shout out to Wins Faith right now. Wins Faith, ever since the swap to the Phoenix, just so prominent in their in Crimson or in Crystal Grove's attack against Crimson Eclipse. Just both on defense from the swap. Again, the really good swaps for and again specifically Wins Faith. Wins Faith finding the first of my goodness, what an ult from PC Sacred. Oh my god, he heard me talking about Wins Faith and said don't forget about me too.
Oh man,
my god. Yeah, no, excellent swaps on both parts of the DPSs, honestly. So far, just so much damage and so much conversion, and the ults, my god, man, they're getting so much out of it almost every time they popped it off. This is just such a good attack right now by Crystal Grove, and again, a lot of it is due in part to these specific swaps from the last round. Psionic Seduction gonna try to pull one or two out, but it's not gonna amount to too much as Meteor M comes out from Zare and it's not gonna convert. But this is gonna look like it's gonna be Crystal Grove's fight right here, just pushing Crimson Eclipse back anyways, and that's gonna be it. That's 38 seconds left on the clock for them, and they do have just the slight advantage going into overtime.
Now they do have a little bit of time over Crimson Eclipse, but a minute and a half is still not an insane amount. It's definitely playable for either team here, and I'm curious if they're gonna go ahead and play for any type of cheese to kind of get them forward a little bit. As we can kind of see, Shalevro looking over at the Storm and Camille looking at the Jeff here, really debating Jeff NATO if they can go ahead and grab it early to go ahead and get that first point, especially since they have a little bit more time. But we'd love to see here as both teams have honestly been playing insanely well today. We do have Crimson Eclipse still fighting for that first victory, so can they get it here over Crystal Grove? I guess we'll go ahead and have to see, as we do have the Moon Knight as well on silent. He's forgone the Daredevil or anything of the sort. He's gone completely to try to play for the huge con shoes early, try to get people off the cart, potentially maybe stop a TP. We'll have to go ahead and see it. So many last hits. Wow.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, for Shalevro's side, swapping back to that Storm, which we did see a little bit of at the start of the defense, but then towards the end, we were seeing again more of that, a little bit of the Winter Soldier as well from Shalevro. So it's going to be interesting how Crimson Eclipse does make their changes, because again, as I've been saying, Crystal Grove's DPSs, just their switches have been way more effective so far and been pulling out at least definitely more comparable damage from before their own swap. And as I say that, my god, Crystal Grove, Zare, and Nintendo running them down with the help of Wins Faith. Wins Faith actually in the side right now, finding Silenty for an extra pick right there. And Crimson Eclipse still just staggered, and also just stumbling right out of this gate right now. Not getting too much, not too much consistent distance right now. And there's PC Sacred in the middle, gonna find a wall that's going to stop him right there. And that's the unmovable object meeting the unstoppable force. And the unstoppable force does actually get stopped, ironically enough. There is Ensong Infernal from Wynn's Faith right now, but Kamelec does have its Jeff ready at the moment. But that is also dependent on positioning. CYA comes out for Crystal Grove. Now there's an Ensong Inferno. Ensong Inferno is going to look for 1 or 2 or 3. There it is. It's Jeff on the other side, going to provide a little bit of healing. There is only going to be the Daredevil that gets eaten up, and it's going to be his own teammate. That's not going to really amount to too much. That's very unfortunate. Crimson Clips, 1 by 1 by 1, and they're only going to take it about 100 meters.
That being said, 100 meters is honestly not that bad. They only have a minute
for a minute
on the clock. That's honestly not that bad. They do need to go ahead and hold it down just a smidge. I think they need an answer clearly. This Wolverine has been a little bit of a problem, either through like just the damage or the displacement that he has. I wonder if they're going to try to do something else. Shalevro actually choosing the penny here, interestingly enough.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, we love to see a huge hold.
So they're looking to kind of do goats as well, but with a bit of a different twist here. Ooh,
yeah, no real quote-unquote main shield. By all means, you know, Emma does have her shield, and she does provide a decent amount of blockage and space with the shield that she does have. But I always look at it, it's only 600 health, man. It's only 600 health. Unless they did change it, I haven't looked at the numbers properly since. But it's a small shield compared to the other shields, basically, is what I'm saying. And to that point, yeah, no, they do not have, again, that main large shield that they are looking for to really hide behind, besides maybe Groot walls. But again, Groot walls can be taken down relatively quickly as well, compared to, let's say, a Strange or even Magneto shield, right? So yeah, it's a little bit of a different twist, but still a lot of the same, with a lot of just AoE and just area of effect damage, as well as just damage in general. Coming from the tanks and just non-DPSs, right? It's goats. There's no DPS. And as I say that, though, Shalevro is finding himself getting cornered in the side room right there by Zaire and company. Zaire finishing that off. Alexis Sanchez trying to just fight Zaire off right now, but Alexis Sanchez is running into mines and webs, and that's going to be the end of him. Wynn's Faith finding him. Scalicious and Zaire finding 2 more. PC Sacred Nintendo finding 2 more. And that's going to be Crimson Eclipse's wipe. They are looking for a TP right now because there is no other option. They only have about 20 more meters left to go. There it is, the TP from Shalevro. Shalevro walks on right through. There is going to be a lot of damage and pressure right now from both sides. It's no healing right now. There's Nintendo getting dangerously low, but finally the healers find them. PC Sacred now trying to get in there as Wynn's Faith tries to get the Ensong Inferno. Ensong Inferno does convert on 2. Wynn's Faith finding 3, actually. PC Sacred also helping out right there. That's going to be 4 for the Crimson Eclipse. And even though Silent T does come back up with the BRB, it's not going to change anything as Crystal Grove takes that round in overtime.
And Crystal Grove just was able to inch just a smidge more than Crimson Eclipse. They were able to go ahead and build just momentum throughout each of their pushes. Honestly, very strategic with a lot of their combinations of stuff. They're making sure that each of their DPS ults were happening at the same time, that they always had an ult to kind of defend themselves, even kiting back a bit when they had other ones to kind of deal with. So really, it's just a matter of team being able to go ahead and communicate just a little bit more than the other. Shalevro really trying for his team to go ahead and flex it out, playing both Bucky, you know, Groot at one point, I believe, even Penny.
The Penny
right?
at the very beginning right there.
Yeah. So really just trying their best to go ahead and, you know, win it out for them. Unfortunately, it just did not work out this time. There's going to be a potential for sure. So hopefully they are not deterred and they continue going at it yet again. But otherwise, I would like to say it has been a great cast. Thank you for meeting with me today in Mau Mau. And I thank you all for being here for today. This is my last game for the day. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Peace.
Thanks for being here, Nightmare. By all means. Oh, we're switching over to me by myself. But yeah, no, back again to Nightmare. Oh, am I off? Dan? Oh, I apologize. Yeah, no, sorry. So we're just going to switch over to me real quick, but huge shout out to Nightmare again for coming on to the cast. It's always a pleasure, honestly, as a caster myself, to be able to cast with so many other talents out there, and also just pick up and learn the game through them as well as through y'all, the rest of the league, right? So, really good stuff right there from Crystal Grove, Crimson Eclipse. Not the end just yet. This is the first day of the week. They do have, I believe, one more set in this league before that the little relegation is gonna hit. So by all means, to everybody at the bottom half, you know, it may be relegation now. The relegation chances may look high, but we do expect y'all to give that good fight in D2 next season if y'all will stick with us. We hope to see y'all come back up and promote right back up. We do have 2 more games coming up. I believe we have, or I apologize, we have one more game coming up. That's going to be Get Lost versus Apollo for the final one. And that's going to be a very interesting one as well. As Get Lost and Apollo, again, we have seen a couple games from both teams, and you know, I don't know how to really pick out a favorite team besides Blazing Bloom, but every team in this league is just so entertaining. But by all means, we're just waiting a little bit on a couple production side things. So please do bear with me. I apologize. I was just kind of thrown into this solo scene by myself pretty suddenly. So, I mean, hey man. Sorry. By all means, great games, right, guys? This is so weird. I don't have anyone to bounce off of. But yeah, no, great games, right, guys? I did not get to see Iridium versus, I believe that was Millennium, right? Iridium really dominating the league as well. One of the newcomers to really make a big splash so far, Menace and Iridium are up for the are confirmed into the playoffs currently, and I believe for the other side it's going to be, or the other side being Division 2, that's going to be, apologize, that's going to be Blazing Bloom and NSA Nova, which is going to be really interesting. Again, really strong teams all around. Even if you're in D2, you're a strong team. So it's like the way the promotion and relegation works. Lots of close games upcoming. Also, I appreciate y'all chat. I feel that too, right? I did get thrown a little into the deep end, but I mean, we're just chilling, man. We're just chilling. I mean, I'm just trying to talk a little bit about the narratives coming up into this playoffs. Again, Blazing Bloom, Nova, definitely going in. And of course, because you are in the playoffs for D2, that is definite promotion into D1. So it's going to be interesting to see how they slot into the D1, to the D1 standings for next season. And again, there's so many good teams out here right now. I don't know. And again, I have such a bias towards Blazing Bloom, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Iridium's so strong, especially on Convoy. Iridium, I mean, every time I've watched them and casted over them, their Convoy games are incredibly strong and or just dominated. So that's really interesting stuff. And welcome onto the stream, everybody. For my apologies, man. You wanna give us the pronunciation on the name?
Sorry, cut out for a second. Mapiano, my name is Max. I'm just gonna mute the stream so I can not hear myself twice. Apologies.
No, yeah,
hello,
the
thank you very
current
much for having
setup's a
me.
little speech jammery. I feel that.
It's all okay. Just needed to get some things sorted out. But it's lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. And you handled it well while we had the connection issues with me sorting things out. So good solo host.
By all means, man. Like I said, I was just trying to vamp as hard as I could. And for anyone who doesn't know the stage term vamping, it's just playing a bunch of chords on a freestyle with your band behind you as they are tuning up. I was just trying to vamp as hard as I could, man. So I got you. And by all means, welcome in, Max. Welcome to the cast, welcome to the stream. And we do have this final set going on for Get Lost versus Apollo.
Yes.
And
yeah, go ahead.
my apologies. I was just going to ask production out loud, actually. I don't usually ask this out loud, but are we taking a break into this? Or are we going to go straight in?
Wonderful.
Okay, production has informed us that we're just going straight in. So by all means, yeah, no, we looking at the rosters for Get Lost and Apollo. Get Lost currently throwing out into the wild Flitz, Malk 511, Monkey Collector, Error, Berlin, and Tact Wolf. And I keep saying, I feel like I say this quite a bit out here in this league. These teams are so deep. I feel like sometimes I don't recognize a name or two. It could be username changes, but I feel like I don't recognize a name or two every time I see a couple of these teams come up and Get Lost. I believe they also have some depth.
Yeah, you got to think with the way that especially the EU scene is at the moment, the level of quality throughout is so deep, and here is a team that I'm much more familiar with, I must say. Dark Awesome Waldo, Poke1, Mo, King, and Effort. I'd say most of people, if you're familiar with the rank system, you should know most of these guys. And I gotta say, not a roster that I would be expecting to see, but nonetheless an exciting one. And let's see what they can do.
No, yeah, pretty excited between these two teams. I believe both of these teams are, I was going to say they are sitting towards the middle of that standings board right now. And really, if anything, it might come down to this. No, those map wins and losses are going to definitely skew the way towards Apollo, but there might be a chance between today and the next day of week 4 for Get Lost to put on a couple map wins right there, maybe overtake Apollo. That is definitely something to look forward to. But currently, I believe Black Viper is actually going to take an extra loss, so that this is a chance as well for Apollo to also get up there. A lot of changes in the standings, just possible right now.
I mean, apart from at the very top, everything is still up for grabs, so it's still going to be really exciting to see over this coming weekend for how the rest of these teams can recover and potentially cause some upsets to get themselves into playoffs.
No, yeah, I agree. By all means, your standings aren't everything in this league besides promotion and relegation. So
Yeah.
Again, hopefully, maybe things can play out for Apollo, or no, my fault. Get Lost right there in the 5th place. So again, as you said as well, yeah, we just got to see these next few games.
Yeah. We're going to be starting the ban phase on to Krakoa Domination. Daredevil is going to be the first ban from the side of Apollo, and Hela is taken away by Get Lost, immediately taking away 2 of the stronger DPS options. What do you reckon they're going to be looking to play here?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to really judge too hard. Also, I don't want to just make assumptions about either team. And again, I've seen both teams play a little bit in this league, but I don't want to say I'm super familiar with any of them. So it's just so hard to really just judge off of the first two picks right here for both sides. But I mean, if I did have to judge from these first two picks, it looks like Get Lost really wants to stop the poke game on the side of Apollo. So
Absolutely.
yeah, and Apollo's clearly responding in kind by saying, we want that Phoenix at the least, man. Give us that much, right? So
Yeah, you're trading one long-range hit scan for another. It seems that Get Lost has done their homework as they ban out Waldo's Angela. And you see here with the Gambit ban, after the Loki Protect, they're most likely trying to avoid playing into this triple support Loki Mantis Gambit comp that has been causing so many problems for teams across the ranked scrims at all levels. And there's the group protect, so maybe Get Lost is still looking to play this much more defensive style, maybe a much slower style with the group, the Mantis, the Atom, playing for the reses, playing to stall the point. We'll see what Apollo do in response.
yeah, one final keep for Apollo and then one ban for both of them. That's going to be a Captain America. And as Nightmare was saying in the last game, just because you keep a character doesn't mean you got to play the character. But I always think it's interesting whenever you do keep two vastly, I feel, different characters. You have the rushing, annoying, divey, just space holding Captain America versus you're very just I guess mobile towards the middle and back lines of Phoenix, right? So I always think it's pretty interesting there. But on the side of a Get Lost, I'm feeling definitely that a much more aggressive game plan is in store for them right now with these keeps. And as it looks like, they are going to go play that Loki they did keep, as well as the Groot. But it's not going to be that Loki, Gambit, Mantis picks as you were talking about.
Both of them were banned out. I fear Get Lost overplayed their hand with saving both the Loki and the Groot. The Mantis ban was an easy choice on the side of Apollo. Get Lost seems to be playing for this much more frontline brawly style. I'm guessing the Jeff is going to be just for a purely speed boost out of spawn, whereas Apollo are looking to take these off angles with the Flake, with the Capsai, and with the Phoenix. Cap himself has a very, very strong matchup into Groot, the much more immobile tank. Yet, with maybe the changes with his big wall, the Groot may just be simply too survivable. It's going to be incredibly important whoever gets first flip here, because I fear that Apollo, without these opening picks after that, will have a very tough time.
No, I definitely agree with that much. Apollo gonna have to go in hard and fast and definitely execute If Waldo gets taken out pretty early, Apollo doesn't really have too much else to take the space or give space for the rest of the team. They might just crumble right there. As we are just looking onto the point right now, that's going to be a very close encounter right there for
Big Wall and
Emma.
Lamps have been invested early from the side of Get Lost. Their turn is over. It's now Apollo's turn to try and pressure the backline as they have no real survivability tools. And no form from Dark Awesome. Maybe they'll be able to sustain this. In this massive bin, this ball onto the Groot and will be the first pick to go down. Form is used from Dark Awesome as the Wolverine is trying to get in, but the Lamps are late. It's now 2 players down for the side of Get Lost, and Shoaib is pushed out of the ult frozen, and it's not quite enough to catch them. But I fear it's too little too late for Apollo, because I feel like their advantage has disappeared. And just as I say that, the end song Inferno comes through, and the flip will be confirmed. A very good first fight from Apollo. It was unfortunate that they were giving up percentage that whole time. If they were able to get in control of point, I fear that situation would be completely different.
Oh, definitely. But at least it wasn't too much percentage. They definitely didn't give 30 or 40% as, if they were to just lose that fight and then immediately take it back, they definitely would have given up a lot more, but they do just hold on to it now. They are going to set up right here towards that main entrance, and there is a fate of both worlds coming out from Effort that is going to save, I believe, Duck Awesome, but that's not going to save Berlin, or that's not going to save Mo, as Mo goes down pretty quickly onto that fight, as well as Berlin. But that's going to be a 5v5 right now on this site, as Monkey Collector is on the side trying to find something's going on. That looks like a little bit of a lag issue right there, or ping issue, as he's just jumping around everywhere. The dance of the butterfly is not going to connect, but Monkey Collector is going to collect some right there. And then Waldo, trying to find their way into the backline, forces out the lanterns. The lanterns are out right now. Monkey Collector with the Kraken Impact. Nothing coming out of it, unfortunately.
He managed to pick up 2, I believe, both supports in that fight before, as we were unable to see it. But Flitz did use the Strangling Imprisonment early in that fight, forcing the other fate of both worlds, seemingly not getting to connect anything from it, sadly. But we are now looking at a relatively healthy outbank from the side of Apollo, whereas they only have the God of Mischief on the side of Get Lost. This should be a big turn. Jashi gets a lovely pick onto Dracula to open it up. Surely you want to play this as cheap as you can. Ult comes through from the Loki. Nothing is being used apart from the Psionic Seduction, but it's dropping dangerously low. Shoaib has managed to go down, but now everything is being invested. Suddenly this cheap fight that could have been after getting that great opening pick has become a much more expensive endeavor. And suddenly the ult advantage is slowly swinging back in favor of Get Lost. They're coming up to their invisible boundary. They're coming up to their Kraken Impact. Whereas you look at Apollo, they're only really going to have this fate of both worlds. Maybe late fight, they'll be able to get their freedom charge. But I fear, will it be enough? Flitz is swapped now over to the Captain America, wanting to contest these off angles more. Maybe they're going to be trusting Monkey Collector to do a lot more of the heavy lifting down main. Telix is trying to pressure onto point, looking at their backline. A very weak positioning here from the backline of Apollo, and Cap is able to connect and dropping dangerously low and managed to pick up King. As the invisible boundary comes out, Effort is forced to use Fate of Both Worlds, and this is just going to be trading back and forth on point. The Loki is in the God spot, into safety. As we now see the Freedom Charge coming out, Loki's been knocked off, he's dropped dangerously low, and Apollo are trying to rush in with this Freedom Charge. Are they going to get anything from it? Dance of the Butterfly comes through, has picked up Effort. Monkey Collector's also popped the Kraken Impact. He's managed to connect onto the Phoenix, and that will be...
There it is.
A beautiful finish from Get Lost.
Monkey Collector, excellent Kraken Impacts to finish off that fight right there. Just good stuff on Get Lost's part. And on the topic of ult economy, they do get to keep that Meteor M as a quick deny to a invisible boundary, to a Fate of Both Worlds. Honestly, or even to really engage and just be way more aggressive right now. So many things that they could do to hold on to that Meteor M, or just use it right now. And they are also coming up on invisible boundary of both sides. We might be seeing a little bit of a... Oh, there it is, Meteor M!
Teleportation's device has already come through because Dracula was picked dangerously early, potentially catastrophic. And the invisible boundary comes up. Waldo is doing his best to live. Telex has managed to get a pick onto Dark Awesome. And the the Freedom Charge is now in play. I thought I saw a Loki copy, but I must be mistaken. And Monkey Collector back onto the Star-Lord was enough to finish it off. I've got to say, that fight was dangerously close for the side of Get Lost. Dracula getting picked early, wasting ults. Shoaib getting also picked as well in a ending a 4v6. Apollo just weren't able to capitalize on their advantage. They weren't killing fast enough. They weren't pressuring the objective. And suddenly TP comes back and the fight is completely flipped on its head. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, just good stuff.
Monkey Collector back onto the Wolverine. I feel like this is a mistake here. I feel like Wolverine in this comp is significantly weaker. He was also doing a much better job on the Bucky after he swapped it after the first fight on the previous round.
No, yeah, I agree. The Monkey Collector Kraken impacts were definitely swinging the momentum of different
Absolutely.
fights right there, as well as just in general the overall damage that he was putting out. It was both ranged and close, and just he was also moving around everywhere. Now he's just limiting himself to a melee character in terms of range, right? So you still have a lot of movement. You have more movement than Bucky, but yeah, no, I agree. There's just so much more going on for the Bucky pick earlier, that by all means, if this works, we can eat our words.
Absolutely. I think the Wolverine here is going to punish mistakes made by Apollo, but seeming there, Shoaib's already been picked, and this is the go timing for Apollo. They were playing on the high grounders with the Wolverine just playing on point. He was able to do absolutely nothing. You're playing on Apollo's timing, and they are just completely collapsed in onto Get Lost, and this will be first flip going decisively in their favor. I feel like if you Get Lost here, you need to be playing to try and get them out of these angles, but with the comp you're playing, you're simply just not going to win. Apollo with the Phoenix onto the high ground and Mo protecting his tanks, it's going to be impossible for this Wolverine to get in, get value, and maybe we eat our words, but playing this Wolverine into the Invis, into the Phoenix, into the Bucky, you're going to have a rough ride of it.
I mean, and to your point, as you said, you want to get them out of that position. I mean, another thing that was going really well on the side of Monkey Collectors. My God, Dance of the Butterflies. You have Dracula picking up one right there, going to do a lot of damage to another. There's an invisible boundary from King. That's going to be a last stand, actually, over from Monkey Collectors. Just going to go down immediately, not hitting anything. And yeah, Ensong Inferno not hitting anything. The Fate of Both Worlds, as well as a Meteor M, all going out at once. Meteor M's gonna whiff. And my God, this fight just keeps going.
Freedom Charge is also now used, and this is going to be a 4-ult fight from Apollo. It looks like it's going to be a 4-ult fight as well from Get Lost, and this is just going to be percentage continuing to tick up, and they have no real way of closing this out. Flitz is going to go down before he gets his Freedom Charge of his own, and this is going to be dangerously into a last fight territory for the side of Apollo. Kraken Impact has come out maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Mo. This fight had basically already been won, but it's beautiful. He gets another reset. He's sadly not able to catch anymore, but they're pressuring them into their spawn. This is going to be forced a very dangerous fight from the side of Get Lost. No TP is coming through. It seems like they have decided now that they need to TP. Telex finally swaps, but it's going to be Flitz forced to touch. He's getting marked out already by Waldo. It's going to be dangerous. He's going to have to Freedom Charge onto point because Dark Awesome has got the Meteor M and he's going to be pressuring it. Wolverine is now established on point, but just look at the angles already being taken from Apollo. Freedom Charge is used, pressuring out point. Ensong Inferno comes out with the Meteor M, is not able to catch anyone, but Waldo is able to pick up Shoaib, and this will be a very difficult flip if Get Lost were able to do it. But here he comes. Phoenix gets one. Effort also goes down, and it will be 3 kills for the side of Get Lost. King's managed to trade back on Dracula, but King goes down himself. But Wolverine also dies. Berlin safely placed on high ground, but he decides to drop. He's going to contest the point. It's now just going to be a 3v3. Waldo's playing his life as best he can. Effort is almost back. They're going to give flip, but they can go for a fast re-engage, and this will be really dangerous from the side of Get Lost. Effort has the Fate of Both Worlds for the Stranger that comes through with a beautiful freeze from Berlin, and but Telex does go down. Fate of Both Worlds will be needed. But Dark Awesome does fall. Dracula is also traded, but there will be the matched Fate of Both Worlds. 3 ults used from Get Lost for only 1 kill, but they've been traded out. Mo is able to get his Kraken Impact down. He's getting a bunch of resets off these Loki cons. So much damage. The Luna's dropping so low with the Freedom Charge coming through. Surely she goes down. The Galactic Legend comes through. The Ensong Inferno comes out to match, but nothing's being found. Oh man.
Yeah, not a lot of damage being chunked out by either side right there, and the Ensong Inferno is just going to finish that off for Apollo. Get Lost. So many ults there. Was that the same fight? Would you say that's a 6-ult fight? 7-ult fight, if you will?
I think you would be a bit generous calling that the same fight, but it did feel like it lasted forever. It was a bit of a soft reset in there with the TP and with the cap just constantly ping-ponging point, but I gotta say, this is a completely different showing from Apollo from the first round. This was dominant in their favour. I feel like they had maybe some mistakes with the ult economy, which could have closed them out 100-0. But I gotta say, if they keep up this momentum, it's going to be very hard for Get Lost to get back into it.
I will make a quick little call to the Shoaib
Yeah.
the copy onto the Wolf ult. Maybe just a little miss target right there, and then just copy the Wolf, and you got to do what you can. But that's just a very unfortunate copy to have to go through, and then also again not really hit anything off of, and then just get taken out throughout that super long fight. I believe that was maybe the second death of second deaths for Get Lost.
Yeah. I have a good friend, Mikella, and he swears that he doesn't miss his low-key ults, he simply gets creative with them. So maybe Shoaib was getting creative with his ult, but sadly we will never know for sure. But here we see there's been an almost reset with the ult economy. Only the invisible boundary for one team and the freedom charge for the other. Now, Get Lost have already trying to take perspective on point. Freedom Charge is used very early, but Flitz is dropping dangerously low. Are they going to be able to push off this? It seems that they're not going to be able to get the advantage. The invisible boundary is used later on point. This is going to be an incredible opening for them to get a pick, potentially split the team, but Monkey Collector is able to escape. And that will be another soft reset from point. It's good positioning here from the side of Get Lost, but they are going to need to change their angles. But Flitz goes down. Telix is able to get caught out on point because the supports are getting forced back. And suddenly, they're just going to pincer them and get pinched out. And they're going to push for some exit kills as point control comes through. Oh, beautiful hook from Mo. And that will be Dracula falling very late as they continue to pressure.
And Monkey Collector back on the Bucky. As we were talking about last round, before the team fights were popping off, I wanted to say that Monkey Collector, one thing that they were able to do, and one thing that Bucky does have, is that excellent hook to pull people out of the position, as you were mentioning from that last round. But completely different situation now, as the map is different, and there's, oh my god, 2 different support ults, 2 different DPS's ults, and nothing coming out of that.
Used. I feel like the people are very overzealous with these ults here. And suddenly, beautiful hook from Monkey Collector, but he's caught perfect timing on the Fate of Both Worlds. And it will be another reset just playing within their own support ults, but the Fate of Both Worlds will last longer. They can take advantage of this, but they do not. Freedom Charge is a bit late. Jashi is caught. They're going to simply play to contest the point or maybe connect onto the backline. The backline dropping dangerously low. Telix is able to pop ult, but Effort with the clap is still able to catch Shoaib. It's trading out. Both backlines are completely dead, and it will be... Waldo managed to pick up Monkey Collector. Now they're just going to play to contest point. You have to TP back in this moment. If you TP back, you can confirm that you will hold this point. But no one seems to be moving for it. They seem to be playing very passive. Mag's dropping dangerously low, but the Luna is back. If Luna and Ivers are able to keep them up, it will be curtains. But no, Flitz will go down. The cap is marking these guys very well. Telix falls, and this will be the end, I fear, for Get Lost. Apollo
Flitz doing a good job, honestly, of holding there, but just...
Shoaib gets caught very late. Monkey Collector on the Bucky. Berlin is off the map? Dark Awesome has managed to pick up Monkey Collector, but there's a trade onto the backline. Effort is solo healing for the side of Apollo at the moment. Fate of Both Worlds is available. Dracula is back. Fate of Both Worlds is popped as they continue to trickle through the portal. Meteor M has come through with the damage boost. Surely this will be enough to pick up Shoaib with the Kraken Impact and the Endsong Inferno. That will be all she wrote, and that is a 100-0 on the side of Apollo to reverse sweep the map. A night and day performance compared to that first round. And you got to say, Get Lost, you got to be scared. This is a game you were looking to try and win, and after starting strong, it seems to be slowly slipping away from them.
Yeah, they Get Lost was really putting up the fight. I mean, Apollo was putting up a fight, albeit losing that first round, and then from the second and third round, they just seemed to have figured something out with Get Lost. By all means, not putting the blame on anybody, but we did not eat our words on that Wolverine pick, did we?
No. I fear there is an over-reliance upon Wolverine in these competitions and these compositions, for it punishes irresponsible and inexperienced tanks. And sadly, I think as time progresses through the seasons, and with these comps, the much more floaty, flexible comps with the Cap, with the Venom, with the Angela, Wolverine seems to fall out of favor, especially with some nerfs as well. And you got to think maybe this was a comfort pick for Monkey Collector, but the Bucky was very clearly a better choice.
No, definitely agreed. I mean, there definitely was a more of a fight for that third point, but 100-0. I mean, the scoreboard says otherwise, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Apollo decided that they were going to wake up and they were going to start playing to their own strengths, and it definitely seemed like they had a very good plan there. I feel the first point is, in my opinion, the worst point on this map. I think the lack of angles taken and the positional weaknesses that you see on that point really can be punishing for teams that want to not play back to front. And I think especially with Get Lost wanting to do that style, it obviously played into their favour, but Apollo able to bounce back and convincingly seal out the win.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to... Oh, no, we're not going to move on to Game 2 just yet. So we're just going to wait on that. I mean, Max, what do you want out of Get Lost specifically, because they're on the back foot right now? What should they look to maybe change for next round? And then especially because it is their map choice, right? So
yeah,
what map do you think that they would want to take, especially with what we've seen from that first round?
For me, I feel like if you're looking to try and play this back to front style, you need to be able to take out these options that are going to be incredibly strong for the side of Apollo. I feel like you can't simply just ban the Cap because they will play the Angela. You can't ban the Psy because they can swap it up. They can play the double angle. All this stuff. You need to make them play into your own style. I think a map like Yggdrasil Path would be very beneficial if you were able to play this fast. You need to be very careful on your bans and your protects. I think with the idea of the Loki group Mantis, this is obviously very good. However, if you are too focused on saving it, they can pick up on it. They can be, they've saved both of these characters that will benefit massively from this Mantis team up, so we'll remove it. And Mantis obviously also an incredibly strong character right now, so you need to not almost play yourself in that regards. I think Get Lost need to try and play for their strengths. If they want to play for the Wolverine, don't, but just play for the Wolf instead, the Bucky instead. But the Bucky group combos, I think you need to be patient with them. I think I saw, especially on to the second point, they were not looking to connect in the same way. They were playing very split. But if you're going to play this very bunkery kind of style, you need to be coordinated.
No, I definitely agree. Running that, as you said, bunker style, I mean, if one person goes down, right, the bunker falls. That's pretty much why it's described that way, right? Like the bunker, the bunker is the team. You can't lose a part of the supports. If the supports fall, then your entire bunker crumbles, and now you're exposed to the rest of the apocalypse.
I think being able to stall and play life as well as you can is incredibly important. But I think the sign of a good team compared to a bad team in these styles is composure. If you're caught out or one falls, how can we win? How can we flip this fight on its head? You lose a support. Okay, well, we'll have to go fast. We're not going to have to sustain for a long fight. Okay, you lose a tank. Well, we're going to play defensively, either wait for him to come back or look for a turn with our DPS ults. We need to find our openings and how to win. But I fear that there was a lack of the foresight in that regards from Get Lost. So if they're able to adapt that and add that into this game here, I believe we'll be looking at a much closer affair.
And now we're actually going to hop into map 2 right here. It's going to be Central Park.
Yeah, this is
first ban on Daredevil.
Place. Beautiful place for the front to back, especially on the first point. On second point, it will open up a lot more, but you got to think that Get Lost are going to be playing for the much more aggressive hold. This time the Gambit has been saved, the Phoenix has been removed, as well as the Daredevil. I feel like this Phoenix ban is trying to prevent what happened in the previous game, but they forget that they banned Hela last game for a reason. Loki ban comes out from the side of Apollo. I think Shoaib is maybe most comfortable onto this Loki. But with the Gambit still open and the Invis, if not banned, that is an incredibly strong comp. Yeah, here we are. They're trying to ban these floats out. But if I'm now on the side of Apollo, you can look to save the Angela, ban the Invis, and you're still in a very good spot if you want to play around this style. Get Lost simply do not have enough bans to counter this out completely.
Now, for my untrained eye to maybe input on why the Phoenix ban over Hela, maybe because of the way that Jashi was going crazy on it, because not only is like a good poke, right? You do have a little bit of chipping in with a little bit of AoE on the passive, right? You get those stacks. You stack on so many people. You could just be doing AoE over and over, especially if you're hitting those over and over and over in a big group. I think maybe it has to do with that. As you said, back to front, right? So they might be grouping a little bit more, or looking to group a little bit more on this one. They just don't want that extra damage to go out. Maybe they'll be able to deal with Hela, who has more just single target abilities.
Okay, I think I do like this final ban on the Namor from the side of Get Lost to prevent this team up. But
yeah, definitely stop the Hela from getting stronger.
Yeah, regardless, this Hela is going to be a major threat. I think the Adam ban from the side of Apollo is maybe a little bit overzealous. I think the save from the Mantis was good from the side of Get Lost. They do have the option to play multiple comps here, but I think the Adam ban here is not even the major threat. They were going to play the Invis, the Mantis, and the Gambit. These are the key points of this comp. They're not playing for this res anymore. This is the res from the Adam is much more typically used on domination, where you're looking to consistently stall for percentage on point. In this kind of comp, you're going to be looking to cycle these ults, as Get Lost are playing what I think is an incredibly very strong comp in this current meta. And Apollo have decided to lean into their own version with the much more angular takes. Ducky on the Magneto will be stuck playing down main, along with, I'm going to guess, Effort, with King hoping to try and take some of the care for Mo and Waldo. But the way you'll tell how this matchup will go is by determining how many people are on off angles. And if we see the Psy and the Hela and the Angela splitting dramatically from their team, you know they have a significantly better chance of winning this previous thing. But Angela is caught out by the Invis shift, as it does knock people out of the sky, so it's going to be a soft reset from the side of Apollo. Sadly, this first point, sad point, is much harder to flank on. I think you need to, if you're this Mo or Jashi here, you need to try and play from top left high ground, get behind the enemy, and push. It seems that Res was already used, maybe by Waldo? But King is back on the Invis, where I think this is an incredible comp. Invis now playing down main. If the Invis is able to shield onto the Hela, this will be incredibly dangerous. Monkey Collector is just poking them out. Both tanks are playing down main. Lack of top control from the side of Get Lost. Surely this is going to be dangerous with the Psy and the Angela. Starlord comes to contest, but shield comes through. It's going to be very dangerous to take this 1v1. Spin comes through. Mo is going to get forced out, and it will be a soft push. And they are looking for a full rotation onto the left side while Mo is stuck playing down main. Gambit ult comes through, Raging Royal Flush, and that will be a hard push into the backline. Berlin is caught. The Invisible Boundary is simply not enough through that Gambit ult, and it will be killed. But a beautiful Strangling Prison, instantly cleansed. Invisible Boundary is also popped, and it will be slowly bleeding out. Gambit is caught. Dance of the Butterflies is not enough to catch, and the Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush, and that will be picking up 2 kills. And that will be a reset on the side of Apollo. Jashi moving over to the Moon Knight. Monkey Collector is traded late, and if it looks like Effort might be able to escape, and that is going to be best case scenario. I do not like the swap onto the Moon Knight though, I must say. But with a 5v6 coming up here, if Apollo are able to go fast, maybe use the Heaven's Retribution to force Berlin's ult into a reset. This would be a very good opportunity for the side of Apollo.
They look like they mean business.
There is a Heaven's Retribution right there. That's going to start everything. There's also the Hand of Khonshu right after. and that's actually not going to convert for Apollo as King and Waldo go down first in this fight, and Shoaib finishing things off for them, as well as Dracula and Monkey Collector finishing the last 4. That's a wipe for them right there, and they're just going to have to do a full reset.
The Soul Resurgence is enough to keep them up through that ult. That's worst case scenario now for Apollo's 1 minute is zooming in on them. The Mo swaps onto the Hela. Again, this Moonlight, I just feel like you're going to have a hard time playing it. You're better off going for the Bucky if you want to go for this kind of style. Healing Wall comes out from Flitz. Dark Wilson is pushed through. So Raging Royal Flush comes through, and it will be massive. And that will be an explosion from the side of Get Lost. What a beautiful bit of play. Unlucky that Shoaib was forced to use the invisible boundary there, as well as the Meteor M, but regardless, the alt economies are still looking strong for the side of Get Lost. It will be very difficult for Apollo to get through here. I feel like if Get Lost just go very early here with a Raging Royal Flush, they're going to be forcing them into an incredibly difficult final fight territory. Dracula's poking out on the high ground. Stuck playing in this slow run. You don't want to be stuck in this position. Jackie is onto the stalled, hitting a spin. We're waiting now for the engage. Raging Warrior Flush has come through from the side of Dracula. It is massive. Hela comes through from Mo, as well as the Meteor M. Nothing is caught, sadly. Galactic Legend comes through, is managing to pick up on this. Will be a dominant full hold from the Get Lost. This is exactly what you wanted to see as the response. Like I was saying, going to this front to back style, and they look night and day different here.
Yeah, Get Lost. Really good stuff right there on the defense. And I mean, to that effect, I feel like maybe that Phoenix ban was possibly what they were looking for, because Jashi switches over to the Moon Knight, right? As opposed to just sticking to the Hela or just switching to, I guess, almost any other poke, right? As well as what you were saying with the Bucky, just pretty much anything but that. And then like it just wasn't as effective as it could have been. They had a Strangling Prison into a Hand of Khonshu combo that just didn't convert, and generally speaking that usually works, but that just gets cleansed by Dracula so quickly, right? It's just a really tough situation for Jashi to really play Moon Knight into. So by all means, Get Lost just playing that so well, and then also just taking advantage of the picks.
Yeah, I fear that the Moon Knight swap was out of desperation rather than out of strategy. I feel they did not have the understanding of how they exactly wanted to take this. As we see an Ultron in play from the side of Get Lost. Not sure how I feel about this. Ultron is not in the best place at the moment. Monkey Collector moving all over the screen. Managed to get a grab. Passive is
I was pretty confused as to what was going on there on the screen.
And Shoaib has now decided to swap back off the Ultron onto the Invis, so maybe he was looking to simply shield the Wolf during the throw. Either way, now we're stuck with 6 playing down main. With the triple support, the sustain from the side of Get Lost will simply be stronger than the side of Apollo. And they're giving up far too much space, and Gambit is off the map. Though, not an ideal trade from the side of Get Lost, as their damage is going to be significantly lower. With Duck
they are coming up on Strangling Prison and actually Invisible Boundary on the side of Apollo, but Strangling Prison is now up for Flitz, and Dracula is also up on a Raging Royal Flush, which could easily turn this fight on its head immediately. As soon as it comes up, there it is, Strangling Prison. And the Raging Royal Flush as well, and that's going to be an overwhelming amount of damage for Apollo as they're getting whittled down one by one right now. Jashi trying to do everything they can right outside with the Galactic Legend as well being popped. Meteor M on the side of Apollo, that's not going to hit. And there's an Invisible Boundary also going up. Galactic Legend only going to take one out right there, and there is a chance still for Apollo to just fully shut them out.
Oh, effort's getting grabbed again by Monkey Collector. Monkey Collector's passive has been forced to escape. Mo's managed to pick up a late kill, and Soul Resurgence has been used from the side of Get Lost. This is a bad situation for them. They've wasted so many ults. If Apollo is able to sustain and just simply not use anything, they're going to be in a massive advantage in this upcoming fight. They're going to be looking at 4 ults, maybe 3 ults, sorry, soon. Though, with Dracula getting dangerously close to this Raging Royal Flush, you fear that the Invisible Andrew will simply not be enough, especially with a lot of stand in hand. Duck Awesome is caught very early and will go down, and this is worst case scenario now. So Monkey Collector is able to just walk through, do as he pleases, and massive last stand comes through. 2 big kills in the backline, managed to pick up 2 of the supports from Mo and Jashi, but you've got to consider who's going to be able to contest this point. Berlin is still alive to keep up the contest, but Strangling Prison to keep Duck Awesome off point, and that will be a less convincing, but still dominant nonetheless, second round.
Yeah, Get Lost. I mean, they turned the fight when they needed to, and they didn't have too much to really to really capture, because their first round was just so dominant in just shutting out Apollo from that site that by all means, they as you said, not too convincing of a fashion, but then again, do you really have to convince yourself when your win condition's so low?
No, not at all. I feel that maybe if the point control was higher up, they would have been in a harder situation. But again, this was Get Lost's map choice. This was the best map choice they could have done from the hybrid game mode. And now it's going to go back in the favor of Apollo. They get to choose where they get to go. And now this much more angular playstyle is going to be a lot easier to choose to play around. And you got to worry. For the side of Get Lost, will they be able to outlast this? Will they be able to deal with it?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's pretty interesting to see, though, that so far, first game goes to Apollo. They figure something out, and then they just shut Get Lost out for two different rounds in that first match, right? In the second match, it's on the side of Get Lost, just doing the opposite, where they figured something out, and not only did they get their map choice, but they figured something out pretty early on, shut them out, and then figure something out again to just go and get the 33% they need. It's a really interesting match so far. It's close in a weird way that like both teams are taking decisive blows. It's like haymaker after haymaker.
Now we've gone to Yggdrasil Path, chosen by Apollo. And the alarm bells start ringing because this is a pretty good map for front to back. The angles can be rather dangerous on this map, especially if you're not as coordinated. That being said, myself, I personally think the angular control is still much better on this map. However, if you're a team that enjoys playing front to back, you can still make it work absolutely here. Mantis is going to be taken out by Apollo. I think this is a great choice, especially with the Mantis. The Gambit and Loki being saved. 3 support saves being pushed out. I feel like there's a little bit of panic setting in terms of the draft here. One final ban to come out here from Apollo. While I don't think it's the best idea, I can see them banning the Wolverine simply to remove it from Monkey Collector. Maybe that was the reason behind the invis save. And Adam ban yet again. Maybe they're concerned about this spawn hold.
I mean, there also is, maybe some research being done. Somebody on the side of Get Lost might be incredibly nasty at that warlock that they're just super afraid of. By all means, it could be either or. It could be either the player or the comp, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, I think you gotta be careful when it comes to the spawn holds with Loki open, as well as the Rocket and the Atom. There will be an infinite amount of reses if played correctly. So I think that's definitely something you're going to want to be careful about if you're not as coordinated at breaking the spawn hold. And here we see from the side of Get Lost, they've decided to play into what I would call a rather odd variation of the spawn hold, playing the Venom with the 2 ground tanks. You often see the 2 separate styles are the incredibly ground-based, where you're looking to just simply bunker down, or you play the floats, what I call the Na'vi style spawn hold, with the Angela, with the Cap, with the Venom, in which you try and ping pong at the point. This seems to be a kind of combination of the two, and I'm not sure if I really like it from Get Lost, I feel like the Apollo Spawn Break comp is going to be competent against this. As I say that, Waldo does swap onto the Moon Knight, and I suddenly feel like my confidence is gone. I much prefer seeing the Emma Frost here from the side of Apollo.
Yeah, no, really interesting that it's 4 supports, as you said, versus, and then also, again, just the high-flying Venom and high-mobility Venom, as opposed to just hunkering down and really just all sticking together to really just hold that spawn, but yeah, no, it's just interesting picks on both sides. Let's see who cooks first of all, right? You know, we're only getting into this fight just now. So far, just a war of attrition, really,
very
going back and forth.
From the side of Shoaib. But after this turn, you've got to fear that Apollo are going to have a massive ult turn. Dropping dangerously low, Raging Royal Flush is ready from the side, but Flitz does go down. Res will be available, but you've got to fear that with the amount of resources the Monkey Collector is going to be requiring by simply just standing on cart. This is the difference between Cap and Venom in this situation. Oh, beautiful combo from the side of Apollo, and that will be forcing the TP recontest. Point is being contested at this point. This is best case scenario. They were able to buy enough time to maybe just eke out a third fight. TK is playing his life. Trying to sustain a late pick here would be catastrophic. Teleportation comes through. But we're looking at 3 ults from the side of Get Lost into 4 from Apollo. They have this Jeff Nader that's going to be awfully terrifying, as well as the Punisher Gambit combo. Here comes the Storm ult. The Omega Hurricane. King is deciding to combo with it, but Dracula has managed to pick up 3 kills off the back of a Strangling Prism.
Yeah, that copy Raging Royal Flush definitely helps out both of the ults being used out right there, as well as Dracula just going crazy. So just really good stuff to come out of the port like that from Get Lost.
But this was 3 ults used
that
from
is
the
true.
side of Get Lost into Apollo. Apollo have 2 ults of their own. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush. Here comes the Final Judgment from the side of Apollo, and they get beautifully kited actually from the side of Get Lost. The Raging Royal Flush is out and no picks have been picked up. The Venom is forced to dash out. They're playing slow, but in this longer fight, the much more stable comp of Get Lost will likely prosper. Venom looks for a slam, looks for an ult, simply is contesting point. Wasted cooldowns a bit. Amplify comes out to try and hit a combo with the Venom. It's not enough, but Jashi does fall regardless. Mo is dropping dangerously low, and that will be another fight won from Get Lost. Even an ultimate disadvantage. Yes, they had to invest too late, but it's looking scary.
I'm not gonna lie, when I see Get Lost play, I'm used to seeing TK on this Venom, but Monkey Collector on that Venom right now.
He's doing a good job for a DPS player.
Yeah.
I gotta say.
Yeah, just excellent stuff from Monkey Collector, finding, like, honestly maximizing the skill rotations, the CD rotations of all his skills, as well as just being in the right places at the right time. Don't know how else to summarize it besides just that. Just so many good things going on for that. And then, oh my God! Actually, Strangling Prison into is that an Omega Hurricane? That Omega Hurricane
with the Jeff Nader.
With the Jeff Nader,
but nothing is caught yet again. Nothing is caught yet again. These been massive combos, and Apollo have caught absolutely nothing. Back to back to back, and they decide they end up falling yet again. And we're just seeing them fall apart. They're not able to break this spawn hold from the side of Get Lost. Berlin still has this copy, but as the time bleeds down, Mo is forced to TP early. Berlin's got a good setup here. Ready and waiting, but TP's just in time. King does fall, sadly, very early. Sonic Seduction is popped as well as the Amplifier, and no one's able to get through. Okay, Mo finally breaks through this, and Jashi's managed to pick it up with the Raging Royal Flush, and it's 2-for-1 trades. Waldo is down. This is the time where Waldo should be swapping over to a tank. He should be looking to go to the Emma. The res comes through onto Flitz. Monkey Collector does still have the ult. Flitz is gonna fall, and Waldo's now onto the Angela. They're looking to stagger out TK, and that should be point going in favor of Oh no, TP comes through. Is there enough time? Contestant from Monkey Collector with the ult. He will get massive amounts of overshield. Lamps comes through to keep him up. TP is back. Oh, I think it's a pretty dangerous TP. Putting it in the choke, there's going to be very little chance for them to retake. An ult comes through from Mo, catches no one, flitzes onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and sustain, but Berlin does go down. No ults in play apart from the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary, both of which come out all at once. And that will be massive from Jashi, and this will be first point finally awfully close going in favor of Apollo.
Good stuff from Get Lost to hold it for as long as they did, but just unfortunately going to lose that final fight right there. Good, honestly, really good stuff to try to port back on and almost get it back, but again, just really unfortunate for Get Lost. But on the side of Apollo, excellent execution to keep them off.
And now we can see Apollo have decided to swap onto the Star-Lord Hela, playing the Groot and the Angela. The Groot is going to be playing as the main tank here. TK is now onto the Venom. There's no true frontline in this apart from the Groots, and the Bucky is now in play from the side of Get Lost. Raging Royal Flush is used, and because of the lack of the frontline, it's going to be much easier for them to connect onto the backline, but there seems to be no connection. They decide not to push in. The Heaven's Retribution is popped, the Cleanse comes through, and this is the time for Apollo to push forward. Massive Strangling Prism from the side of Duck Awesome, and that will be a very dominant fight. While there were more ults invested from the side of Apollo, you look at the ult banks and you still think the advantage is only minor, and it will be looking like a desperation recontest from the side of Get Lost. And this is worst case scenario after such a great first point hold. TK looks to have got the grab, the touch briefly. Berlin does fall though. Shoaib has also fallen. Monkey Collector is going in with the Kraken impact, but I don't think it will be enough. It connects onto the Gambit. Gambit is able to be pocketed through by King, and it will be... I don't want to be insulting to King here, but I feel that was maybe an unnecessary ult, to say the least, in a 2v6. But it's better to be safe than sorry.
Hey Max, just say it, man. You know, it's nothing personal to these players. We just got to call it how we see it. Yeah. Even if how we see it may be wrong or we might miss something, you know, we just got to call it.
Waldo gets a beautiful late pick onto Dracula, and this is getting dangerous. Berlin is onto the Jeff, and they're playing this triple support comp that had so much success in the previous game, but without the Mantis, you fear that the kill potential was just significantly lower. Oh, great hook on from Monkey Collector onto Mo, but the Goddess of Death is out and she's able to bird to safety, but she decides to not walk into... Oh, it was the enemy team's Invisol. My apologies. Mo is able to get caught out, and it will be another beautiful hook from Monkey Collector. Keep this guy on Bucky. He's absolutely dominating this lobby, as Flitz gets a good wall onto efforts, and it will be a relatively cheap recontest and retake by Get Lost, only investing the Invisible Boundary and the Strangling Prism. But again, look at this ult bank from the side of Apollo. You gotta be concerned now.
Coming on 5.
Yeah, you gotta be concerned. There's not enough support ults in the world to outmark this. You simply have to hope Apollo makes a mistake and you can capitalize. They may be looking to kite. This Raging Warrior Flush, no grab comes through from Waldo. Lots of walls coming through, and there will be a good connection onto Dracula. Jashi's also using his ult here. This seems to be an all-out ult trade. Its Jeff is caught one, but it was instantly killed, and it's going to be a desperation recontest again from the side of Get Lost. Though 3 ults used from Apollo, if they're able to sustain, the advantage is not so far behind anymore. Raging Warrior Flush is used from the side of Get Lost to get TK onto point to keep them in the game. Invisible Boundary is used along with Meteor M. Looking to try and catch the Invis, nothing is caught. Strangling Prison comes out, manages to catch 2. Both tanks dropping dangerously low, and they will be traded. And it will be the round, going from what should have been a full hold into a not that close full cap.
Yeah, no, full cap, 4 seconds left. Really good stuff. I mean, really close round from both sides. It really just comes down to, as I said before, most of these games just come down to winning 1 or 2 extra fights than the other team. And it just so happens that Apollo won the fights near the ends of both the first point and that last point right there. Unfortunately, Get Lost gonna have to go for overtime right now. Well, not unfortunately, but you'd rather be in a better position where all you got to do is push it to the final point, and that's the win.
And you're now looking, what are Apollo going to be playing? They seem to be sticking on this comp, not opting in for the spawn hold. I think this is a good choice, maintaining this momentum, especially when you're significantly better on this angular comp. It doesn't seem like Get Lost have a good answer for it, apart from maybe matching it of themselves with, with the triple support. But without the Mantis, without the Adam, without the Ultron in play, there's no real way for these DPS to contest them. And it seems that Berlin is now going to be onto the Bucky with Monkey Elect on the Star-Lord. The concern is with the Star-Lord, his life is going to be miserable, because the Hela will take the off angle, and when he goes to duel the Star-Lord himself, he will be in a forced 2v1. So significant care is going to have to come out from the side of Dracula to enable to keep this up. You're noticing as well, without the Invis shield, this battle is going to be really, really tough for the DPS of Get Lost. Waldo's already hit his first set of rotations, looking to get a grab onto the tanks, with multiple people playing down, made it a great catch onto Flitz, and that will be an incredible opening for the side of Apollo.
Good kidnap. Really good kidnap to start the game. Just spears him right into the team, and everybody's just ready to chunk the other half of the health down. But speaking of getting chunked right now, there were a little bit of Apollo. They did finally regroup, pulling back a little bit right now, as TK does press the issue with the beam at 90% right now. There is Diamond Form into the kick. Not going to get the wall, but it's going to be a lot of damage regardless. It's stuck in the middle of his the team of Get Lost. That is going to be Duck Awesome falling there, but Apollo still holding on to 5 people up right now. They are just sitting on this side right now with, I take that back, Waldo now going to have to go down. Waldo was out there trying to be an annoyance and drawing the eyes, and the port goes out. Both tanks come out from Apollo, or 2 of the 3 tanks come out from side of Apollo, and King is not going to get the invisible boundary before death, unfortunately, but Meteor M is going to go out, possibly a last second attempt, or maybe a very clutch play, but it's not going to come together, and there is going to be just final struggles and final
Galactic Legend out from Jashi will be caught by not only the Meteor M but also the Psionic Seduction. The Spider-Man is back from Mo, but it will not be enough. In the 2 minutes, Get Lost and managed to cap first, significantly better than Apollo's first point attack. And you got to think,
they were just drowning there towards the end. I will say that Jashi ult was a little crafty, could have been something, but just picked out so quickly. Just everybody turned their eyes immediately, just practically beamed him out of the air.
The combination of the Psionic Seduction as well as the Meteor M will be enough to catch a Star-Lord in his ult, sadly. But maybe an overinvestment from the side of Get Lost. Maybe this next fight, if King decides to go aggressive with the invisible boundary is not popped and Jashi will fall suddenly, it's dangerous time for Apollo. Lamps have also been used. Waldo looks for a grab, does not manage to catch anything, and this is already final fight territory on this point. Raging Warrior Flush is used, matched by the invisible boundary, but Mon manages with a Kraken Impact to catch Berlin, and that will be 2 big kills out. Galactic Legend is popped. Waldo's dropped dangerously. Monkey Collector's able to catch him. Will he be able to catch another? No, he will not be able to catch another, but they're going to be forced to contest point. Now on the recontest, it's going to be a 5v4, but spawners are going to be back earlier for Get Lost, even with the spawn further away. And suddenly, you're in dangerous territory. The Raging Royal Flush is available. He's a bit late on it, and spawners are back. It's be able to match by effort. Galactic Legend is not available. The Meteor M is popped to try and counter the Kraken Impact, but Flitz manages to trade him back. Jashi's managed to pick up 2 though. And the Moonlight buffs, who decided to give this guy 2 right clicks, who knows, but he's able to get 2 massive kills off the back of it, and suddenly they're bleeding picks, and they will be picked up very late. It's 3-4, and that will be the end of the fight. What started as an incredibly messy opening for Apollo ended very dominantly. And Jashi still with the ult in hand and the invisible boundary almost up. Going early should be an option here for the side of Apollo. You shouldn't let them walk up, make their life hell.
Yeah, no, by all means, I will say for the last fight, Jashi with those 2 huge picks to really turn
Flitz is
everything
already
on their
down.
flavor. And then as I say that, he does get his hand of Khonshu. That does pick 2 off right here. That's going to be huge. That's going to be 4, 5 actually for 6. All of Get Lost actually going back to the spawn, and that's going to be a huge reset. That's going to give them another maybe 10, 20 seconds of just sitting sitting all the way up here way before the point.
And now you're looking at 5 ults coming up from the side of Apollo. If they're able to cycle these properly, you're going to be forcing dangerous times for the end of second point. A second point is a very easy point to defend if you play properly.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush
Flush
goes
popped.
out. And there's going to be... that is Galactic Legend ready for Monkey Collector as 1 goes down for each side. But actually, 3 goes down for Get Lost. That's a Kraken Impact just going crazy right now. Mo finding 3-5. I take that back. 3 on the camera. 5 total throughout the fight with the Kraken Impact. Huge stuff. And again, another just big reset for Apollo to just be able to keep holding on and back up that point, or back up the payload.
Now only 1 minute remaining, and it's going to be 3, almost 4 ults for Apollo. Maybe almost 5, but Jashi's able to get an early pick on Berlin. If they're able to keep this advantage up, maybe you invest an ult here, force this final fight. Dropping dangerously low, but they're able to be kept up on the side of Get Lost. Flitz is dropping dangerously. He's 1 HP, and this is terrible, terrible for the side of Get Lost. Now they're going to be forced to reset, maybe even TP back. As the time draws ever closer, Dark Awesome is able to just AFK, playing to hold them close. TP is now being used by TK, but it's being used awfully early. Jashi still has the Hand of Khonshu. If he decides, he can drop the Hand of Khonshu to try and force this TP into a much worse situation. Jashi is caught incredibly early, but this is an incredibly expensive fight from the side of Get Lost. And only getting 2 kills for it, as well as being stalled out. There's a 3rd. But now, Apollo have a lot of time to recontest. As long as they don't get picked here, they're going to be in a really good situation. Berlin gets over aggressive and is caught out. And that's 2 picks, and this will be just the end. A good attempt returning. But now, Galactic Legend is placed. Invisible Boundary will be enough to sustain people through. Angela pressuring out this Starlord, drops dangerously low. King has picked up 2 kills. King, I've got to say, we haven't been mentioning them enough. They've been doing an awfully good job. I believe they may have one of the most finals in the lobby on the Invisible Woman. I think it's absolutely commendable with the plays from their pulls, from their shifts, from their shields, really facilitating their DPS.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. We haven't talked enough about King. I mean, not only are we talking about, like, the only thing we've really called is the invisible boundaries from him, and those invisible boundaries, first of all, you know, as we were mentioning throughout that entire fight, or that entire round, Apollo was really doing a good job of rotating and cycling through their ults, and throughout all that, a mainstay is definitely King. King was definitely keeping the team up, and definitely, as you said, catalyzing a lot of the fights for the DPS, catalyzing a lot of the action going on for the team.
I think you got to see, if you look at the scoreboard previously shown, the gap potentially between the teams would be King with the 8 finals compared to Shoaib with none. Potentially a lot of wasted potential in terms of the damage or more aggressive capabilities of the Invisible Woman. And here you can see the fixtures for the day. That's a 2-1 for Apollo. Seems that Get Lost are going to be in a dangerous position as you go into this weekend. Compared, this would have been a great victory, but Apollo sneak back ahead. Does this move them up to 3rd in the leaderboard? It
That is
does.
a good question.
They are now
yeah,
in
as
3rd.
the updated standings show, Apollo gonna clinch that 3rd spot right there, right over Black Viper. And yeah, it seems these are the standings we are going into. the final games with.
Seven games played, 5-2 from Apollo, 3-4. I gotta say, Get Lost, while they definitely had weak moments, the highs, they looked like they could easily beat Apollo, and I think if they are able to iron out some of those weaknesses, definitely a competitor, and hope to see them come back stronger.
No, absolutely. As I say all the time, all these teams are just so good. It just, and I'm gonna repeat myself over and over here. It really just comes down to a couple fights, 1 or 2 misplays, etc., and it's once you shore that up, it really is gonna change everything. And then everybody's always improving in this league too. It's just crazy. I cannot wait for the next season too.
Absolutely, it's very exciting stuff. And here we look at the Division 2 standings. 3 teams, 6-1. Someone needs to finally pull ahead. Either Blazing Bloom, NSA Nova, or 0-1. These 3 teams only moved apart by 1 map for 1, but perfect, exactly the same map differences for Blazing Bloom and NSA Nova. The rest of the competition,
and 0-1 really close up there. Honestly,
Yeah.
they are just 1 win and 1 loss away from really. Honestly, if they did have, I don't know how the math would work out on the map difference, but if they did somehow get that 1 more win without an extra map loss, by all means, they might be up there too for the playoffs. Division 2 looking pretty close up there too.
And we've received information that Blazing Bloom are in first because of their head-to-head rating against NSA Nova. And you gotta say, beating your competition, that's a good way to maintain on top. You're the people in second, you're in first, exactly the same score. You know what I'll do? I'll just beat them, be number 1. And you gotta say that's quite a big statement from Blazing Bloom. But NSA Nova, still, anything is possible. Upset potential as it comes through for the playoffs, I'm assuming next. Buzz,
the playoffs, we're looking at these 4 teams right here on your screen. Blazing Bloom versus Menace, as well as Iridium versus Nova. And that's going to be your first round right there. Between the 2 teams, or between the 4 teams. It's going to be very interesting. Again, these are the top teams in both divisions going right at it. Nobody in either division is a pushover, so it's going to be very interesting, again, to see what the top teams in D2 are going to be doing against the top teams in D1.
Well, this is definitely their moment to make it shine. I feel like, obviously, in Division 1 there are some very bright spots, so maybe the gap is not closable for Division 2, but, we'll have to see if there's an upset available for them to come through.
Oh, and we are going to the winner's screen for both divisions, actually. So Division 1, huge congratulations to Iridium for taking first place right there. Y'all have shown crazy dominance. And again, especially on that convoy maps, man. But really excellent stuff throughout the entire season so far, and taking first place. Best of luck into the playoffs. Hopefully gonna win it all. You got a target on your head, and you got the target on your head for a good reason.
These are some familiar names. Baseline, Nesman, Koga, Ravenloft, Luna. This seems to be the team to be. They believe they went undefeated in the regular season.
Yeah, I believe that's what the last standings we saw showed, that they were I believe it was Menace had 1 loss and then they had none, and that was the very clear split on the standings.
Absolutely, and I think Iridium definitely the team that people are going to be gunning for. But myself, I may be biased due to being friends with some people on Menace. I think there is some massive upset potential from Menace that is possible. So I think that's going to be.
I mean, as I've said,
to
these teams are deep, so they could really run a lot of these players. We might, granted, sports-wise speaking, coaching-wise, you don't really want to send players who haven't seen a whole lot of action all of a sudden into your playoffs.
No.
But that is an option, that they do have. The teams, again, so deep in these leagues that they have so many ways that they can play it if they realize that a team is really good. Again, for example, on Iridium's side, they're good at Convoy. If you have something that can break that spawn hold of theirs, you are going to definitely throw that lineup out instead. So, and moving on to the Division 2 winners right here real quick, we have Blazing Bloom. My personal favorites. I love their spawn hold. Their Angela Penny spawn hold is so fun to watch. They're great. And Season 0 champs, by the way. So, not necessarily any pushovers either, despite being in Division 2. So it's going to be interesting to see how Season 0 champs go against the Season 1 champs. If they do make it that far. But Menace is going to be their first their first stop into these playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wanted to give a quick shout out to Sak Anakin, well-known French tank player who's got, I believe, a lot of upcoming potential. I've seen him playing in a different tournament recently with another team, and they ended up winning as a result of that. And I think that this guy, even though he may have been in Division 2, I think he's got a massive upside for the future, and I think he can absolutely prove himself within Division 1, and hopefully we'll see that soon.
So, by all means, everyone, thank you for coming for today's game so far. We are going to cut to a break, actually. We'll be restarting the stream and switching producers for the playoffs. So, by all means, stick around and, please bear with us. We are going to get that ready for y'all very soon. I've been Mau. I've been joined by Max today. Thank you so much for being on the cast today, brother. You killed it, man.
That's my pleasure. Thank you.
I honestly, I don't know how unprofessional it is to just admit it out loud on a cast, but I learned a whole lot about the color side of things on this game because just listening to you, man. You really got your stuff together, man.
Yeah, I mean, the color casting for me, obviously, with previously coaching in Ignite, this is my bread and butter, so the actual play-by-plays, that's all you. But I love doing the analysis on that kind of side.
And again, by all means, thank you everybody for coming through. We're just going to throw it over to a quick break, and we're going to be switching streams. So it's going to restart. Just hang on to your hats. And also grab a snack or go to the restroom if you need to. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay, see you. Freedom charge, are they going to get anything from it? Dance of the Butterfly comes through, has picked up effort. Monkey Collector's also popped the Kraken Impact. He's managed to connect onto the Phoenix, and that will be...
There it is. A invisible boundary to a Fate of Both Worlds. Honestly, or even to really engage and just be way more aggressive right now. So many things that they could do to hold on to that Meteor M or just use it right now. And they are also coming up on Invisible Boundary of both sides. We might be seeing a little bit of a... Oh, there it is, Meteor M.
Get in, get value, and maybe we eat our words, but playing this Wolverine into the Invis, into the Phoenix, into the Bucky, you're going to have a rough ride of it.
I mean, and to your point, as you said, you want to get them out of that position. I mean, another thing that was going really well on the side of Monkey Collectors. My God, Dance of the Butterflies, yeah.
Flitz is going to go down before he gets his freedom charge of his own, and this is going to be dangerously into a last fight territory for the side of Apollo. Kraken Impact has come out maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Mo. This fight had basically already been won. But it's beautiful. He gets another reset.
Damage being chunked out by either side right there, and the Ensong Inferno is just going to finish that off for Apollo. Get Lost. So many ults there. Was that the same fight? Would you say that's a 6 ult fight, 7 ult fight, if you will?
I would. I think you would be a bit generous calling that the same fight, but it did feel like it lasted forever. It was another soft reset from point. It's good positioning here from the side of Get Lost, but they are going to need to change their angles, but Flitz goes down. Telix is able to get caught out on point because the supports are getting forced back. And suddenly, they're just going to pincer them and get pinched out. And they're going to push for some exit kills as point control comes through. Oh, beautiful hook. Fast longer, they can take advantage of this, but they do not. Freedom charge is a bit late. Jashi is caught. They're going to simply play to contest the point or maybe connect onto the backline. The backline dropping dangerously low. Telex is able to pop. Oh, but Effort with the clap is still able to catch Shoab. It's trading out. Both backlines are completely dead, and it will be... Waldo managed to pick up Monkey Collector, but there's a trade onto the backline. Effort is solo healing for the side of Apollo at the moment. Fate of Both Worlds is available. Dracula is back. Fate of Both Worlds is popped as they continue to trickle through the portal. Meteor M has come through with the damage boost. Surely this will be enough to pick up Shoaib with the Kraken Impact and the Endsong Inferno. That will be all she... A beautiful Strangling Prison, instantly cleansed. Invisible Boundaries also popped, and it will be slowly bleeding out. Gambit is caught... Oh, Dance of the Butterflies is not enough to catch, and the Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush, and that will be picking up 2 kills. And that will be a reset on the side of the... Again, this Moonlight, I just feel like you're going to have a hard time playing it. You're better off going for the Bucky if you want to go for this kind of style. Healing will comes out from Flitz. Dark Wilson is pushed through. So Raging Royal Flush comes through, and it will be massive. And that will be an explosion from the side of Get Lost. What a beating now for the engage. Raging Warrior Flush has come through from the side of Dracula. It is massive. Header comes through from Mo, as well as the Meteor M. Nothing is caught, sadly. Galactic Legend comes through, is managing to pick up, and this will be a dominant full hold from the Get Lost. This is exactly... He pleases a massive last stand, comes through. 2 big kills in the backline, managed to pick up 2 of the supports from Mo and Jashi, but you've got to consider who's going to be able to contest this point. Berlin is still alive to keep up the contest, but Strangling Prison to keep Dark Awesome off point, and that will get lost into 4 from Apollo. They have this Jeff Mader that's going to be awfully terrifying, as well as the Punisher Gambit combo. Here comes the Storm Ult, the Omega Hurricane. King is deciding to combo with it, but Dracula has managed to pick up 3 kills off the back of a Strangling Prison. Through to keep him up. TP is back. I think it's a pretty dangerous TP, putting it in the choke. There's going to be very little chance for them to retake. An ult comes through from Mo, catches no one, flitzes onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and sustain, but Berlin does go down. No ults in play apart from the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary, both of which come out all at once, and that will be massive from Jashi. This, you simply have to hope Apollo makes a mistake and you can capitalize. They may be looking to kite this Raging Warrior Flush. No grab comes through from Waldo. Lots of walls coming through, and there will be a good connection onto Dracula. Jashi is also using his ult here. This seems to be an all-out ult trade. It's Jeff is caught 1, but it was in...
2 of the 3 tanks come out from side of Apollo, and King is not going to get the Invisible Boundary before death, unfortunately, but Meteor M is going to go out, possibly a last-second attempt, or maybe a very clutch play, but it's not going to come together, and there is going to be just a final...
You're in dangerous territory. The Raging Royal Flush is available. He's a bit late on it, and spawners are back. It's be able to match by effort. Galactic Legend is not available. The Meteor M is popped to try and counter the Kraken Impact. But Flitz manages to trade him back. Jashi's managed to pick up 2 though.
Jashi with those 2 huge picks to really turn
Flitz is already down.
Flavor. And then as I say that, he does get his Hand of Khonshu. That does pick 2 off right here. That's going to be huge. That's going to be 4, 5 actually for 6. All of Get Lost actually going back to the spawn. And that's going to be a huge reset. That's going to give them...
Easy point to defend if you play properly.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush goes out. And there's going to be... that is Galactic Legend ready for Monkey Collector, as 1 goes down for each side, but actually 3 goes down for Get Lost. That's a Kraken Impact just going crazy right now. Mo finding 3-5.
Loki is in the gold spot, into safety. As we now see the Freedom Charge coming out. Loki's been knocked off, he's dropped dangerously low. And Apollo are trying to rush in with this Freedom Charge. Are they going to get anything from it? Dance to the Butterfly comes through, has picked up effort. Monkey Collector's also popped the Kraken Impact. He's managed to connect onto the Phoenix, and that will be...
There it is. A invisible boundary to a Fate of Both Worlds. Honestly, or even to really engage and just be way more aggressive right now. So many things that they could do to hold on to that Meteor M, or just use it right now. And they are also coming up on Invisible Boundary of both sides. We might be seeing a little bit of a... Oh, there it is, Meteor M.
Get in, get value, and maybe we eat our words, but playing this Wolverine into the Invis, into the Phoenix, into the Bucky, you're going to have a rough ride of it.
I mean, and to your point, as you said, you want to get them out of that position. I mean, another thing that was going really well on the side of Monkey Collectors. My God, Dance of the Butterflies, yeah.
Flitz is going to go down before he gets his Freedom Charge of his own, and this is going to be dangerously into a last fight territory for the side of Apollo. Kraken Impact has come out maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Mo. This fight had basically already been won. But it's beautiful. He gets another reset.
Damage being chunked out by either side right there, and the Ensong Inferno is just going to finish that off for Apollo. Get lost. So many ults there. Was that the same fight? Would you say that's a 6 ult fight, 7 ult fight, if you will?
I think you would be a bit generous calling that the same fight, but it did feel like it lasted forever. It was another soft reset from point. It's good positioning here from the side of Get Lost, but they are going to need to change their angles. But Flitz goes down. Tedix is able to get caught out on point because the supports are getting forced back. And suddenly, they're just going to pincer them and get pinched out. They're going to push for some exit kills as point control comes through. Oh, beautiful hook. Fast longer, they can take advantage of this, but they do not. Freedom Charge is a bit late. Jashi is caught. They're going to simply play to contest the point or maybe connect onto the backline. The backline dropping dangerously low. Telex is able to pop. Oh, but effort with the clap is still able to catch Shoab. It's trading out. Both backlines are completely dead, and it will be... Waldo managed to pick up Monkey Collector, but there's a trade onto the backline. Effort is solo healing for the side of Apollo at the moment. Fate of Both Worlds is available. Dracula is back. Fate of Both Worlds is popped as they continue to trickle through the portal. Meteor M has come through with the damage boost. Surely this will be enough to pick up Shoaib with the Kraken Impact and the Ensong Inferno. That will be all she... A beautiful Strangling Prison, instantly cleansed. Invisible Boundary is also popped, and it will be slowly bleeding out. Gambit is caught... Dance of the Butterflies is not enough to catch, and the Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush, and that will be picking up 2 kills. And that will be a reset on the side of a... Again, this Moonlight, I just feel like you're going to have a hard time playing it. You're better off going for the Bucky if you want to go for this kind of style. Healing will comes out from Flitz. Dark Wilson is pushed through. The Raging Royal Flush comes through, and it will be massive. And that will be an explosion from the side of Get Lost. What a beating now for the engage. Raging Warrior Flush has come through from the side of Dracula. It is massive. Header comes through from Mo, as well as the Meteor M. Nothing is caught, sadly. Galactic Legend comes through, is managing to pick up, and this will be a dominant full hold from the Get Lost. This is exactly pleases a massive last stand comes through. 2 big kills in the backline, managed to pick up 2 of the supports from Mo and Jashi, but you've got to consider who's going to be able to contest this point. Berlin is still alive to keep up the contest, but Strangling Prison to keep Duck Awesome off point, and that will get lost into 4 from Apollo. They have this Jeff Mader that's going to be awfully terrifying, as well as the Punisher Gambit combo. Here comes the Storm Ult, the Omega Hurricane. King is deciding to combo with it, but Dracula has managed to pick up 3 kills off the back of a Strangling Prism. Through to keep him up. TP is back. I think it's a pretty dangerous TP, putting it in the choke. There's going to be very little chance for them to retake. An ult comes through from Mo, catches no one, flitzes onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and sustain, but Berlin does go down. No ults in play apart from the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary, both of which come out all at once, and that will be massive from Jashi. This, you simply have to hope Apollo makes a mistake and you can capitalize. They may be looking to kite this Raging Warrior Flush. No grab comes through from Waldo. Lots of walls coming through, and there will be a good connection onto Dracula. Jashi is also using his ult here. This seems to be an all-out ult trade. It's Jeff has caught 1, but it was in...
2 of the 3 tanks come out from side of Apollo, and King is not going to get the Invisible Boundary before death, unfortunately, but Meteor M is going to go out, possibly a last-second attempt, or maybe a very clutch play, but it's not going to come together, and there is going to be just a final...
you're in dangerous territory. The Raging Royal Flush is available. He's a bit late on it, and spawners are back. It's be able to match by effort. Galactic Legend is not available. The Meteor M is popped to try and counter the Kraken Impact. But Flitz manages to trade him back. Jashi's managed to pick up 2 though.
Jashi with those 2 huge picks to really turn
Flitz is
everything
already
on
down.
their flavor. And then as I say that, he does get his Hand of Khonshu. That does pick 2 off right here. That's going to be huge. That's going to be 4, 5 actually for 6. All of Get Lost actually going back to the spawn. And that's going to be a huge reset. That's going to give them...
Easy point to defend if you play properly.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush goes
popped.
out. And there's going to be... that is Galactic Legend ready for Monkey Collector as 1 goes down for each side. But actually 3 goes down for Get Lost. That's a Kraken Impact just going crazy right now. Mo finding 3-5.
Loki is in the gold spot into safety. As we now see the Freedom Charge coming out. Loki's been knocked off. He's dropped dangerously low. And Apollo are trying to rush in with this Freedom Charge. Are they going to get anything from it? Dance of the Butterfly comes through, has picked up effort. Monkey Collector's also popped the Kraken Impact. He's managed to connect onto the Phoenix, and that will be...
There it is. A invisible boundary to a Fate of Both Worlds. Honestly, or even to really engage and just be way more aggressive right now. So many things that they could do to hold on to that Meteor M or just use it right now. And they are also coming up on Invisible Boundary of both sides. We might be seeing a little bit of a... Oh, there it is, Meteor M.
Get in, get value, and maybe we eat our words, but playing this Wolverine into the Invis, into the Phoenix, into the Bucky, you're going to have a rough ride of it.
I mean, and to your point, as you said, you want to get them out of that position. I mean, another thing that was going really well on the side of Monkey Collectors. My God, Dance of the Butterflies, yeah.
Flitz is going to go down before he gets his Freedom Charge of his own, and this is going to be dangerously into a last fight territory for the side of Apollo. Kraken Impact has come out maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Mo. This fight had basically already been won. But it's beautiful. He gets another reset.
Damage being chunked out by either side right there, and the Ensong Inferno is just going to finish that off for Apollo. Get Lost. So many ults there. Was that the same fight? Would you say that's a 6 ult fight? 7 ult fight, if you will?
I think you would be a bit generous calling that the same fight, but it did feel like it lasted forever. It was another soft reset from point. It's good positioning here from the side of Get Lost, but they are going to need to change their angles, but Flitz goes down. Tedix is able to get caught out on point because the supports are getting forced back. And suddenly, they're just going to pincer them and get pinched out. They're going to push for some exit kills as point control comes through. Oh, beautiful hook. Fast longer, they can take advantage of this, but they do not. Freedom Charge is a bit late. Jashi is caught. They're going to simply play to contest the point or maybe connect onto the backline. The backline dropping dangerously low. Telex is able to pop. Oh, but effort with the clap is still able to catch Shoab. It's trading out. Both backlines are completely dead, and it will be... Waldo managed to pick up Monkey Collector, but there's a trade onto the backline. Effort is solo healing for the side of Apollo at the moment. Fate of Both Worlds is available. Dracula is back. Fate of Both Worlds is popped as they continue to trickle through the portal. Meteor M has come through with the damage boost. Surely this will be enough to pick up Shoaib with the Kraken Impact and the Ensong Inferno. That will be all she... A beautiful Strangling Prison, instantly cleansed. Invisible Boundary is also popped, and it will be slowly bleeding out. Gambit is caught... Oh... Dance of the Butterflies is not enough to catch, and the Galactic Legend with the Raging Royal Flush, and that will be picking up 2 kills. And that will be a reset on the side of again, this Moonlight, I just feel like you're going to have a hard time playing it. You're better off going for the Bucky if you want to go for this kind of style. Healing will comes out from Flitz. Dark Awesome is pushed through. So Raging Royal Flush comes through, and it will be massive. And that will be an explosion from the side of Get Lost. What a beating now for the engage. Raging Warrior Flush has come through from the side of Dracula. It is massive. Header comes through from Mo, as well as the Meteor M. Nothing is caught, sadly. Galactic Legend comes through, is managing to pick up, and this will be a dominant full hold from the Get Lost. This is exactly... He pleases a massive last stand, comes through. 2 big kills in the backline, managed to pick up 2 of the supports from Mo and Jashi, but you've got to consider who's going to be able to contest this point. Berlin is still alive to keep up the contest, but Strangling Prison to keep Dark Awesome off point, and that will get lost into 4 from Apollo. They have this Jeff Mader that's going to be awfully terrifying, as well as the Punisher Gambit combo. Here comes the Storm ult, the Omega Hurricane. King is deciding to combo with it, but Dracula has managed to pick up 3 kills off the back of a strangling prism. Through to keep him up. TP is back. Oh, I think it's a pretty dangerous TP, putting it in the choke. There's going to be very little chance for them to retake. An ult comes through from Mo, catches no one, flitzes onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and sustain, but Berlin does go down. No ults in play apart from the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary, both of which come out all at once. And that will be massive from Jashi. This, you simply have to hope Apollo makes a mistake and you can capitalize. They may be looking to kite. This Raging Royal Flush, no grab comes through from Waldo. Lots of walls coming through, and there will be a good connection onto Dracula. Jashi is also using his ult here. This seems to be an all-out ult trade. It's Jeff has caught one, but it was in.
2 of the 3 tanks come out from side of Apollo, and King is not going to get the invisible boundary before death, unfortunately. But Meteor M is going to go out, possibly a last-second attempt, or maybe a very clutch play, but it's not going to come together, and there is going to be just a final.
You're in dangerous territory. The Raging Royal Flush is available. He's a bit late on it, and spawners are back. It's be able to match by effort. Galactic Legend is not available. Meteor M is popped to try and counter the Kraken Impact. But Flitz manages to trade him back. Jashi's managed to pick up 2 though.
Jashi with those 2 huge picks to really turn
Flitz is
everything
already
on
down.
their flavor. And then as I say that, he does get his Hand of Khonshu. That does pick 2 off right here. That's going to be huge. That's going to be 4, 5 actually for 6. All of Get Lost actually going back to the spawn. And that's going to be a huge reset. That's going to give them
Easy point to defend if you play properly.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush goes
popped.
out. And there's going to be, that is Galactic Legend ready for Monkey Collector, as 1 goes down for each side, but actually 3 goes down for Get Lost. That's a Kraken Impact just going crazy right now. Mo finding 3-5.
Loki is in the gold spot, into safety. As we now see the Freedom Charge coming out. Loki's been knocked off, he's dropped dangerously low. And Apollo are trying to rush in with this Freedom Charge. Are they going to get anything from it? Dance of the Butterfly comes through, has picked up effort. Monkey Collector's also popped the Kraken Impact. He's managed to connect onto the Phoenix, and that will be...
There it is. A invisible boundary to a Fate of Both Worlds. Honestly, or even to really engage and just be way more aggressive right now. So many things that they could do to hold on to that Meteor M, or just use it right now. And they are also coming up on Invisible Boundary of both sides. We might be seeing a little bit of a... Oh, there it is, Meteor M.
Get in, get value, and maybe we eat our words, but playing this Wolverine into the Invis, into the Phoenix, into the Bucky, you're going to have a rough ride of it.
I mean, and to your point, as you said, you want to get them out of that position. I mean, another thing that was going really well on the side of Monkey Collectors. My God, Dance of the Butterflies, yeah.
South, Flitz is going to go down before he gets his Freedom Charge of his own, and this is going to be dangerously into a last fight territory for the side of Apollo. Kraken Impact has come out maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Mo. This fight had basically already been won. But it's beautiful. He gets another reset.
Damage being chunked out by either side right there, and the Ensong Inferno is just going to finish that off for Apollo. Get Lost. So many ults there. Was that the same fight? Would you say that's a 6 ult fight, 7 ult fight, if you will?
I would. I think you would be a bit generous calling that the same fight, but it did feel like it lasted forever. It was another soft reset from point. It's good positioning here from the side of Get Lost, but they are going to need to change their angles. But Flitz goes down. Tedix is able to get caught out on point because the supports are getting forced back. And suddenly, they're just going to pincer them. And
Welcome back, everybody. Well, that's kind of a lie to y'all. I do not want to be the one to bring you this news, but unfortunately we are going to have to see the playoffs be rescheduled. By all means, keep an eye out on the Discord, all the socials. That is in the chat, by the way, if you guys are not following any of them already. But like I said, we are currently rescheduling the playoffs. It's just a little unfortunate right now, a little bit of unfortunate logistics, but it is what it is. And again, keep an eye out on them socials for the announcements.
yeah, got a lot of exciting games coming up over the next couple days, so hopefully we can do them justice, get some bangers in, and play some good rivals.
Absolutely. By all means, everyone, thank you for coming in. We're so sorry we can't bring you the rest of the playoffs and the rest of these games. But again, we hopefully will see y'all soon.
Yep, and I hope everyone has a wonderful night, and thank you for stopping by. thank you, Momo, for being such a great host.
Nah, thank you, Max, for being such a great co-host, co-caster.
That's my pleasure. All right. We'll see you.